Yo Atlas speaking and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reborn into the world of One Piece as Enel and conquered the pirate world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 31. Arriving at Marineford in punishment, Sengoku didn't quite know what to make of things. Akainu and Enel were both reportedly hunting down scores of pirates. They were recorded to be going a bit above what Sengoku had initially requested. Sengoku somewhat expected that type of thing from Enel. The Rear Admiral wasn't exactly one to listen to anything besides training. He wasn't exactly accustomed to their ways yet. But he hadn't expected that type of thing from Akainu. Sakazuki had always been an extremely serious and, by the books, Marine. Also extremely ruthless and unforgiving to anyone who even showed slight disrespect to the traditional ways of the Marines. His extreme and oftentimes cruel way of handing justice to criminals was what made him a prime candidate for the future position of Fleet Admiral in the eyes of the world government. Download app to Sengoku. Sakazuki going out on his own to clean up the beginning of the new world was nothing short of a miracle. It didn't take long for Sengoku to understand that some type of competition was going on in between the two of them. Sakazuki used one of the fastest marine vessels to rack up as many bounties as he could. And Enel used his flying golden ship, which Sengoku already knew about from the Jaya Island reports. The Fleet Admiral had tried asking more about how the ship worked, hoping to be able to use the design of the ship to create a new type of marine vessel. But Enel was rather secretive about it, only saying that it had worked with his devil fruit. But Enel was secretive about a few other things as well. Like his backstory, he never went into too much detail, only giving them a basic and rather hard-to-believe story. How were Garp and Sengoku supposed to believe that he was from an island in the middle of the Grand Line? Enel claimed he came from Little Garden. No one could verify it, but the two old men knew from reports that there weren't any inhabitants on the island besides two old giants. How exactly did his devil fruit even work? The gold he always manipulated seemed to become hot whenever he changed its shape. He never bothered to explain it, only saying that he didn't really know what the fruit was named since he just found it randomly on Little Garden and ate it on the spot. Even now, Sakazuki reported that he was returning to base, while Enel was only giving them radio silence. Sengoku had tried to call the Rear Admiral. He had personally given him a Marine-issued transponder snail. It was rather disheartening that Enel didn't respond even once. At least until someone finally responded when Sengoku was calling. Only for the old Fleet Admiral to find out that Enel had left his transponder snail at Marineford. The one that had answered was none other than Hina, who just happened to be inside Enel's room. For some reason, Sengoku was a bit too weirded out to ask. He also chose to refrain from getting involved in his subordinates' private lives. Garp also didn't really seem to care. The old man cared more about seeing the results of the competition. He had high hopes for his newest recruit. He hoped to be able to laugh at Akainu's face for losing to a rookie for at least the following month. Garp thought that it was possible enough. Enel was just that talented to him. Nothing that Enel did could surprise him in any way at this point. Hell, Enel had managed to gain armament Haki in an extremely short time, and he had basically trained without rest to master 2 of the 6 powers at the same time. Armament Haki was something that took years to master in the first place, so Enel most likely had some type of inborn talent for it. His near-perfect mastery over observation Haki also certainly played a part in it. Enel's progress was staggering, even if his armament was considered weak. Some Marines would spend a decade training and still not gain the same results as he did. Garp genuinely hoped that Enel would not become an admiral, though. He didn't want to see someone like Enel at the beck and call of the Celestial Dragons. The admiral position certainly came with a lot of boons. It brought about a lot of respect. But it also meant that you were to become one of the official bodyguards of the Celestial Dragons, and the government would have even more control over your actions. Garp was not all about that, so he simply stayed a vice admiral. He had hoped that his grandsons would also follow this path. They were all brats that he saw promise in, and he had hoped that he wouldn't be the only one in the family to become a Marine. Fate was a cruel mistress, though. It wasn't like Garp saw Enel as a grandson or anything. Enel did manage to become friends with Garp in that short time. It was the same for Sengoku. The time the two of them had spent with Enel was rather short, but with him, they could speak freely. He didn't care about putting up a facade. He also didn't seem to care about ranks or formalities. He was extremely open and easy to talk to. Garp had spent a lot more time with him than Sengoku, and Garp told Sengoku about everything. They both considered Enel to be an interesting person. They were still unsure of how he viewed the world government and what his definition of justice entailed, but they knew he wasn't a bad person. He also seemed to have a talent with people. Both Garp and Sengoku were rather weirded out about how quickly they had taken a liking to him. But they couldn't really hold it against the new Marine. He simply seemed to know his way around befriending others, acting just friendly enough to warrant a similar response, but not friendly enough to appear like he had some ulterior motive or that he was in some way disingenuous. Still, friends or no friends, subordinates were supposed to listen to the higher-ups. Sengoku had received news that the guerrilla pirates, Enel's initial target, were dealt with not long after Enel had departed from Akainu. So Enel was technically just doing whatever he wanted, while purposefully not finishing his mission and handing in a report. This annoyed Sengoku quite a bit. "I don't need another Garp," was the thought that was most prominent in his mind as he gazed at his old friend, eating his rice crackers while sitting on his couch. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Admiral Akainu has returned to base," a rear admiral shouted as he entered Sengoku's office. Sengoku was about to complain about how the Marine had failed to salute him, but then he noticed that the Marine appeared to be rather frantic. "What happened?" he asked as he also stood up. "Yes, sir. He came back with a lot of bounties, but he also collected a bounty from the Big Mom pirates by mistake." The rear admiral spoke as he trembled a bit. Sengoku snorted a bit as he realized how big the issue could get. "Please tell me it was at least someone unimportant," Sengoku said as he rubbed the bride of his nose in frustration. The rear admiral was looking more and more anxious. That was when Sakazuki himself entered. It's Charlotte Oven, a member of the Big Mom pirates, was traveling to some kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line, probably collecting some sweets for Big Mom herself. "That fat slob," Akainu said as he looked a bit pissed off about the whole situation. Sengoku took a deep breath. He decided to calmly think about everything before making a decision. "Did you kill him?" the fleet admiral asked while looking out of the window of his office, his pigeon perched on his hat as he glared at the Marine base he was ruling. "No, I captured him. He is missing a limb or two, but still alive," Akainu said as he crossed his arms. "I see. You did well. I don't think the Big Mom pirates will act right away, but they will definitely call for us to visit them and bring Oven to them, especially since he is one of Big Mom's children," Sengoku said as he stroked his beard. Disgusting pirates thinking they own the seas. I will go if necessary, but if I do so, I will kill that pirate scum right at their front door," Akainu said as he huffed a bit of smoke. As an admiral, he was not afraid of either Big Mom or her crew. He strongly believed that he had done the right thing, as it was his job as a Marine to hunting down pirates in the end. "I know you would. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. But we don't want a war, Sakazuki. A war will leave us weakened, and the other Yonko will take advantage of that. The world government would also not agree to the war." Sengoku seemed to be more and more annoyed as he thought about the situation. They were the Marines, yet they couldn't apply their justice freely in the New World exactly because of the influence of the Yonko. Winning a war against Big Mom was not impossible for the Marines, but there were plenty of other pirates that would take advantage of the Marines' weakened forces right after the battle. There would also be plenty of people taking advantage of the territories that were previously under Big Mom's protection, which would only make for more scandals. Akainu didn't say anything. He knew that a war wasn't a good idea in the current climate, at least not without a concrete clause. "Wow, what a conundrum we find ourselves in." That was when Enel walked into the room, dispersing the heavy mood with a few words as he strolled inside without any worries. "You brat. You came back already?" Garp said as he looked at Enel with a smile on his face. The whole talk about the war didn't interest Garp much. If there was to be a war, he'd fight in it. If not, then whatever. He didn't care either way. "Of course I did. Ran out of bounties to collect," Enel said as he twirled one of his earlobes around his finger. "I'm afraid the situation isn't a joking matter, Enel. Many lives could be lost if war truly begins," Sengoku said as he looked at Enel with an appreciative smile. "This is all your fault," Akainu said as he looked at Enel with a bit of anger. I only proposed a hunt. You were the one that decided to kidnap a baby wolf cub and bring it back to us. The rest of the pack are obviously not going to be happy about it. Enel sat down right beside Garp. The old man handed him a packet of rice crackers, and the two of them just started eating mid-conversation. Sengoku looked at the scene, a tear threatening to fall from his right eye. I should never have let Garp train him. This is very disrespectful. We've had this talk before already, and if you hadn't proposed that stupid competition, I wouldn't have felt the need to go after such weaklings. Enel just smiled as he munched on a rice cracker. Stop, Sengoku said as his anger also finally rose. Pointing fingers won't help anyone, the fleet admiral said as he rubbed his temples in annoyance. Enel, while Akainu was the one to bring an oven, you are the one that convinced him to disrespect orders. I was pondering on how to punish you for a few weeks. I think I finally have the right idea. Sengoku seemed like he had cracked the code when he was speaking, and Akainu seemed happy about what he was hearing. But Garp and Enel were still just eating and looking at Sengoku as if the situation had nothing to do with them. You will be the one to take Oven back to the Big Mom pirates. Fighting them won't benefit us right now. We must preserve our strength. We can't simply start a war without the world government's approval. The world's balance is already shifting constantly. We can't afford to mess with it for no good reason. It's a long journey, but I expect you to be done within 3 months. Okay, sure. Enel just looked at him. His face didn't show much emotion, and his mouth kept devouring rice crackers. The Marines are doomed after my retirement, was the only thing on Sengoku's mind when watching that scene. Chapter 32. Reasoning and Weight. POV narration, hahaha. I can't believe that Brad is scamming us like this. Garp laughed as he slapped his knee in joy. I wouldn't call it a scam. He did bring down many pirates. He is at least deserving to be rewarded. I can't promote him again, but since he just asked for some materials urgently, I can provide them, Sengoku said as he took off his cap and looked out the window. The concern in his gaze was evident. I don't get it, Sengoku. Why are you sending him if you are so concerned about it? Garp asked to the side, looking at his old friend with a strange smile on his face. The fleet admiral himself looked a bit annoyed by the whole situation. You don't get it, Garp. I am not concerned for him. He can take care of himself. I am more concerned about the possibility of a war occurring. Sengoku took a sip of his coffee as his pigeon sat on his hat and looked at Garp. Sakazuki, that brat, he really doesn't like that you chose to not keep that pirate captive. We are supposed to be the authority on the seas. Backing down like this might make others look down on us, Garp said as he crossed his arms a bit. Starting a war right now won't benefit any side. The world government also wants to avoid it, so it really can't be helped, Sengoku said, plenty of frustration etched in his tone. Is that why you didn't send someone like Sakazuki there? Well, good choice. I doubt Enel would be one to start a war. Indeed, but I am rather concerned that the Big Mom pirates would be the ones to attack in this case. Under better circumstances, I would have told one of the other admirals to deal with this, as the possibility of them being attacked is extremely low, Sengoku said as he rubbed his temple in frustration. Kizaru and Akiji are both away on missions. One of them is hard to get in touch with and the other is with the Celestial Dragons, so neither is currently available. I doubt the Big Mom pirates want war anyway. Lin Lin isn't exactly known to be too affectionate towards her children. Garp scoffed as he took out a packet of rice crackers. This isn't about affection, Garp. This is about pride. Big Mom will most likely act out because we stepped on her toes by capturing Oven. His state is also not that great. He had to be treated by our best doctors already. It's more about how much both sides are willing to lose due to their pride. If an admiral went, then they wouldn't act up directly, at least. But if anyone with less strength is going, they might return with a few missing limbs, Sengoku said as he took out a few files to look through them. Heh, sure. I doubt Enel of all people would get himself in that situation. And even if a fight was going to break up, he can always retreat with his flying ship. Garp had absolute confidence in Enel's abilities at this point, especially after the large harvest he had brought them. Around 10 billion belly worth of bounties, 5 billion more than Akainu, and all were collected within 3 weeks. It showed that Enel was not only capable of navigating through the sea unhindered, but also that the speed of his vessel was nothing to scoff at. His ship must have flown above all of the storms, which meant that he had been finding pirates using his observation Haki constantly. This also meant that he was completely unaffected by the weather of the Grand Line, to the point where Enel might as well have been traveling one of the 4 regular seas. This was a huge blessing, as there had been reports of huge tsunamis wiping out both pirate crews and marine ships in the area where Enel had been active, which had also made Akina return to base a bit earlier than expected. As I said, I'm not worried about him not escaping. I'm worried about the Big Mom pirates not letting this matter go and starting to attack nearby marine bases. That can't be helped, really. Pirates will be pirates, Garp said as he scowled at the thought of so many Marines dying for such a stupid mistake. Indeed, and we are the Marines. If the Big Mom pirates insist on completely shifting the balance of the world, then we aren't scared to face them. It won't be pretty, but we must do our jobs regardless. Sengoku was placed in a rather uncomfortable position. He could only hope that Enel would be able to carry out the task without any issues. While the 2 old men were contemplating life, the halls of Marineford were rather lively, as Enel made his way there with a smile on his face. At least until he finally decided to acknowledge the people following him. Okay, so it's of my understanding that my mission is more akin to a punishment, so why exactly are you 2 following me? Enel said as he scratched the back of his head. Behind him trailed 2 people, one of them being Momonga, a Marine Vice Admiral that somewhat admired Enel's achievements, and Hina, who was recently promoted to the rank of Commodore. I am merely here to make sure that your departure is smooth, and I also want to give you some advice regarding the Big Mom pirates, just to make sure that you are prepared for everything that might come your way, Momonga said as he crossed his arms. He was rather displeased that Enel had ignored him and Hina for there the entire time they had been strolling the halls, but it couldn't really be helped as he had also not voiced his intentions. He was used to people with lower rankings at least saluting him. That was when he wanted to speak to Enel, but that never happened. He didn't want to appear forceful either, so he ended up awkwardly following the rear admiral around because he didn't really know what to do. That's nice. Thanks, Momonga. What about you, Hina? Enel asked with an odd smile on his face. He remembered Sengoku mentioning something about Hina being in his room, but was rather unwilling to bring up the subject with her directly. Hina wants to come with you. The pink-haired woman crossed her arms as a scowl rose to her face. She was rather displeased that Enel was being sent alone to deal with the Big Mom pirates. She knew Enel could take care of himself as well, but she also felt quite concerned for him. I'm afraid that isn't going to happen, Enel said as he tilted his head to the side a bit, looking at Momonga and Hina with a bit of appreciation. Hina was about to protest, but Momonga stopped her. Commodore Hina, I understand that your friendship with Rear Admiral Enel is making you worry about him, but I assure you that Fleet Admiral Sengoku would never have sent Enel on this mission had he thought he would be unable to finish it properly. Momonga was extremely straightforward in his beliefs, and he didn't for once consider that Enel was going to have trouble returning from this mission. He was a fiercely loyal person. He didn't question Sengoku's decisions for one bit. And he also knew that Enel had shown enough merit to be promoted to Vice Admiral already. The only reason a promotion wasn't going to happen anytime soon was that Enel's addition to the Marines was rather sudden. He didn't have all of the training necessary to go any further than an honorary Rear Admiral rank. This was because he still had to go through a few classes to teach him how to lead his Marine ship properly. Enel had been constantly postponing that though, as he didn't see any use in those classes. Momonga, I appreciate the vote of confidence, but the truth is that this mission is still plenty dangerous. Alone, nothing will be able to stop me from escaping, but I am unsure if I can protect someone else at the same time, Enel said as he shook his head a bit. Hina's mood instantly plummeted with those words. She disliked the thought that she would be somehow inconveniencing Enel in his mission. Both Momonga and Enel noticed her mood reaching rock bottom. The Vice Admiral simply took a few steps away awkwardly, not wanting to intrude on what he thought was likely something personal for the other two. Enel heaved a sigh in frustration as he wondered about how the people he was interacting with would react to his eventual betrayal. Hina, I know that you are strong, but I wouldn't say you are strong enough to face something like the Big Mom crew yet. Hina looked up at Enel with sadness in her gaze, but she couldn't exactly deny his words. She truly had no place in a conflict with pirates of that level. At least not as she was right now. You can take this time to train a bit, and you can join me in my next mission? How does that sound? Enel was quick to placate her, though he was well aware that this was likely going to be his last mission with the Marines. In a sense, he could have left already. He had gained training in armament Haki, and he had all of the manuals for the 6 powers. But he still wanted to be there for the war, and he felt like doing one last mission for the Marines. Enel was not an ungrateful person. Dealing with the Big Mom pirates would be his way of thanking the Marines for the help they had given him. Soon, the War of the Best will take place. I will take advantage of this journey and train constantly. I should have enough time to brush up on all of the 6 powers. After that, Hina simply nodded and said her goodbyes. She didn't stick around any longer, likely going right back to start training without Enel. I'm glad you were able to convince her, Rear Admiral Enel. Momonga had still not left though. Yeah, Enel said as he wondered how he was going to transport his prisoner. Sir Enel, if I may. The Big Mom pirates are a ruthless bunch, much like the majority of other pirates. If you can, I recommend simply dropping off Oven at the shore on one of their islands and retreating back to Marineford, Momonga said as he stroked his beard for a second. He knew that Enel was strong, and he was obviously confident in Sengoku's choice. But he also didn't want to see the new rising star of the Marines get hurt for no reason. I appreciate the advice, Momonga. I will likely take my leave in a few days' time. First, I need to collect some things that I requested from the base. Then I will be able to transport the prisoner without any issues, Enel said as he nodded his head in appreciation. Very well, I wish you good luck, Enel. Since you are leaving soon, I will send proper descriptions of Big Mom's crew and their known abilities to your quarters. It's better to be prepared for anything. Momonga also nodded, and then he took his leave. Enel gave one last smile before his face returned to being neutral, as he was left to his own devices. I can't wait for them to bring it over. Sea stone is a material that I didn't think I'd get my hands on anytime soon. I guess things are looking up. Chapter 33, Order and Departure. Well, a day of waiting for my order actually turned into 3, as I also have to wait for Oven to be in a stable condition to be carried around on a ship for a month or 2. It's a bit annoying, but I can't complain. There are still some things I can get done at Marineford. I also managed to spar with Garp once in the past 3 days. He was rather pleased with my progress with armament Haki. Fighting Jack might have helped with that. He also looked at me like I'm some type of freak after seeing that I also could perform Rankyaku. It can't be helped. These techniques are easy for me since I can use my Devil Fruit to enhance my base speed. The best thing is that constantly enhancing my speed using my Devil Fruit makes me stronger too, as my body needs to be strong enough to handle that speed anyway. Well, this only works if I hit something, but still. Hina didn't really get in touch with me after I told her she can't come with me on this mission. She spent most of her time training after that and left yesterday to patrol the waters at the beginning of the Grand Line. Momonga was also really nice, sending the details of the most high-profile members of the Big Mom pirates my way. It's a shame I already knew all of the details and even more. The Big Mom pirates were a rather dangerous group in the series, and also one of the largest groups of antagonists that the protagonists had to face. I already have plenty of knowledge about most of them, their abilities, and their respective styles of combat in some cases. I am a bit glad that Sengoku put me on this mission. The more time I spend at Marineford, the worse I will feel later. I also spent just enough time to find out that I won't be able to get much information on the world government from the library I have access to. I only found out a bit more about the Gora CI, but that's about it really. The 5 Elders, as some would call them, are technically the ruling authority of this world. That is what is being taught in the books that I found in Marineford's libraries. They are just a group of the highest-ranking celestial dragons, which doesn't tell me much, since celestial dragons are mostly bottom feeders. I am unsure if the 5 Elders have any fighting strength themselves. Any book I found only spoke about political power, and I don't feel too comfortable asking Sengoku more about it. I tried to listen in on some conversations using my Devil Fruit and Observation Haki. I was able to learn some things from Sengoku's calls with other world government officials indirectly. After a bit of research and some testing, I discovered that I can spy on any conversation completely undetected as long as I don't reveal any intent towards the person I am spying on. Other experienced observations Haki users can easily sense intent. I was able to test this on numerous occasions with GARP during training. Thankfully, hiding my emotions and not harboring intent is rather easy, as using observation Haki requires one to keep his mind calm at all times anyway. I was able to find out a bit more about the political shifts in the Four Seas. The show was extremely centered on the Grand Line, but apparently, more and more kingdoms across the world are having revolts, and the people are getting less and less happy with their leaders. This is theorized to be the work of the Revolutionary Army, but I can't be too sure about that. It's easy for them to blame the Revolutionary Army for all of their problems, but it may just be that people are sick of their lies and of being mistreated by nobility. I can hear the five elders trying to order Sengoku around most of the time. They even told him to prevent a war with the Big Mom pirates at all cost. I'm guessing they already have some foresight that the War of the Great will happen at this point. Ace hasn't even been captured yet, but it's likely that they were planning to kill Whitebeard ever since the old man was weakened by whatever disease he's having. Well, regardless of that, I already know that the five elders aren't even the actual rulers. The one that stands on the throne in Mary Geos, is the one that these elders bow to. I was unable to find a single thing about him in either history books or books praising the world government. He should be the one actually pulling the strings. The five old men are just the figureheads, also likely older than they appear to be, which says a lot since they are called elders. I know they are older because they had appeared in Robin's memories during the show, and they looked much the same as in the present, 20-something years later. There is also a rather simple explanation for this. Jewelry Bonnie, a pirate captain from the worst generation. She has the ability to age and de-age others at will. It's unknown how long she's been alive, but I know that she used to be a prisoner of the world government at some point. She also hates the Marines to the core. I remember that she is supposed to be getting captured sometime after the war when entering the New World. I need to prevent such a thing from happening. Her devil fruit is far too powerful. I'd rather the world government don't get their hands on it again. If I remember correctly, Blackbeard was the one to catch her. I guess that won't be happening after all. I have quite a few plans for that pirate in particular. Still, I will be paying attention to her, just in case. I can't exactly go about kidnapping her. That wouldn't be quite right. But if things turn out to be similar to the original story, then I might arrange a permanent residence for her in the Sky Islands. Well, enough about that. There's no use in thinking about these things right now. Too many variables could come into play. My plan centers around my knowledge of the future, at least to a certain point. I need things to go normally for a while, so I need to get on and finish this mission. It's still hard to believe that Akainu made such a stupid mistake, but I guess he's not the type to easily accept the fact that Marines can't enforce their justice properly in today's climate. A single word from the world government is all it takes, and the Marines will be forced to drag their names through the mud. Sengoku likely knew from the beginning that the world government wouldn't want a war with the Big Mom pirates right now, so he started making decisions right away. I wonder if things will play out properly though. I should go to the port and collect my order. It didn't take me long to make my way to the docks, not exactly that large marine ford. They left the crates out in the open, simply stamping some pieces of paper on them to signify that they were mine. Pretty subpar delivery service, but hey, they're here. No one would steal the property of a rear admiral anyway, unless they're pirates, but you won't really find any in Marineford, besides special prisoners. These crates hold quite a few metals. Well, 3 metals. There are only 3 crates anyway. One crate is filled to the brim with white gold. Extremely expensive, but I brought in a lot of bounties, so it wasn't really an issue. White gold has enough conductivity to the point where I can use it like my regular gold, even somewhat better, as its melting point is slightly lower. But, as a metal, it is also tougher than silver, which is the metal with the highest conductivity that I could find. One of the other boxes has something else entirely, that is, bars of tungsten, the toughest metal that could be found back on Earth. Apparently, it's still a rather difficult metal to find in this world, but still extremely tough. Now, unlike gold, this metal has around 4 times less conductivity, but if I can mix and match this and my white gold, I should be able to make a staff good enough for me to use efficiently. A staff made out of tungsten and white gold will be extremely tough, a lot harder to break apart than my regular golden one. But this isn't really it, at least not yet. The third and very last box, Sea Stone, mythical material, barely understood, copies the effects of the sea from what I was able to read about it. The only person that understands a bit more about it would be Dr. Vegapunk, a former member of the MADS, a group of an illegal research group that I only know a few members of, from the series of course. It's difficult to handle and extremely tough. Its conductivity is almost non-existent as it is an actual stone, not a metal. It's a special stone, and its conductivity should be even lower. However, I don't need to manipulate it like a metal. To be specific, I only ordered sea stone dust, ground properly by Vegapunk's machinations. I will use this sea stone and spread it within my staff, keeping it away only from the parts that I touch. Since I control all other components of the staff, it will just get some getting used to. Then I will be able to disable most devil fruit users by simply catching them with my staff. The final product should weigh around 6 to 7 tons? That's about what I expect. I became a lot stronger after learning armament and getting beaten up by Garp on a daily basis, so I should be able to handle this weight. The staff wasn't hard to make. It's a bit less malleable than the golden one, but it's still acceptable enough. Now, I want to keep my ship made out of gold, as I don't feel like just throwing away a good few tons of gold. So I will just compress my former staff into a permanent pair of gauntlets. It's better than throwing away what is essentially heavier money. Having all of this weight on me will make movement a bit more strained for a while, but I can't just take it as training. I'll get used to it in a week or two. Now, it's time to visit the prisoner and start taking him home. Chapter 34, Charlotte Oven. POV narration. Oven didn't quite like the situation he found himself in. He had just decided to go out and travel a bit, wanting to garner some favor from his mother by bringing her some exotic sweets. What he didn't expect was to run into Akainu, the most brutal of all admirals. He tried to fight back, but Akainu burned off his entire left arm and half of right leg in the process, which only made things worse. Oven also received a heavy strike to the torso, which had almost killed him if it weren't for the doctors at Marineford. He was pleased to learn that he was going to be taken back home. He knew that his family was likely going to come looking for him anyway. He wasn't stupid enough to not see that the Marines wanted to avoid a war. What pleased him the most was the fact that, apparently, a measly rear admiral was going to be the one to take him home. He laughed out loud at that, thinking with glee of how his family would likely torture the Marine for a few days. The world government would also never let the Marines start a war over some rear admiral, so Oven saw this as a chance to get some semblance of revenge. Not that he could do it himself. He was bound by sea stone shackles. His only arm had its wrist tied to his neck, and he also had a leg bracer made out of sea stone, with a heavy steel ball chained to it. Oven hoped to be able to get home and hopefully either find someone able to heal him or find some prosthetics with the help of his family. He was placed in a holding cell while his wounds were still being looked after. He knew that he was going to have to resist at least another month or two in captivity before being returned to his crew. The shame he felt was great, and he knew that he wouldn't receive that warm a welcome when being delivered to his home. What he didn't expect was a tall man with large earlobes to just stroll into his cell while humming. The blonde man was wearing a formal suit. His accessories were all golden, including a set of ornate gauntlets that made Oven squint his eyes a little bit. The staff he was carrying was a bit more interesting, though. It seemed to be made out of a strange material, or a mix of materials. It seemed to be pure white in some parts, mixed with gray in others. It was an odd color scheme. The last thing Oven noticed was the marine coat flowing behind the tall man, which made the pirate realize that he was staring at a rear admiral, a rather high position within the Marines, and also most likely the person that was tasked with taking him home. It was also now that he noticed the backpack that Enel was carrying, likely with supplies for the journey. "Heh, you took your time coming here," Oven said as he looked at Enel with a mocking smile. "Not like you could walk to me anyway," Enel said with a smile of his own, not bothering to give the prisoner much courtesy. The pirate growled a bit at that, scowling while thinking about the audacity of the rear admiral in front of him. "Heh, what a prideful dog. Let's get going. I don't have all year to waste on you and your little family." Enel tapped the bars of the holding cell, heating them up and bending them out of his way as he walked towards Oven. The pirate was somewhat shocked when seeing Enel's ability. It made him think that Enel had a devil fruit somewhat similar to his, but he couldn't guess what it actually was. Enel simply grabbed the heavy ball that was tied to Oven's ankle, heating it up and turning it into a handle. He then proceeded to start dragging the pirate out like a ragdoll, not really bothering about his safety or listening to screams of protest. Most of the Marines that witnessed Enel dragging the prisoner to the docks were either terrified or amused, with Enel just casually humming while Oven swore at him constantly. It was an odd sight, a large and intimidating pirate being dragged around by someone almost twice as small as he was. The two of them reached the docks, at which point Enel let go of Oven's chain, allowing the pirate to finally stand up on his one leg. "You fucking scum. My family will murder you for this. Do you think this is a Joe dash?" Enel chose to shut him up with a slap. The slap sent Oven tumbling to the ground, almost making him fall into the sea. "You are a pirate. You are in no position to speak to me using any kind of tone. From now on, you only talk when asked, or I will deliver you to your family in pieces. Understood?" Enel looked at Oven with a cold gaze. The old archaeologist didn't take all that kindly to insults, and pirates were all criminals to him anyway. He wasn't about to let a random criminal insult him so brazenly. Oven, even with all of his pride, couldn't help but gulp a bit and nod when seeing Enel's cold gaze. What the fuck is this Marine? It was at this point that he reminded himself that the Marines were a world superpower for a reason, and not only the admirals were powerful in their faction, but he was still too prideful to accept the fact that some random rear admiral could order him around. Still, he decided to stop talking, in order to not get hit any more than necessary, as he could tell that Enel was likely not joking. Enel clapped his hands, washing away that cold look with a smile on his face as his gauntlets started departing from his hands and forming a ship. This time the ship had two seats. One was more akin to a throne, while the other was just a stool. "Get on," Enel simply said as he ignored the startled gaze Oven gave him. The pirate proceeded to do as Enel said, sitting down on that stool as he looked at the ship a bit confused. "Shouldn't the ship be in water for dash?" His words were cut off when the ship immediately took to the skies, Enel supplying its motors with enough energy to take off almost instantly. The scene made Oven eat his own words, as he saw the ground get further and further away, as he and Enel approached the clouds at impressive speeds. Enel placed his backpack near the throne and looked at the sky with a relaxed gaze. "Now, I'll make this simple for you. You can either help me train or do nothing for the following month. What do you say?" Enel's words were beyond anything that the pirate had been expecting. What?" Oven asked with a confused tone. "How can I even help with training? I don't even have a full set of limbs." He thought to himself as he looked at Enel in confusion. "I'll remove your shackles. Your only task is to try and hit me. I will try to dodge out of the way without actually moving from my position at all. Simple enough, right?" Enel's smile was radiant at this point, as his ship had also already reached above the clouds. "Sure," Oven said with a sadistic smile of his own. "This is my chance. I won't be shamefully delivered to my family after all." Chapter 35. Temporary Training Partner. The sadistic smile didn't last long, though. As Charlotte, Oven looked down at the clouds below him with a frustrated gaze. "If I kill him now, how do I get down alive? I don't even know how he steers this stupid ship." The prideful member of the Big Mom pirates didn't even stop to consider that he wouldn't be able to handle fighting the rear admiral tasked with steering him home. "I could likely steer this ship to the closest island if we were on the sea, but I'm not even sure if this stupid thing can float on water." Enel looked at his prisoner with a calm smile. "I know you're thinking about the logistics of killing me right now," Enel said as he squinted his eyes a bit and crossed his legs. "I'll let you know, even if you try. As you are now, you won't be able to even make me get up from my chair." Enel didn't even bother judging Oven's reaction as he took out a map from a bag and started looking over it. Oven himself sweated a bit as he thought about Enel's words. He didn't know if he could take on a rear admiral as he was currently, still he didn't expect that much confidence from Enel. No reason to get all scared now. "But damn, Akine really did do a number on you," Enel said as he slowly sat up. This time Oven calmed down, knowing that Enel wouldn't kill him due to his mission at the very least. Oven couldn't really protest, looking down to see his missing limbs. Maybe he truly wouldn't be able to do much in his current state. I don't get it. Why ask me to help you train anyway? Oven said as he snorted a bit. He wasn't precisely against some light physical activity, especially since he was going to be alone with Enel for quite a while, and he needed to somehow check how weakened he was after his capture. The rear admiral also seemed a lot more agreeable than Akainu was. The admiral had been extremely brutal, both before and after he had caught Oven. Although Oven didn't like Enel due to his previous actions, he could at least appreciate that he wasn't put in an uncomfortably small cage that was laced with sea stone. Listen, I don't care much for pirates. I detest most of them, honestly. But that doesn't mean I can't look over that and take advantage of a pirate if need be, Enel said as he nodded his head in a sage-like manner. Hearing Enel's answer made Oven rise an eyebrow at him. Maybe Enel wasn't that much better than Akainu after all. Hey, I appreciate the thought, but now that I think about it, did you even grab the keys for my cuffs? Oven asked as he looked down at his cuffs. Why would I ever need that? Enel said as a golden tendril rose from the ship. It seemed to enter into the locks of the restraints that held Oven's power at bay. The tendril then twisted all of the locks at once, opening them up instantly. The sea stone fell, hitting the golden deck of the small ship they were on. This world really needs to work on more secure locks. Enel thought to himself as he frowned at how simple the lock was. He was an archaeologist in his past life, but he also dabbled a bit in lockpicking, so he knew how the most difficult locks could take even hours to pick at times. He didn't really pick the lock this time. He technically just created a golden key, but he could feel the simplicity of the lock mechanism regardless of that. You'd think they would make their cuffs harder to pick open. They use these types of things on the lower levels of Impel Down. Imagine if the lock-picking lawyer walked in and decided that he wanted to make some new friends. Oven flexed his arm a bit as he stretched, sighing in relief as he felt more power returning to his body. Feels a lot better this way. The prideful pirate was brought to this point already. He didn't feel the need to mince words, and he no longer cared for posturizing. I bet you won't be putting them back on, by the way. They're pretty useless, all things considered, Enel said as he started clipping his nails randomly. Thank you, Oven said as he smiled honestly for a bit. He hadn't expected Enel to be that accommodating. Don't thank me. By the way, one wrong move and you will be hanging from the bottom of the ship by a sea stone chain, Enel said. He wasn't going out of his way to be friendly. Oven was really the last thing he was worried about currently. Oven's smile became strained for a bit as he let off a tenure of slurs in his mind. He kept all complaints to himself, though, preferring not to test Enel's patience and understanding. Let's start training now. I want to take advantage of every minute of this journey. Enel stopped whatever he was doing and stood up. Oven was about to comment that the ship was a bit small for training. Then it started to fit right underneath them. It went from being the size of a small boat to begin the size of a small training room. A square platform with wings and propellers, basically. Oven was a bit impressed by the way Enel was manipulating the metals around them, and by the ease with which he could keep them in the air despite those shifts. The pirate could feel the ship slow down a bit, which made him raise an eyebrow. Slowing down a bit to keep our stability, we aren't as aerodynamic anymore, so this is necessary. Shouldn't get in the way of the timeline, though. We should get to Cake Island in approximately a month, Enel said as he prepared for the training, casually taking off his suit, leaving his upper body bare. Sometimes he trained in his original clothing, the one that the old Enel wore, but he didn't feel like fully getting changed in front of Oven. Oven nodded, as he also wobbly stood up. He barely had any balance, as he was missing the lower part of one of his legs. Enel frowned a bit. With a sigh, he tapped the ship with his staff, and a golden peg leg formed and supported Oven without any issue. The upper part connected itself with Oven's leg with two metal tendrils that twirled around all the way around his knee, making it look like a modern prosthetic. Oven's eyes widened at that. Thanks. This time, his tone was completely honest. He may have looked down on the Marines, but he was not an ungrateful person. With that, Oven decided that he would at least ask his siblings to not outright kill Enel. You would be relatively useless without a peg leg. Stop thanking me for nothing. Also, get to work. Don't stop unless I ask you to, Enel said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. Oven looked at Enel pointedly, then, with a sigh, he decided to start. With a sadistic smile, he dashed toward the Marine, his fist cocked back and ready to crush Enel. Enel didn't move one step, simply trying to bend his body out of the way. Right now, he wanted to train 2 of the 6 powers and gain some insight into Semi-Kicken. The first strike was easy to evade, as Enel simply allowed his body to tilt to the side. But the second one became much harder, as Oven delivered a straight right towards Enel's gut. Enel frowned a bit as he realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge that one, so he instantly hardened his muscles as hard as he could without using Haki. Garp had told Enel of this training method. It was to gain mastery in both Tekai and Kami. Dodge any attack that you can, those that you can't use your body to block. Oven punched Enel in the gut with considerable strength, making Enel gasp a bit as some spit came out of his mouth. Oven stopped at that point and asked, "Need a break?" He didn't know how to pilot the ship they were on, and at this point, he realized that it was likely only flying due to Enel's devil fruit. So he didn't want Enel to pass out by any means, as that would mean his death as well. "What? Why did you stop? Do I look like I've moved from this spot?" Enel looked angry at the mere suggestion of resting so early. Oven was a bit shocked by that. Looking down, he noticed that Enel had indeed not moved at all from his original location. Oven's eyes widened a bit. He had hit Enel with a lot of strength. He was still acclimating with his missing arm, so his balance and weight distribution could be improved, but that punch was still close to 70 to 80% of his full power. This is going to be a long month, Oven thought to himself as he felt less and less excited about the sparring partner situation he found himself in. Chapter 36. Food Problem Solved. Oven lay on the ground. He was heaving for air as he tried his best to comprehend what had been happening. 3 days, that was how long Enel had lasted to move from that place. Even now, after many hits, and Enel's body being bruised all over, all Oven had done was to make him take a step backwards. That was it. Oven was exhausted beyond anything else. His injuries somewhat affected his stamina, and he still wasn't in the best of shape. Oven could now at the very least correct his posture, and he had gotten used to the strange balance that his body had now that he was missing an arm. The peg leg that Enel had given him was also already making up for his lost leg. The only problem was that it was rather easy to bend. Enel did tell him eventually that gold wasn't a horribly strong metal. The Rear Admiral ended up repairing it for him in an instant, which the pirate appreciated. Still, missing limbs did make him feel quite discouraged. It was as if he had to get used to an entirely new body. Oven didn't really blame it on the Rear Admiral. It was just a bit odd, not being able to feel parts of his body that he once could. Oven could only inwardly curse his stamina and weakened body, as he was now the one sprawled on the ground, and Enel was still standing, casually walking around and bandaging himself. "We should probably eat now," Enel said as he flexed his arms a bit. "What? Eat what? That backpack of yours won't have anywhere near enough food for the 2 of us, even for one sitting," Oven said as he raised an eyebrow. Enel had not taken many supplies. He had basically started sailing spontaneously, only getting his new weapon and bringing a small backpack with some books, a journal, a map, and very few supplies. He also had a few eternal poses. One was for Marineford, and one was for Cake Island, the main stronghold of the Big Mom pirates. "Don't be such a pansy. We can always fish a Sea King and get enough food to last us the rest of our lives," Enel said as he finished bandaging his body. His entire abdomen was now bandaged up. Oven had given him a few injuries, but nothing too major. Most of them were bound to heal in a few days. Oven sulked a bit as he murmured some slurs. It was hard for such a prideful pirate to accept Enel's casual demeanor and remarks. Still, training with Enel had managed to humble him slightly, making him realize that Enel could basically stand in a place for 3 days, and Oven wouldn't be able to defeat him in any way. Sure, he had yet to use his devil fruit, but he wasn't about to try and kill Enel. He knew that would also likely mean suicide. It wasn't like he was a fishman, and that he could survive underwater until one of his family members followed his Vivre card. "So we're just hoping for a Sea King to appear?" Oven said as he rubbed his stomach a bit. Another reason for his tiredness was definitely the lack of nutrition. He wasn't exactly fed anything great during his stay as a prisoner in Marineford. "Nah, we're going for the calm belt. We are already relatively close to it," I'll just get us close to the water, and some curious sea creature is bound to pop its head out, Enel said as he started lowering the ship through the clouds below them. Thankfully, there wasn't any storm. Well, thankfully for Oven. Enel would have been just fine either way. Not like storms were all that common near the calm belt. It was called the calm belt for a good reason. Enel was quick to spread out his observation Haki as far as he could. He sensed it. All of the life forms hidden in the depths. He could sense them shifting around as they also likely felt his intrusive presence. Out of the waters rose a snake, a sea king. It was tall and long, thick and powerful. Its fangs bared at the golden ship that was hovering in place at a low altitude. Oven trembled a bit, knowing that he wouldn't be able to do much without falling off of the ship. He could only hope that Enel had some type of plan. It dove out of the water at surprising speeds. Its maw instantly opened, and it was large enough to swallow the ship in a single bite. And it tried. Oh, it tried. Oven's eyes widened at that. Cold sweat filled his back as he saw the rows of teeth that threatened to eat him, as well as the ship he was on, whole. Enel didn't bother dodging the attack. He didn't panic, nor was he surprised. To him, the snake moved so slow that it was pitiful. He simply pointed his white-grayish staff towards the quickly approaching snake. Like a river, a torrent of tendrils sprouted from the staff, dwarfing the giant snake in both size and speed. The snake realized that it was being attacked, but it was far too late to dodge, so it hoped for the best and forged forwards. The tendrils were merciless, their sturdiness almost unmatched as they pierced through the snake's head in countless places and pushed it back towards the sea. From the sea, it looked like a golden cloud was releasing a storm of blades, a deadly rain that threatened to kill anything in its wake, all towards the sea creature that was unfortunate enough to approach Enel's ship first. The lifeless body of the Sea King reached the sea, waves rising in its wake as it was slowly starting to sink. See? That was easy, Enel said as he quickly steered his ship towards the corpse of the Sea King. Golden tendrils expanded from the ship and quickly started collecting large chunks of meat out of the cadaver. Oven gulped a bit, both out of glee that their food was secured and out of fear. Would I survive something like that? The attack wasn't just terrifying, it was also terrifyingly fast. It had taken less than a second from the snake jumping towards the ship to it being riddled with holes. Any notion of even attempting to escape or fight Enel once they reached an island vanished from Oven's mind at that moment. We'll only be taking around a ton or two of meat. I don't want our speed to be affected by this, Enel said as he created something akin to a golden net at the bottom of the ship that held the meat he had collected. I understand, but how are we cooking it exactly? Oven asked while slowly getting up from the golden floor he was laying on. Oh, that's your job. Oven snapped his head at Enel when hearing that. Enel just tilted his head when seeing that. What? Your name is Oven, and you have a devil fruit very well suited for this. For the rest of this journey, you are this ship's designated cook, Enel said as he clapped his hands with a friendly smile. Oven just looked at the ground in exasperation. This is going to be a long month. Chapter 37, Dressrosa and Change of Plans. Training with Oven has been rather nice. He makes for an adequate sparring partner. Honestly, if I tried this type of training with Garp, he would have most likely killed me by mistake. At least I can take plenty of hits from Oven. With each punch, I feel my body more and more prepared for the next. With each hit, I feel less and less pain. Endurance is something necessary in this world. I need a lot of it if I want to not get down by one hit from someone like Kaido. Oven is very far from a Yonko. Hell, his physical strength is even lesser than that gorilla pirate captain from a few weeks back. But I'll take what I can get. Currently, I don't feel like I've made much progress with Kamii, but I think my body has been becoming stronger and stronger thanks to this training, so I can't complain. It's only been a few days anyway. I can't possibly master all of the 6 powers this fast. Oven did get tired a bit quickly though. Maybe I jumped into this training a bit too soon, but I figured he'd heal a lot faster if he wasn't being constantly weakened by Sea Stone. I don't care about him wearing cuffs or not. Neither him nor anyone in his family is a real threat to me. Only Katakuri is a bit more dangerous thanks to his observation Haki. Big Mom is just a big target that is also relatively slow. Her special moves also mostly rely on her sun and cloud souls, which are completely useless against me. Funny how she calls one of her attacks God of Lightning. Tinjin, I do hope she tries to use it on me, so I can at least get a good laugh while on their island. She should be a bit more resilient than Jack though. If a fight is to break out, I expect her to tank at least 10 hits. Her Haki is a lot stronger. She should also have Conquerors, which makes her even stronger. Katakuri won't be as resilient as Jack even. I expect him to be able to somewhat evade most attacks though. He will be the most annoying, but as long as I can disturb his serenity, he won't be able to use Future Sight much. I don't know a lot about the other cadres of the Big Mom pirates. Nothing besides the fact that they aren't of any concern to me. I doubt they'll take this too far though. I've been somewhat placating Oven. He should be able to somewhat calm down his family and hopefully prevent an all-out war. I can't exactly befriend the Whitebeard pirates if they don't participate in the War of the Best. Well, I can, but it will be a lot more annoying and difficult to gain their trust. This way, I will be able to both gain their trust and forge a tight enough relationship that I would be able to call on them for help later on when the world government realizes that I am a bigger threat than just a random bloke with a powerful devil fruit. I have no idea how many trump cards the government can deploy. With powerful allies, they will also be extremely reluctant to act. And by the time they realize the importance of the situation, the history of the world will already be out in the open. Big news, Morgan. I need to get in touch with him immediately after the war to form an alliance. I will be able to also give him a lot of spicy information about the world and some events, as I know quite a bit about this world. I also can listen in on conversations on any island I visit. Rumors will reach me first before any type of network that he can set up. Cake Island will be a pretty interesting place to gather information. The main base of Iyanko, plenty of conversations to listen into on that island. I plan to stay there for a few weeks too. Training on a ship is quite tiring, so taking a break there won't be that bad. I also get the chance to know the Big Mom pirates a bit better, even if their leader is a stupid slob. If I can befriend someone like Katakuri, the situation would be worth it. Oven himself is a bit of an arrogant prick, but he's mellowed out quite a lot. Guess losing half of his limbs did have some type of effect on his psyche. He seems pretty agreeable, but he also fears me quite a bit. It might just be that he doesn't want to antagonize me and risk any new injuries. He should be able to tell that he's not a big threat to me from the earlier display with that Sea King. Even without using my devil fruit fully, I should be able to fill him with enough holes to turn him into a net. Even so, we are soon reaching our first stop. We aren't exactly going to travel to Cake Island in a straight line. I don't want to just eat fried unseasoned meat for an entire week. Now, the first stop is a bit peculiar. It's a place that I've been meaning to check up on for a while. Dressrosa, controlled by none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, a little rat that I have a bit of a debt to repay to. I was obviously able to listen in on the conversations on Jack's ship before I got close to them and started killing everyone. Good old Heavenly Yakasha put a bounty on my head. I am sure I will find some pirates trying to collect it on this journey, but I doubt anyone of note will rear his head. I don't want to kill Doflamingo yet, but I do feel like giving him a small present. Currently, only his people are in the royal castle, as he threw out the royal family and enslaved them. I will probably make a nice storm strike them a bit. Nothing major, just a bit of property damage and maybe 1 or 2 deaths for messing with me. Well, better keep on going. Oven traveled and trained for around 5 more days before Dressrosa was in their sights. Oven wasn't expecting to stop at the island so quickly, but he did agree with Enel's reasoning about needing some spices for their food. The pirate didn't really care about escaping at this point, as he was heading for his family anyway, and Enel didn't exactly make him feel like he was a prisoner or anything. The seastone cuffs were absorbed into the ship at some point, Enel saying that he'd be able to use the materials at some point. Oven obviously didn't complain. It was a rather great turn of events for him. No cages, no cuffs. This wasn't a usual marine escorting prisoner situation. This was more of a regular trip than anything. Oven didn't even mind cooking. He was already relatively skilled in doing it, and Enel wasn't treating him badly anyway. Enel could tell that Oven had warmed up to him rather easily. Ah, the astounding effects of Stockholm Syndrome. Wait, that doesn't sound right. If he looks at me weirdly, I will kill him. The two of them reached the docks in Dressrosa without any issue, both of them gaining quite a few looks as they descended from the sky in their golden boat. Enel also put his suit and rear admiral coat back on, as he wasn't about to start training in Dressrosa. They jumped down from the ship without any issue. Oven didn't even lose his balance, having already fully gotten used to his peg leg. Enel touched the ship with both of his hands, as he compressed the gold and turned it into his usual spiked gauntlets. He handed his backpack to Oven. The pirate just nodded and put it on his shoulder. Oven, I'll rely on you to collect the necessary spices. I am not the best chef, so I'll trust you on this. Also, buy yourself some clothes if you find anything nice. You're bound to need a change at some point, Enel said as he waved his hand at Oven. Sure thing, Enel. Meet you back here in about 6 hours? Oven asked, trying to establish some sort of return so that they didn't waste time finding each other. He didn't bother asking Enel what he was planning to do, as he knew that the Marine likely had some business on the island. You can come by any time, don't worry. I'll know if you get here, Enel said as he simply started flying away using Jeppo. Oven sweated a bit when noticing what Enel had implied. Observation Haki spread out this widely? Why am I even surprised at this point? Enel stepped on air as he reached the middle of the island. He was quick to check the situation inside the castle, curious about how his good friend, Doflamingo, was doing. The scene he witnessed, however, managed to turn his plans around a bit. Doflamingo was dragging a woman by the hair, carrying her towards what Enel assumed were his chambers. Enel recognized the woman as well. Relatively tall and voluptuous lady, wearing a white dress with red dots. She had disheveled dark violet hair, and her face held a look of defiance, but her eyes were filled with indignation and frustration. The woman was none other than Viola, the crown princess of Dressrosa. Enel wasn't a hero. He didn't plan to rescue the people of Dressrosa. That was because he had a mission, and he knew that they would eventually be saved regardless of what he did. He had planned to destroy the palace a bit and kill a few crew members, but seeing that scene made the rage inside him boil. If I ignore something like this when I have all the power to stop it, can I really call myself a man? Chapter 38. A Warlord's Crimes. Doflamingo was pissed, to the point where he couldn't even find it within himself to calm down. He had lost all contact with the mammoth and Jack the Draft. He wasn't stupid enough to not notice what had likely happened. They were all dead. That blasted rear admiral had somehow managed to kill them all, not even leaving a trace of their bodies or the ship anywhere on the sea. The beast pirates quickly started contacting him, as they all knew that Jack had been pursuing a bounty he put on someone before he had vanished. So, Doflamingo was now stuck trying to placate the beast pirates, as they now partly blamed him for Jack's death. It was a stretch for them to blame him, but he knew that the beast pirates didn't give a shit if it was him or someone else that had killed Jack. They wanted blood because one of their core members was killed. Doflamingo had to pay a huge price to calm them down, one that was bound to put him behind a few years on his plans. And that made him angry, beyond anything that he had been before. He had just ended the call with Queen, another one of the 3 stars of the beast pirates. He and Queen had established the tax so that Doflamingo wasn't going to be attacked by the beast pirates and have his entire operation ruined. Doflamingo even cracked his glasses in anger, and he broke the throne inside his palace. Well, it was the palace of the Dressrosa royal family, but it was being ruled by him now, so he didn't care. Now, the former celestial dragon needed to blow off some steam, and unfortunately for her, Viola had walked into the room at the worst time possible. Doflamingo didn't waste any time grabbing her hand and dragging her towards his chambers. The woman somehow managed to break free, shouting in indignation. But the warlord got even angrier, slapping her once, sending her to the floor, then grabbing her by the hair and dragging her anyway. Viola shouted and struggled. Some strands of her hair were being ripped out as Doflamingo dragged her across the floor. Her long heels had been lost somewhere along the way, as she struggled with tears in her eyes. Many times, she cried herself to sleep. She had lost her father, her older sister. Even her young niece was forced to be a gladiator in the arena to placate Doflamingo's boredom. Deep down, she was hoping for someone to come, for something to happen, and for the man that had ruined her family to finally meet his end. But she knew No one was there to help her. She knew nothing would save her. It wasn't the first time Doflamingo was going to get away with taking advantage of her. At least that's what she thought. Wow, what an odd courting method. Doflamingo stopped in his tracks as cold sweat filled his back. In front of the warlord, the figure of a tall man appeared, swaying slightly as a marine coat flowed behind him. His long earlobes also swayed from side to side, as he used a grayish staff like a walking stick. His hands were adorned by a set of golden gauntlets. Doflamingo grit his teeth in anger when seeing him. He could recognize that look anywhere in the world. The main cause of all of his recent setbacks and problems. Enel, Doflamingo said as he reflexively let go of Viola's hair. The woman finally was able to look freely at the person that had arrived in the room. Her eyes widened with joy when she noticed that he was a Marine. But a wave of disappointment soon washed over her when noticing that he was a rear admiral. She knew that at least an admiral was necessary to take someone like Doflamingo down. Maybe he can call for backup? I can't lose hope now. Maybe he can help us. She reasoned in her mind as she was about to open her mouth and ask him for help. But Doflamingo's stare made her close her mouth shut as she looked at the ground in fear. A person that could help her was here, but she was fearing for her life. There was no way a rear admiral will be able to protect me from high-dash. Viola didn't even get to finish her thought as she felt a coat around her shoulders. Her eyes widened as she hadn't even seen Enel move. Yet he was at her side, and Doflamingo was currently a bit further away. The warlord had felt a chill on his spine. Doflamingo jumped away thinking that Enel was attacking him with his staff again, only to see the Marine completely ignore him and put his coat around Viola, a princess of Dressrosa. You seem to be shivering a bit. Are you cold? Enel asked with a relaxed smile on his face. Viola quickly blushed at the sight. She then decided to check something. She used her devil fruit, the power that allowed her to be called an insight human, to study Enel for a second, and her eyes widened at what she saw. This man, he is strong. She had never seen someone with that much power hidden within them. Enel was by far the strongest man she had laid her eyes upon. At least, he was capable of the most destruction. If she was to put it into perspective, then Doflamingo was a small star that showed itself at night, and Enel was more akin to the sun, completely outshining him in every aspect. The best part was something else, though. Within Enel she could feel a drive, a determination so powerful that it completely outshined Doflamingo's. His mind was also completely empty of any perverse thoughts, despite her disheveled appearance. She gulped a bit as a smile was making its way to her lips. She felt a familiar emotion coming from him. Rage, a rage so grand that it made her shiver a bit. It was akin to a boiling sea of lava, and she could tell that all of it was directed at Doflamingo, and there was no speck of fear, not even the slightest inkling of uncertainty. That confidence managed to get a rise out of her, as she started feeling something that she hadn't in a very long time, a strange sense of affection. Enel's mind was a complicated one, that much was plain to tell. But Viola also realized that there was another issue with this situation. Doflamingo is a warlord. Can he even be apprehended by the Marines? The thought made her a bit disheartened, but feeling Enel's rage and confidence made her believe that he'd at least protect her. And maybe he'd also take her family away from the clutches of that mad warlord. That would at least give them time to recuperate and hopefully take down Doflamingo eventually. What is the meaning of this, Rear Admiral Enel? I was just about to have some fun with one of my subordinates. I don't see how this is of any concern to you. Doflamingo decided to address Enel formally, knowing that he had the upper hand in the situation due to his status. Enel didn't say anything, only letting out a small smile. But Viola could tell that the smile was merely a way for him to express his rage. It was nothing more than a misleading visage. Subordinate, you say? Is that right? Enel didn't bother listening to Doflamingo. Instead, he looked at Viola, who was currently still sitting on the ground, with his coat around her. She clutched the coat as she covered herself with it, hiding her smile underneath it for a second. Doflamingo was angered by the fact that Enel ignored him, but he was still cautious. He already knew that Enel had a huge advantage in speed, and that observation Haki was also most likely his speciality. I'm not a pirate, Viola said as she slowly started standing up, making Doflamingo grit his teeth in anger. Enel could hear them crack at this point. I am Viola, the second daughter of the Riku family and one of the princesses of Dressrosa. She stood up proudly, finally being able to speak out freely in front of the man that had oppressed her for so long. Enel smiled at that. This time his smile was genuine, as he could feel Viola's confidence in him. He knew of her devil fruit powers, so he also knew that she could likely tell how powerful he was. Well, that addresses that, Enel said as he started slowly spinning his staff. Doflamingo scoffed at that. So what if she is a princess? Her royal family doesn't do anything for the Marines. Your superiors would never agree to this. They were dethroned 8 years ago, and everyone on this island hates them. He was quick to try and use his position again. Problem is, he didn't really know the Marines as well as he thought he did. Really now? Well, I better ask for their opinion then. Enel took a small transponder snail out of his pocket. He rang Sengoku's snail directly. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed into slits as he quickly dashed towards Enel. He wasn't stupid enough to let Enel inform the Marines of his crimes, but his agitated state of mind didn't allow him to sense Enel's next movement. A blackened staff hit him in the torso and sent him flying through the palace walls at breakneck speeds. Enel had only hit him half-heartedly, using only one arm as the other was still ringing Sengoku. But he had applied Haki to his weapon, something that he had managed to do for the first time on his way to Dressrosa. Viola's hair and the coat she was now wearing both flowed violently from the shockwave of that hit. Her eyes widened as she saw that exchange happen. Well, she only saw the aftermath, as she couldn't even catch Enel's staff moving, and Doflamingo was seemingly sent flying by a violent gust of wind. The princess was about to say something, but then she heard another voice. Sengoku's office, who is it? Someone had finally picked up the transponder snail, as Enel smiled a bit. Greetings. Rear Admiral Enel here. I've run into a bit of a situation here in Dressrosa, Enel said as he twired one of his earlobes. His observation was spread all across the island. He could feel Doflamingo's forces all gathering towards the palace due to the commotion, and Doflamingo himself seemed to be staring at the sky in confusion a few hundred meters away from the palace. Enel, this is Akainu. Glad that you are reporting from time to time. Finally taking your duties as a Marine seriously, I see. Akainu had just happened to be in Sengoku's office when Enel called. Sengoku himself was off to somewhere else, training in the courtyard with Garp most likely. Admiral Akainu answered as he knew that only important matters were told to Sengoku, the type that were usually extremely urgent, so he just responded directly. As an admiral, he could at least deal with some matters in Sengoku's absence. He also still didn't like Enel, but he also couldn't help but respect the Rear Admiral's willingness to face the Big Mom pirates by himself. No one would have forced him to go on that mission if he had just refused it, yet he did it anyway. That much warranted some amount of respect, even from someone like Akainu. Indeed, this is a rather serious matter, Admiral Akainu, Enel said as he could feel Doflamingo slowly getting up from the rubble, clutching his side as his subordinates all ran to support him. Alarms rang throughout the city as soon as the palace walls fell. Viola's eyes widened again as she realized that Enel was indeed speaking to an admiral. At this point, she was starting to hope that Enel would be able to do more than save some members of her family. Maybe he truly was capable of bringing Doflamingo down. Akainu immediately noticed the seriousness in Enel's voice. This was the first time Enel had addressed him with his title while speaking in such a serious tone. Warlord Doflamingo has enslaved the former royal family of Dressrosa. I was able to catch him in the act, attacking one of the royalty. As a Rear Admiral of the Marines, I ask for you, Admiral Akainu, to expel Doflamingo from the warlords. But regardless of that, he won't be alive to see today's sunset, Enel said with a blank gaze. He turned his head to the side, feeling that Doflamingo was already making his way back to the palace with an angry scowl on his face. At this point, Viola was almost bursting with joy, as she could feel the rage inside Enel rise when he said that last part. Enel. The Rear Admiral smiled a bit when hearing that voice. From the other side of the transponder snail, Enel could clearly hear the noise of Akainu's teeth clenching, almost cracking in anger, and magma bubbling. You are allowed to act. I will deal with any backlash that may come out of this. Akainu was actually boiling with rage as well, and Enel could feel it. I won't make it there in time. That scum will definitely try to run. It's up to you to dispense justice upon him. With that, Akainu hung up, as the Admiral shouted for Sengoku with an angry tone. Enel didn't say anything. He simply turned around to Viola, who was looking at him with starry eyes at this point. He simply handed her his snail, placing it gently in her palm with a smile spread on his lips. I'll be back in a bit, Princess Viola. Enel took a small bow and completely disappeared from the room, leaving only the eldest living princess of the Dressrosa kingdom in that room, with happy tears flowing from her eyes. Chapter 39. Responsibility and Absolute Justice. To say that Akainu was angry would be a gross understatement. He was beyond livid. He may have had his disagreements with Enel, but he didn't for 1 second doubt the word of his fellow Marine. He would always believe a Marine over a pirate. He didn't like the warlords in the first place. To him, it was a stupid system that needed to be abolished as soon as possible. Besides, he could feel it from Enel's tone, the seriousness of the situation, to the point where Enel would go against their orders and kill Doflamingo regardless of what Akainu's answer was. Akainu respected that. Even if he didn't like disrespecting orders, he could respect that. An unbending sense of justice and the will to carry it out regardless of punishments. So, he decided that, for now, he would push his disagreements aside, and that he would help his junior with the backlash. Sengoku. Akainu's angry shout was heard throughout Marineford, scaring a lot of people as the Admiral made his way down to the training field, where he knew Sengoku was supposed to be. By the time he reached it, he could see that most of the people there had been expecting him. The Marines were all looking at him worriedly, and Sengoku, who had been apparently sparring with Garp, was looking at him with a bit of frustration in his gaze. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We have a report that Warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo abused his status and took over the kingdom of Dressrosa, enslaving their royal family for his own amusement. The scowl on Akainu's face sent a shiver through the spines of most of the people present. Sengoku looked around a bit with an even more frustrated gaze. This type of news wasn't good to talk about so out in the open after all. How credible is this report? But the cat was already out of the bag. They needed to get to the bottom of the issue as soon as possible. 100%, there is nothing to doubt about it, Akainu said as he walked a bit closer to his superior. Shit, Sengoku's calm broke at that statement as he punched the sparring field he was on. The wind pushed back all of the people nearby, besides Akainu, who stood unmoved, and Garp, who was also narrowing his eyes at what he was hearing. Give me the details, Akainu. Now. Sengoku quickly started walking toward his office, and Akainu and Garp followed suit. Enel called you about it just now. He gave me that report and told me what he had discovered. He witnessed Doflamingo attacking a member of their royalty in person. Akainu crossed his arms as he spoke. It didn't take long for them to reach Sengoku's office. The fleet admiral clenched his fists a bit when hearing that Enel was involved. Garp also clenched his fists a bit, his usual relaxed expression turning into a displeased one for a few seconds. Doflamingo is a former celestial dragon, and he should also be as strong as a top cadre from a Yonko's crew. Please tell me Enel isn't going to do anything by himself. Sengoku spoke as he sat down on his chair. His goat walked up to him and tried to calm him down a bit. Enel has already assured me that Doflamingo won't be alive the next time we hear about the situation, Akainu said, his tone not wavering for a second. What? This isn't a joke, Akainu. Enel is strong, but Doflamingo is also strong, and he has all of his cadres with him. We'd need an admiral, at least 3 vice admirals and 10 rear admirals, along with a lot more soldiers to take a pirate crew of that size down. Sengoku had already thought of the logistics of attacking Doflamingo, and he knew some of the people in the warlord's crew. He knew that taking them down would need a decent investment. Akainu didn't even seem fazed by that. Neither did Garp, who relaxed visibly upon hearing that Enel was the one reporting this. Rear Admiral Enel is more than capable enough to deal with this, Both Akainu and Garp thought about that, but Akainu was the one to voice it, surprising both of the other people in the room. Didn't expect you to be the one to vouch for his strength, Garp said with a hearty laugh. He wasn't exactly concerned about Doflamingo being a celestial dragon, so he didn't think much of the situation. He felt a bit conflicted when hearing how the warlords were taking advantage of their authority to such an extent, but he had never liked the warlord system in the first place. He had been one of the people against it. Still, he didn't hold it against Sengoku, knowing that the fleet admiral couldn't go against the world government. Enel has proven himself capable enough. I was also able to witness his strength. Very few people in this world can match his speed, and just as few can properly react to it. He is precise and deadly. If he fights to kill someone like that dog, Doflamingo won't last even a minute, Akainu said with a scoff. He remembered how easily Enel had blown off his head. He wasn't able to use observation due to his anger at that time, but he couldn't even see the blow, let alone react to it in time. Enel was, by all definitions, one of the fastest Marines alive at the moment. The only person that Akainu believed to surpass Enel in speed was Kizaru, another admiral, and that spoke volumes of Enel's strength. Still, this isn't just about him. If he succeeds in killing Doflamingo, then another slew of problems will arise regarding this matter. Sengoku rubbed his forehead as the frustration that had been mounting turned into a headache. I plan to take full responsibility for this matter. Enel is currently acting under my direct orders, Akainu said with a steely gaze, completely shocking the others as well. Garp smiled widely at that. Didn't think this guy had it in him to actually make Akainu respect him to this extent. If you're willing to take responsibility, then at least Enel won't become a wanted man or a slave. But they will most likely still force me to demote him, Sengoku said as he ran his hands through his afro. Akainu scoffed a bit at that. He didn't like Enel being the rank that he was, as he was still lacking basic knowledge that some Marine recruits had. But he knew that Enel was deserving of such a rank. Anyone sent on missions to deal with Yonko crews deserved to be called the backbone of the Marines, to be at the top so that others could look up to them and appreciate their efforts. Let them try. See if they dare. Since Sakazuki here is doing it, then I'm also gonna dip my hands into this shit pie that we're baking. Garp ended up saying. He wasn't about to let only Enel and Akainu take slack for that matter, especially since he fully agreed with their actions. If Akainu was willing to stick out his neck for Enel, then he sure as hell would support the two of them. Seeing that both Garp, the famed Marine hero, and Akainu, the favorite admiral of the world government, were supporting Enel, Sengoku could only sigh. So much paperwork. Fine. You two will take full responsibility for this and placate the world government. Now we need to wait on Enel to update us. Sengoku had simply decided to let the situation run its course. Sengoku was still rather shocked that Akainu was willing to vouch for Enel, especially after their last few interactions. Thing is, Akainu didn't even consider that he was sticking up for Enel as an individual. To him, he was simply supporting a fellow Marine's justice. As Marines, they had the right to act and deliver absolute justice to all deserving criminals. Akainu was livid when hearing that such a criminal was under their noses the whole time. He obviously knew that Doflamingo was a rat, but he didn't think he'd dare enslave an entire kingdom's royal family. To him, if Enel had said that he was retreating, he wouldn't have blamed him. Maybe he would have looked down on him a bit, but he wouldn't have blamed him. He knew that Doflamingo wasn't made a warlord for no reason. However, regardless of that, he would have rushed to Dressrosa himself and killed the entirety of Doflamingo's crew and Doflamingo himself without any hesitation. At least he was saved from a pointless journey, and he only needed to deal with the world government. Akainu released a rare smile as he walked out of the fleet admiral's office. That bastard better not let any of these dirty pirates escape. Chapter 40. Conqueror's Haki and Swiftness. There I was, rushing back to the palace at the greatest speed I can muster. The earlier hit had dealt a few internal injuries, but nothing I can't fix with a few stitches using my devil fruit. At least I was able to tell my cadres to all head to the palace. Enel won't be an easy opponent, and I am unsure if I could take him on by myself. Jack the Drought was a lot more resilient than me, and there's not even a hair of him left. This Enel person must be hiding a lot of his strength, otherwise, I don't see how he'd be able to kill Jack without leaving a single trace. No one would believe me if I said that Enel killed Jack, but I know what happened. No one else on this side of the New World, not even an admiral, would be able to quietly snuff out someone like Jack. Yet, Enel managed to do it somehow. I also have a few hidden cards. From here on out, I'll try to not let him get close to me. At this point, that blasted rear admiral must have already called the headquarters, and Viola, that stupid wench, is also there to testify against me. I don't understand where she suddenly gained this confidence from, but after I kill Enel, I will also kill her, as she's already outlived her usefulness long ago. I've never felt this angry before, not even when my brother tried to betray me. But how can I not feel this much rage when the empire I painstakingly built is about to collapse right in front of me? And all of it is because of that stupid rear admiral. Rising star of the Marines, my ass. I don't care if I get in trouble for this anymore. As long as I get to at least kill him, then everything will be fine. The Marines wouldn't dare to touch me anyway. The world government will cover for me since I used to be a celestial dragon. I might lose some things, but I'm sure the rest of my cadres can escape if the worst happens. I'll stop thinking about that. For now, I'll concentrate on Enel, the one at fault for this whole mess. Heard from the hallway, and Viola was left there, clutching his coat as it was still wrapped around her tightly. She closed her eyes as she told a silent prayer, hoping that everything would end well for her family. Then she heard a large boom, and every window in the palace was broken instantly. She quickly started running to find the rest of her family, hoping to be able to get to them and form some type of force to fight Doflamingo's pirates. She knew Enel was strong, but she didn't know if he would be able to deal with every soldier under Doflamingo all at once, so she was rushing to assist him as best she could. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had been rushing to the castle, finally calming down his mind and spreading his observation Haki as far as he could. In that same instant, Enel had appeared in front of him. The rear admiral's gauntlet fist had already almost made contact with his face. A sickening crunch was heard as the punch connected, Enel sending Doflamingo flying in a downward spiral. But even though he heard a crunch, Enel knew that he had barely done any damage. Doflamingo was sent hurtling towards the ground, but he had managed to protect himself with armament just in time, having used observation at the right moment to sense Enel approaching. Doflamingo didn't have future sight, so even though he could feel Enel's approach, he still couldn't react in time to that attack. But spiritual energy moved much faster than Doflamingo's body, so armament was thankfully still useful to block Enel's attacks. Enel had still managed to bend Doflamingo's nose in an odd shape with that punch, but Enel knew that such an injury didn't mean anything to someone like Doflamingo. The warlord was quick to spin a few webs and broke his fall completely as he landed on his strings. Enel, don't think you're going to make it out of this alive. Doflamingo's threads quickly rushed at Enel, trying to entangle him and cut him to pieces. Enel used Jeppo, getting out of the way and arriving on a random building. The people below were panicking, but Enel didn't have the time to worry about them. He would still avoid hitting anyone in the streets. He would also make sure that Doflamingo's attacks didn't bother anyone either. There was also another annoying member of Doflamingo's crew. "Young master, allow me to assist you." An annoyingly high-pitched voice sounded from the side. Enel turned around to see Pika, one of Doflamingo's elite officers, about to dive into the earth. Enel knew that Pika could control earth and stone. He also knew that Pika was annoying to fight and that he could cause a lot of collateral damage and endanger a lot of the people in Dressrosa. So the rear admiral decided to act quickly in order to stop him. Doflamingo's threads couldn't even catch his afterimage as Enel appeared in front of Pika, much to the shock and horror of Doflamingo. "Pika, run!" The warlord shouted as his threads did their best to catch up to Enel, but he wasn't close enough to reach Pika in time. Pika wasn't exactly a pushover. He coated his entire body in Haki, preparing to receive a strike from Enel. The cadre tried to continue getting into the ground, but it was already too late. Enel simply pointed his finger at Pika's chest. "Heartstopper," he said as he tapped the cadre's chest and sent an electric pulse into his body. The electricity ignored Pika's Haki, as it reached his heart directly and paralyzed it instantly. The giant cadre tried to clutch at his chest, but he couldn't. He felt his muscles become numb in that split second. They weren't listening to him, and then his vision started becoming blurry. What? His voice became weaker with each syllable that came out of his mouth. The cadre collapsed to the ground in the very next second. Although Enel had called the move Heartstopper, it also fried the victim's brain, as Enel knew that some monsters in the world of One Piece could still survive with their hearts stopped for a few minutes. Pika! Doflamingo shouted. Finally, he started using his awakened devil fruit. Threads arose from the streets as Doflamingo's anger got the better of him. He had only been caught off guard for a few seconds, and one of his cadres was already on the ground. Worst of all, he had no idea yet how Enel had managed to do it. To him, and all of the people observing, Enel had just approached Pika, tapped him on the chest once, and then Pika seemed to try to clutch at his heart and collapsed. Enel used Jeppo, breaking away from the ground as threads arose from all around him, trying to entangle him and break him apart. Are you finally taking this seriously? Enel said as he turned into a blur, appearing by Doflamingo's side. This time, the warlord was expecting him though. A cloak of thick and blackened threads blocked Enel's staff, creating sparks as the shockwave broke a few nearby buildings. Don't play with me, Doflamingo said as he finally started releasing his Conqueror's Haki towards his enemy. Enel simply retreated for a bit and let the sensation wash over him. So this is it, huh? The willpower of the strongest people in this world. Enel basked in that feeling as he then noticed something else. This doesn't feel like anything special. His eyes flashed with light as he looked at Doflamingo's angered face. Conqueror's Haki. If someone like you can do it, then so can I. With a burst of willpower, Enel's aura spread out everywhere around him. The second Enel's aura came into contact with Doflamingo's. Lightning seemed to flicker into existence as the skies darkened and the world around them seemed to come to a stop. Doflamingo's eyes were wide open. Sweat was filling his brow as he took a step back. Startled or not, his will faltered for a second, and his concentration waned. And Enel took advantage of that split second, appearing in front of Doflamingo with a white spear already formed in his hand, turning black as armament covered it. And a forward thrust was all that he needed. Doflamingo didn't have any time to react. The only thing that had saved him was his instinct, and the fact that he already had his strings gathered around him. Enel's spear came into contact with Doflamingo's blackened threads as the warlord shouted in desperation. The exchange caused even more lightning to occur. It was as if space was breaking around them. Doflamingo couldn't understand. He simply couldn't wrap his mind around it. Why did the Marine in front of him suddenly have Conqueror's Haki? Doflamingo had never felt it from him before. He had no idea such a thing could even be possible. Even worse than that, why was it just as strong as his? Enel noticed that he couldn't break through the threads. His newly acquired Conqueror's Haki was also somewhat calming down, and he didn't quite have any mastery with it yet. His armament, although a lot stronger than a few weeks back, was still weaker than Doflamingo's. So, Enel was technically supposed to retreat at this point, but he didn't want to do that. He ignored the threads that were trying to pierce him in his back. He ignored the ones that were threatening to impale him instead. His staff seemed to deform, completely warping around Doflamingo's string armor as they sought to touch the warlord only once. And Doflamingo didn't know that. By the time his mind calmed down and he could use observation again, he was already almost entrapped in a blackened metallic sphere. Doflamingo quickly sent as many threads through the gap that still existed in the sphere, hoping to break out of whatever Enel was planning to trap him into. He was quick to follow them, jumping out through that gap without any hesitation, but as he was exiting, a tendril extended and grabbed his legs. He was about to break away from it, but he then felt something else. His powers, the ones he placed so much trust into, faltered. A part of Enel's staff had finally come into contact with one of Doflamingo's legs. Enel smiled, as the fight had ended in his mind, and Doflamingo was slammed into the ground by that tendril, as his control over the environment disappeared completely, and all of the attacks coming towards Enel stopped completely. Enel then formed something akin to a medieval man-catcher, as he caught Doflamingo's neck in it. The man-catcher was a staff, fitted on one end with what seemed to be a wide collar with spikes pointing inward. Currently, Enel forced Doflamingo to the ground using that staff, and the spikes were all puncturing into the warlord's neck as he screamed in pain. Enel's staff had put Doflamingo out of commission, as Enel then stepped on the warlord's head with enough force to fragment the street underneath him. Enel smiled for a good day's work, as he then caught the unconscious Doflamingo in a large sphere made out of his staff, leaving him there as he went on to hunt down the other cadres. The rear admiral didn't even bother to look back at the man he had so swiftly dispatched. Even if he was to try and escape, Enel's observation was covering the entire island. Doflamingo had no chance. Doflamingo's defeat was so sudden that he didn't even get to try using his strongest moves. He had just gotten serious when Enel had unlocked his Conqueror's Haki, and the fight was over seconds afterwards. But this was the exact reason why Enel had created his staff, to be able to end battles instantly without much issue. All he needed was to catch his opponent off guard. A split second was more than enough. And then it's over. And it worked like a charm. Enel had walked away from the battle uninjured, and Doflamingo was caught in a sea stone-laced ball. The next thing Enel did was to arrive behind Sugar, who he knew was the key to getting everyone to hate Doflamingo. She was somewhere in the castle, hiding after hearing the commotion. The little girl didn't even get to react as Enel's staff left a dent in her head, taking her out of commission instantly. Enel didn't feel trouble anywhere nearby, so he assumed that the elite officer was likely away on a mission and continued on with his day while whistling in the palace corridors. Enel then stopped for a bit and smiled, sensing something rather interesting with his Haki. To think he'd get involved as well. Chapter 41. Diamante and Involvement. Doflamingo being attacked by a marine was quickly delivered everywhere, as Viola did her best to bring out an army to fight against the warlord's numerous forces. Battles were occurring all over the city, while Enel faced off against Pika and Doflamingo. By the time Enel finished the two of them, the battles were still starting, so Enel was rather pleased with their response time. It seemed like Viola had prepared for something like this already. The first thing she was planning to do was to make her way towards the arena, to look for her niece Rebecca and hopefully convince the gladiators to help her. But as she was making her way there, every doll on the streets seemed to be turning back into humans as Enel had already finished off Sugar. The second the dolls turned back into humans, the public started remembering what Doflamingo had done. Pirates and marines transformed from dolls to humans, and now they all started heading for the palace with one goal in mind: kill Doflamingo. Doflamingo's forces now had their hands full, as Viola kept making her way towards the arena. As she reached the arena, she surprisingly ran into Kairos, who she now could finally remember, her brother-in-law. He was alive, missing a leg, but alive. Their reunion was rather short-lived though, as Diamante, who had been in the arena and was going to start making his way towards the palace, attacked the two of them brutally. Viola was almost cut in two, if not for Kairos, who pushed her out of the way quickly. Ha ha, seeing you two royal rats struggle like that is so funny, Diamante shouted as he figured he'd just enjoy himself in the end. There was no way Doflamingo would lose after all, and even if Sugar was knocked out temporarily, everything would return to normal. They'd just have a lot more dolls than before. Diamante licked his blade with a sadistic smile as he then swung it, making it flexible and using it like a whip to slash at Viola and Kairos. The two of them both jumped to the side. Kairos was lamenting the fact that he had just turned into a human. He had his sword, but he was still slowly getting used to his movements, and Viola was trying to figure her way out of the situation. Kairos, to think I'd be fighting the former champion of the arena in the flesh. Too bad you are pretty helpless right now. Diamante was about to start talking more and more about his enemies, playing mind games. What he failed to notice was a giant man that had just walked into the battlefield with a large bag on his back. That tall man was missing an arm and a leg. His orange hair was weird, arranged into 3 curved sections, and he also had a short, spiky beard. It was none other than Charlotte Oven. He had been collecting ingredients like Enel had asked him to before the animated puppets he saw everywhere all turned into humans, and the riot started. He then saw signs of fighting everywhere in the city, so he decided to check the nearest ones to him. He was rather curious. and he was confident that he would be able to deal with most enemies without any trouble. He then saw Viola. He didn't think much about her, but he noticed that she had a rear admiral's coat around her shoulders, which made him raise an eyebrow. I saw a few Marines get turned back from dolls, but that coat seems pretty familiar. Oven tilted his head for a bit, then he noticed something. A grease stain on the justice sign. A bit of sweat filled his brow as he remembered Enel using it as a napkin to wipe his mouth after eating some Sea King meat. Yep, it's his. Oven let out a small chuckle, finally getting the attention of the people involved. Kairos had already seen him, so he wasn't surprised. The gladiator only hoped that Oven was not an enemy, as Diamante was already troublesome enough. And Viola was a bit intimidated, as she realized who the person laughing was. Charlotte Oven? What is someone like you doing here? Diamante asked as his eyes widened a bit. Oven completely ignored him though, looking at Viola and asking, "Hey, the Marine that give you that coat, did he have really long earlobes by chance?" He asked as he stretched his legs, well, leg and peg leg, a bit. Viola's eyes widened, hoping that the pirate in front of her wasn't an enemy of her benefactor. "Don't bother answering, I know he did. He's not even insecure about them. I don't understand how," Oven said as he dashed towards Diamante, his fist cocked backwards as he struck the ground where the elite officer had been. Diamante had managed to slip away from the attack, but the shockwave sent him flying into the wall of the arena, making a small dent in it. Kairos was relieved that the giant man wasn't their enemy, Viola even more so, making a mental note that Oven was likely an ally of Enel. What is the meaning of this? Our dealings with the Big Mom pirates are still ongoing. We aren't enemies, Diamante shouted as he looked at Oven with a panicked face. There's no helping it since that guy got involved. The deal's falling through since Doflamingo won't be around to keep his end of the deal, Oven said as he shook his fist a bit, flicking a bit of rubble around. There's no way Doflamingo would lose. Doesn't matter even if his opponent is an admiral. Diamante had absolute confidence in his captain. He had no idea that Doflamingo was taken out of the fight in seconds due to his carelessness. Huh, sure. Oven then stretched his hockey-clad arm to grab Diamante. The elite officer was quick to bend like a flag in the wind and dodge the attack. At this point, Diamante was also getting angry, so he decided to start fighting as well. He turned his sword into a whip once more and started trying to attack Oven as best he could. Charlotte Oven wasn't intimidated by the undulating sword though. He simply reached out and grabbed it without any issue. Diamante was a bit shocked, but he should have expected at least that much out of someone from a Yonko's crew. Then, Oven did as his name implied, and melted the blade entirely using his devil fruit. Diamante was shocked, letting go of the sword and tapping his hands on the ground, making it unsteady and wavy. This only served to annoy Oven though, and it wasn't like he was alone. Kairos was also there, and he had a score to settle, as Diamante had been the one to kill his wife, Viola's sister. The former gladiator dashed towards Diamante, unbothered by the fact that he was missing a leg. That action alone made Oven somewhat respect him, as he was in a bit of a similar situation body-wise. Diamante shrieked as he dodged a slash from Cryos, only to be hit by Oven's fist directly and crushed into the ground. Oven didn't let go of him though, clutching him tightly with his hockey-clad hand and raising him up. Diamante tried to break out of Oven's hand, but was ultimately unable, as Oven's grip was too tight to slip out of. Oven was about to crush Diamante, but Kairos tapped him on the back, which made him stop for a moment. "What?" the Yonko pirate said as he turned his head and looked the much shorter man in the eye. "I want to be the one to finish him off," Kairos said with his eyes narrowed, looking at Oven without any fear. Oven looked a bit at the gladiator, then at Viola, who seemed a bit stressed by the whole situation. In the end, he sighed as he dropped Diamante on the ground, finally letting the elite officer of the Don Quixote pirates take a breath of fresh air. "Whatever. Do what you want," Oven said as he walked off to the side, not really caring to get involved any further. He had only gotten involved because he realized that Viola was likely Enel's associate. Beyond that, he didn't care about Doflamingo's crew or anything that was happening in Dressrosa. "Thank you for the help," Kairos said as he then stabbed his blade into Diamante without any hesitation. Viola heaved a sigh of relief and continued running into the arena to speak to her niece, running past Oven and only giving the giant man a look of appreciation. Oven continued to walk the streets unbothered by whatever was happening in the kingdom of Dressrosa. Chapter 42, Death and Hunt. I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. I'm able to look at this whole island. The way Doflamingo separated families and made people forget about their loved ones is something I had forgotten about for a bit. I mean, if I knocked out Sugar, I would have had enough reasons to take him down, as he also turned Marine officers and world government agents into toys. Now that I think about it, my momentary lapse in memory regarding that might just be related to Sugar's fruit. It's really one of the most demented in the series. Thankfully, I at least remembered that Sugar turned everyone into toys, but I had also kind of forgotten about Kairos in general, which means I was affected by her fruit too. Curious. At least everything turned out fine. Well, the situation isn't over, but there aren't all that many people left from Doflamingo's side. Most of his associates were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Download app, even civilians picked up weapons to fight against his rule. If I leave him in the streets, then he will 100% be killed by the civilians. And I don't want that to happen. He enslaved an entire kingdom, and I wanted their royal family to be the ones to kill him. He will still die. There's no question regarding that. But I didn't feel that he should die by my hand at first. But I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. I need to kill him quickly, and now that I think about it, if I give the honors to someone from the Riku family, Dressrosa's royal line, then the world government might try to harm them. The government is so deluded that they'd go out of their way to protect any celestial dragon, even a former celestial dragon turned pirate that technically enslaved an entire country. But I doubt the world government suddenly cares about people or slavery, so it shouldn't surprise me. It was a lot more surprising to see someone like Oven actually help people. He's not exactly been shown as a positive character in the series, but I guess he's gone through plenty of changes in a relatively short time. It might also just be because Viola is still wearing my coat, but the fact that he'd help someone associated with me is even more shocking, as I am a Marine, for now, and he is a pirate. I can sense that Viola and Rebecca have already met, and Diamante is dead by Kairos's hand. Oven went back to collecting spices, looting from stores by the looks of it. He's ignoring most of the conflict around. I would go to Viola to grab my transponder snail, but I don't feel like interrupting her reunion with Kairos and Rebecca, so I'll hold off on that. First, I'll finish off Doflamingo. There's someone else already with him too, so I should act now. Doflamingo was stuck. He didn't understand how he had lost. Everything had happened too quickly, and he was left trapped in a ball of what he assumed to be white gold and sea stone. He tried to struggle, to break out, but he really had no chance after being weakened by sea stone. His physical strength wasn't that bad, so he could still somewhat try to struggle. But Enel's staff was made of rather sturdy metals, so he was stuck in the end. "Young master!" Doflamingo heard a shout from the side. He couldn't turn around and see who it was, but he could recognize the voice of one of his subordinates. "Monet, what is the situation in the kingdom? Also, get me out of here quickly." He was quick to give orders to her, trying to assess the situation as best he could. "Young master, most of our people are down. I don't know what happened to Sugar, but every doll is back to being a human," Monet said as she ran toward him in a panic. "Are you serious? Where the hell is Treble? He was supposed to protect Sugar at all costs." Doflamingo was quick to lose his temper, as he wasn't exactly in the most flattering of positions. "Why, young master? You sent Treble away on a mission earlier today," Monet said as her voice trembled a bit. She quickly got to work through, using her devil fruit to try and cut through the strange sphere that imprisoned her master. Doflamingo scowled a bit as he thought about ways to salvage the situation, but he didn't have a lot of time to think. "Wow, I leave you alone for a few minutes, and now you're already trying to escape?" Enel appeared on the sphere, crouching down near Doflamingo's head and looking at Monet with a raised eyebrow. The green-haired snow woman was quick to dash at Enel, trying to kick him away from Doflamingo, but she was unfortunately outmatched, as Enel simply intercepted her kick with a Haki-enhanced fist, breaking one of her legs in the process and sending her flying upwards. Doflamingo at this point was cracking his teeth out of anger. The veins on his forehead were pulsing visibly, to the point where Enel thought he was having a heat stroke or a regular stroke. Enel tapped the sphere with his staff, absorbing most of the metal back into the staff, leaving only a few sea stone-laced chains wrapped around the warlord. What do you plan, Enel? I doubt you're stupid enough to actually kill him. Doflamingo's monologue was stopped by Enel's spear attempting to pierce through his chest. The warlord's eyes widened in shock, as the worst thing he could imagine just happened right in front of him. He managed to use armament to completely cover his chest just in time, but Enel's spear point also turned black. Everything slowed down for the two of them, as lightning once again sparked into existence. A clash of conquerors. This time Doflamingo was pulling no stops, struggling as his life was on the line. And Enel's anger was put on full display, as his spear seemed driven to pierce the warlord's heart. Doflamingo grit his teeth as he did his best to block Enel's spear from reaching its intended target. In this exchange, the only thing that could save him was his willpower. If he was strong enough, then maybe he'd be able to block that spear. Maybe it'd give Monet enough time to fly back to him and free him from those chains. But the world was never kind to Doflamingo. The chains around him pulled him towards the spear point. He could now feel the spear, slowly piercing his skin and muscle tissue. As he was helpless to act, the sea stone still stopping him from fighting back completely. Doflamingo couldn't help but scream internally about the unfairness of the situation, of how he refused to resign himself to such fate. Commendable will, but Enel's desire to kill him was even greater. In the end, the stronger will overcame the weaker one. With Enel's spear piercing through Doflamingo's chest completely, the warlord gasped as he felt the spear point leave a hole in his heart. Enel then pulled out his spear from Doflamingo's chest, turning it back into a staff and attracting the chains back to it. He took a step back and studied the dying warlord. Doflamingo stumbled forwards a bit. He looked genuinely confused. His usual smile was turned completely upside down as blood flowed from his mouth. He stretched his hand towards Enel, seemingly attempting to strangle the rear admiral in his last breath, only to fall forwards, unable to move forward. You probably think this is all my fault, that I was the one responsible for all of your problems, Enel said as he crouched down a bit, talking casually in the warlord's final moments. In truth, you did all of this to yourself. You were the one in control of your own life. You made your choices, and this is where they led you. Enel was mostly just speaking to himself at this point, not really gloating, just idly chatting by as he waited for Doflamingo to draw his last breath. The warlord couldn't even hear Enel's words, as he was far too focused on seeing his life flash in front of his eyes. Young master, Monet shouted as she flew towards Doflamingo, using her devil fruit powers. Enel didn't bother to stop her either, as he didn't see how she'd be able to help Doflamingo at that point. She seemed to grab his bleeding body within her arms as she wept. Enel tilted his head a bit as he tried to remember what connection the two of them were even supposed to have. He remembered Doflamingo somewhat caring for his close confidants, but he didn't remember much about Monet. Regardless, she was an officer in Doflamingo's army, so he swung his staff, hitting her across the head much like he did her little sister, Sugar. With her knocked out, he simply walked off to deal with the rest of the officers in Doflamingo's army. Not many people could face them within Dressrosa, and Enel wanted to end the war already, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. He planned to knock out people like Baby 5 and Senior Pink. The others he didn't really care about much. Viola, Rebecca, and Kairos were still hugging it out and reuniting. They were also joined by the former king, Ricadoldo III, who had apparently been cosplaying as a gladiator for some reason. It was a rather touchy reunion, one that, once again, Enel didn't feel like crashing. So Enel continued on his way to hunt down the other officers still in Dressrosa. Chapter 43, Smile Factory and Flow. Enel did as he had planned, taking out the rest of the officers with ease. Most of them he knocked out in the end, as he no longer saw the need to kill them. He then carried them all in one place, in front of the palace, and tied them all up using his sea stone-laced staff. Enel could feel that a crowd was already gathered around him, of both pirates and marines. They had managed to reach the palace with the sole purpose of taking down the man that had enslaved them. "Where is Doflamingo?" asked one of the higher-ranking Marines that had been turned into a toy. Enel could tell that he was a Commodore. "I already executed him under orders from our higher-ups," Enel said as he looked around at the crowd. The pirates and the Marines were starting to look a bit strangely at each other. With no common enemy for them to rally against, it was only natural that they'd jump at each other's necks. But Enel had had just about enough bloodshed for the day. "The war is over. Everyone can either leave or stay. I don't care." Some of the pirates had wanted to kill a few Marines to let off some steam, but Enel's gaze made them stop. Most of them had caught glimpses of Enel, zipping across the battlefield and taking out all of the stronger members of Doflamingo's crew. His presence calmed the situation down a bit. Enel didn't have the time to stay there forever, though. "All of you, behave. Start apprehending the rest of Doflamingo's men that are still alive. Contact the headquarters to come and capture them already." Enel started ordering the Marines around without any hesitation. The pirates that had gathered also started dispersing when talk of the headquarters started. They had been enslaved for years. They mostly didn't feel like going from one prison to another. After ordering the Marines around, much to the displeasure of the Commodore present, Enel simply went to another part of town. More specifically, the part that currently had the Smile Factory, a place the Enel decided to destroy, as he didn't think that Dressrosa had any need for it. Enel could see many dwarves coming out of the building, most likely hearing of the revolt and deciding to finally free themselves from slavery. Enel didn't care about them much, only waiting for all of them to exit the building before finally deciding to break it properly. He looked from a distance, not wanting to attract too much attention to himself while destroying the factory, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to do so without using his devil fruit properly. With a yawn, he pointed his staff at the building. A massive storm cloud circled around in the sky before a massive beam of lightning hit the factory. The dwarves scrambled further away, afraid that they'd also get hit by that strange beam of light descending from the sky. Enel had made sure to avoid them, though, so nothing would have happened to them regardless of what they did. This was nothing more than an extremely well-timed / convenient freak, weather anomaly in the New World. Nothing to see there. Enel knew that it was unlikely for such a thing to be linked to him, so he didn't really care. But he needed that factory wiped from existence. The Kaido pirates were bound to be a bit mad for the destruction of the Smile Factory, but since Dressrosa wasn't that far from the beginning of the New World, they'd be fine for now. Kaido's crew did suffer one too many defeats recently, so Enel did expect some things to change from the original story. Someone like Kaido wouldn't take nicely to the destruction of the factory that strengthened his army directly. Enel didn't really care, though. Much like Doflamingo, Kaido's days were numbered. Enel didn't want to deal with the Yonko himself. He felt that Joy Boy was the one fated to take down Kaido, as the prophecy in Wano country foretold, so he wasn't going to interfere with that. Enel needed Luffy to awaken his devil fruit at all costs. Making the drums of liberation beat once more felt necessary to fight against the world government. For Enel's plan to work smoother, he needed the return of the Sun God to happen without any obstruction. His fight with Doflamingo was derailing Luffy's adventure a bit, but Enel knew the drums of liberation would find a way to beat with or without Doflamingo. Besides, Enel was about to make a lot more changes to the world during the War of the Great. Enel needed to fulfill criteria for a certain turn of events to occur. He needed a high enough degree of certainty that the world itself was going to play by his rules and continue flowing uninterrupted. Enel knew that his actions were going to disrupt the flow of the world. Hell, they already had, but thankfully, Doflamingo wasn't as major an antagonist as Kaido himself. And Jack dying also didn't put that big a wrench in Enel's plans, which was why Enel killed him in the first place. That and the fact that Jack would have continued to hunt him down for a while, which would have been annoying. How do I go about doing this? In a sense, I want everything to go perfectly, but I know that perfection is a stupid thing to strive for, and that it is human nature to fail. The more I think about my plans, the less it feels like I am truly in control. It feels like I am truly leaving a lot to chance, that I am somehow betting on the world making way for Joy Boy's resurrection regardless of my involvement. It feels odd, as if I am trying to fish for a dragon with a wooden rod. Maybe I should stop betting on things to happen and forge my own way? But that would destroy any prediction that I could make about the future. Can I even say that I know the future at this point? I know of some events that will happen, but if my plans are to alter them, then what can I say I truly know? Maybe I just need to not get caught up in the moment too much. To avoid drowning in a sea of uncertainty at every step of the way, questioning my actions and fearing how they affect the future I know of. In the first place, why exactly was I even sent here? I've been thinking about it more and more. But was what I gave the Wanderer even considered kindness? I've never been one to put much value on money. So one could say that I didn't give him anything of value to me, which wouldn't qualify as kindness. But, in the first place, that god seemed to have no idea what kindness even was. Do humans even have any idea of what kindness is? Not really. Putting someone out of his misery is kindness, and so is giving someone money and food. It's an odd concept, and that's exactly what that god said too. Really, why am I even thinking about that god anymore? It's strange, but he didn't seem horribly interested in humanity. So I doubt he'd get in the way of my plans anyway. At least I hope he won't. Enough of the existential crisis, though. I should stop trying to control everything and go with the flow for now. I've already altered this world a lot. Constantly stressing out about the future won't help me anymore. I'm sure the world has its own plans, and the coming of Joy Boy is something that has been prophesized for hundreds of years. My interference and the changes I made in a few months shouldn't even be able to change that. I don't even have the time to contemplate all of this now. I really should get my coat back, otherwise, the other Marines might start acting up thinking I am some type of pirate. I think I gave the Riku family enough time to catch up anyway. I should start heading there. Chapter 44. The Royal Family. Rebecca was confused at first, not really knowing what the commotion was about in the arena. She wasn't exactly liked by many people there, so no one actually talked to her. Her lineage was actually hated due to Doflamingo manipulating everyone into thinking they had been incompetent rulers and tyrants. She didn't expect some of the gladiators to suddenly start spewing slurs and hate Doflamingo with a passion. But this was similar all across the city when people regained their memories of their loved ones as soon as sugar was knocked out. Rebecca, the pink-haired princess, also received quite a few apologies from some of the gladiators, as now they knew that Doflamingo was the cause for their suffering. The next thing that shocked Rebecca was seeing her aunt, Viola, walk into the hall and scream out for her. Kairos also came in, but Rebecca had some issues remembering him at first. Then all of her memories came back to her, as her eyes widened and tears started falling. A lot of the gladiators could now recognize Kairos too, a legend that had conquered the arena at some point, his statue still standing tall in their halls. Even when missing a leg, Kairos still had the presence fitting of a champion of the arena, and many respected him for it. Rebecca ran and embraced her father with tears in her eyes, not knowing even what to say. Viola simply looked to the side a bit, not letting the two of them bask in each other's presence. Then she noticed someone else walking towards them, another gladiator. She took a stance, thinking that maybe he was an associate of Doflamingo. It was a strange assumption to make, as Doflamingo's soldiers within the arena were currently being killed by the gladiators without any mercy. Even Spartan, one of the gladiators that had bullied Rebecca within the arena for a long time, was at the forefront of those gladiators, as he mercilessly killed as many of Doflamingo's men as he could. Viola was still not exactly in a calm state of mind, though, as everything was happening too quickly around her. Relief only finally washed over her when the gladiator took off his helmet, revealing the aged face of an old man with grayed-out hair and beard. Viola had a hard time while under Doflamingo's tyranny, but she could still recognize the man in front of her at first glance. Father. It was none other than Ricadoldo III, Viola's father, and she had a similar reaction to that of Rebecca when seeing her father again. She had suffered a lot to get to that point, and finally seeing someone she could consider a parental figure made her cry, as she felt she could finally show a moment of weakness. This was the same feeling she had felt when seeing Enel. For a large part of her life, she had lived in fear, putting up a strong face and doing her best to survive with everything she had. Even appearing vulnerable was like asking to be taken advantage of, and she knew that from experience, as she hadn't always been as hardened as she was now. Still, she was even forced to join Doflamingo's forces in order to get him to spare her father. So she was obviously emotional now that she got to see him again in person. At least in front of her father, she could finally let go for a moment. The old King Doldo could only grit his teeth when seeing his daughter in such a state. "I'm sorry, dear. I wasn't a good enough father, nor a good enough king." The old man had felt helpless for the longest of time. Having his family dismantled and his kingdom usurped made him reflect a lot on his life. It was as if he was stuck in a pit, and only now that he saw his family all gathered in one place did he start seeing some light. Now that his memories of Kairos had also returned, he was a lot happier too. "And no, none of this is your fault, father. It's all because of Doflamingo. He was the one that caused all of this." Viola still shivered a bit when mentioning the deceased warlord's name. Well, that was only because she didn't know Enel had already ended his life. She thought that Enel was likely still fighting him somewhere near the palace. The old king simply heaved a tired sigh and started patting his daughter's head for a bit. "Still, it was my duty to protect this country as its king, and it was my duty to protect you as a father. I failed in both regards, unfortunately, to the point where you also had to give your freedom for me to preserve my life." Doldo still felt ashamed when thinking of his failures. But that had been his life for many years now, living his life in shame as he had failed to save anything that he held dear. That was also likely the only reason Doflamingo was letting him live in the first place. To toy with him, to let him live with the shame of being useless to both his people and his family. To Doflamingo, seeing Viola prostrate herself at his feet was likely even more entertaining, which was why he had also kept her around and enjoyed himself with her. Rebecca was similar. She had been too small to catch the warlord's attention at the time, so he just threw her in the arena and stopped caring about her. It was no mistake that Doflamingo was a disgusting man. Viola herself knew that she wouldn't be able to rest properly for a long time if she didn't see him dead. Viola wanted to open her mouth to refute her father's statements. She would never call her father useless. To her, he was the only king she would ever respect, the only one she'd bow her head to willingly. Let's not dwell on the past anymore, though. What is happening? Why is Doflamingo's grip on Dressrosa suddenly weakening? It made sense for him to ask this. Rebecca and Kairos's attention was also captured by that question. The two of them finally breaking the hug and looking at the exchange between Viola and the former king with curiosity. Well, that's a bit difficult to say. A rear admiral appeared in the castle while Doflamingo was mistreating me. He should be fighting Doflamingo right now, but I'm sure Doflamingo has his elite officers with him by now. Besides Diamante, I guess, and Treble, who isn't on Dressrosa. Viola was rather quick to give them a rundown of the situation. The old king also noticed that Viola was wearing a marine coat, which somewhat gave validity to the whole story. "Rear Admiral? We need to get there quickly. He will need our support," Kairos said as he gripped his sword with an angry look. "Indeed. If this person is even still alive. Somehow, we've been all freed. The people of Dressrosa have also started revolting. Even if a rear admiral can't win against Doflamingo and all of his cadres, we still have the people on our side, and maybe reinforcements are already on their way. Doflamingo's grip on our kingdom has already slipped." The old king didn't have high hopes of being able to save their benefactor, the rear admiral that had saved Viola. He also felt indebted to him, but he knew how frightful Doflamingo was, and knowing that Doflamingo wasn't even alone made things a lot worse. And no, he should be fine. Even if Doflamingo and his cadres ganged up on him, he would still be fine. And he's not even alone. He's got that Charlotte Oven's help too, Viola said as she clutched onto the coat that was still wrapped around her shoulders for a few seconds. "You seem rather confident in his strength. I'll take your word for it. You have a better eye for people than your old man," Doldo said as he sighed a bit. "Still, we should start gathering some fighters and heading there. We need to help with whatever we can," Rebecca said as she clenched her fist for a bit. Kairos gave her a proud gaze, looking fondly at the woman his daughter had become. "Yeah, no real need for that." Every member of the Riku family heard that voice, and all of them turned their heads toward it at the same time, with Kairos quickly putting his hand on his blade and jumping in front of his daughter. In the corner of the hall, sat atop some boxes holding gladiator training equipment, stood a rather tall blond man. He was dressed in a formal costume, wearing regular black shoes. His most defining feature was definitely his long earlobes, adorned with golden earrings. This was obviously none other than Enel, looking at the four royal family members with a relaxed gaze. Kairos was about to ask the newcomer about his identity, but Viola was the one to open her mouth first on this occasion. "Rear Admiral Enel, are you okay?" She ran towards him without much hesitation. Kairos relaxed a bit when seeing that. The old king raised an eyebrow when he heard the concerned tone in his daughter's voice. Rebecca was only confused for a few seconds before it finally clicked in for her. "Oh, he's the rear admiral that's fighting Doflamingo." Kairos looked at his daughter with an odd gaze. Doldo simply scratched the back of his head. Enel just gave her a strained, awkward smile. "Why, are there any other rear admirals on this island?" Enel asked as the smile on his face became a bit genuine. "Enough about that. Are you okay? Did you manage to run away?" Viola jumped in front of Enel and grabbed both of his gauntlet arms. Enel didn't really know how to react for a second, but that wasn't due to embarrassment. He simply didn't think her reaction was going to be that strong to seeing him again. Why would I run away? Doflamingo is dead, by the way," Enel said as he took one of his arms back and waved it in the air a bit. What? What do you mean he's dead?" "Barely 30 minutes have passed," Viola said as she looked at a random clock in the arena hall. "Yeah, he didn't really last more than a minute. I didn't want to interrupt your family reunion, though," Enel said with a wide smile as Doldo, the old king, sweated a bit in the background. "So he was just waiting for us to finish?" was the thought going through the heads of most of the people in the room. Wait, even if you're strong. How did Enel decided to interrupt Viola, not wanting to stretch out the conversation more than needed. "Well, I specialize in speed. Doflamingo specializes in his devil fruit usage, and I have a sea stone lace staff. Let's just say I was a bad matchup for him. Pika is also dead, and I apprehended the rest of the officers on the island." At this point, the royal family looked at Enel with a strange gaze. "Excuse my distrust, but this is the type of thing you have to see to believe," Kairos said as he wiped the sweat off his brow. Rebecca simply nodded her head, looking at Enel with a wary gaze. Viola, in stark contrast, looked at Enel with starry eyes, and she seemed extremely excited, which made old man Doldo sigh a bit. Enel didn't even look like he had been in any fight, which made Viola trust his version of events even more. Besides, she could easily tell when someone was being dishonest with her, and she could tell that Enel was telling the truth. In the end, the princess ended up just hugging Enel tightly, burying her face in his chest as she shed tears of happiness. This made Enel raise an eyebrow, while wondering if he should return the hug or not. This princess is awfully friendly. I guess she's excited about finally being free. No need to discourage her now. With that thought, he just hugged her back. Not with as much passion, though. Doldo, the old man, simply looked at Enel and Viola with narrowed eyes. "If Viola believes him, then so do I," the old man said in the end, gaining strange looks from both Rebecca and Kairos. Enel ended up looking at the three of them with a calm gaze. His tone was a bit strained in the following sentence, as Viola was still hugging him. "You do realize that you don't have to take my word on this, right? You can literally go out to the palace and see them, including Doflamingo's body." The members of the Riku family that weren't latched onto Enel all looked at each other, then simply nodded. And with that, they were off, and all of them started walking toward the palace. Chapter 45, Truth and Celebration. Enel and the Rika family all walked onto the streets, looking around, seeing bodies all over the place. The war had many victims. Enel had expected that to happen after he knocked out Sugar. The aftermath was still not pleasing to the eyes. The royal family had similar thoughts, but they knew that some sacrifices had to be made in order to take down Doflamingo. Fortunately, most of the bodies on the streets belonged to Doflamingo's troops, as they had no way to be prepared for the sudden uprising. Enel's attack was beyond unexpected, as no one even knew that a rear admiral had arrived on the island besides a few sailors at the port. And the sailors had no reason to care about a marine showing up, as Dressrosa was rather free of pirates under Doflamingo's rule. It was also rather strange, as the situation was over extremely quickly due to Enel's involvement in the whole thing. With him taking care of all of the powerful people in Doflamingo's crew, the other Marines and pirates that were turned back into humans were able to easily overwhelm the rest of Doflamingo's forces. The gladiators breaking out made things even quicker, and the situation was finished in 30 minutes, more or less. Enel walked side by side with Viola. The royal family members were walking a bit ahead, their pace a bit faster, but it was already becoming pretty clear to them that Enel wasn't lying. The situation was over. A war had been fought in under 30 minutes against a pirate crew that could enslave an entire country. Then they reached the palace. At the front door to the palace stood atop a flight of stairs all of the officers of Doflamingo's army. All of them were bound and gagged by what seemed to be chains made out of white gold. Enel used his staff for this. He would retrieve it when the Marines arrived with sea stone cuffs, though. To the side, the Rika family were able to see Pika's body sprawled out on the ground. It was hard to tell what had killed him. But what was on top of him made the Rika family stop in their tracks, including Viola. Doflamingo, or more accurately, the warlord's body, was thrown atop Pika's. It was rather clear that the former tyrant's heart had been pierced. The gaping wound on his chest was rather plain to see, and it was large enough that one could fit their hand through it. Viola trembled a bit at that sight. Enel couldn't really tell what emotions were going through her mind. Was it fear? Did she start fearing him now, even after his death? Was it excitement or happiness? Did seeing Doflamingo's corpse give her some sort of pleasure? Enel wouldn't really hold it against her in that case. Regardless, Enel was at a loss for what to do when she genuinely started crying. He was thinking of comforting her, but all of his toiling over books didn't really prepare him for emotional moments. He had always been easily able to befriend others, but he always had issues with more sensitive situations. Under normal circumstances, he'd avoid them completely, but he knew that he couldn't really do it in this case. He had a responsibility to see everything through to the end. He didn't hug Viola, as he didn't want to scare her. He believed that women that went through what she had wouldn't be quite accepting of a man's touch, at least not that intimate. He simply patted her back a bit, like one would do when seeing a crying child. He felt a bit odd doing it, but he didn't know what else to do. Still, in Viola's mind, that action was enough. Hell, she felt that Enel had done enough the second he put her coat around her shoulders and blasted Doflamingo through a few walls. She ended up being the one to hug him, taking her gaze away from the body of the monster that had abused her and her family for the better part of a decade, and planting her face right back into Enel's chest. Enel would have panicked, maybe if he was a bit younger, but he ended up just sighing and hugging her back. He knew the consequences of his actions. He knew that what he did today might affect the future that he knew. But at the end of the day, not doing anything would have made him just as disgusting as Doflamingo. So what if Luffy would no longer have an army of pirates under him? So what if he wouldn't be able to grow from such an experience? Even if Momonosuke didn't get kidnapped, Enel knew that fate would always find a way for Joy Boy to return, as was prophesied. So he simply decided to go with the flow. So he just hugged Viola back. For now, his observation Haki still spread all over the island, keeping a close watch on everyone, to make sure that Doflamingo didn't have any more hidden allies that he had to watch out for. Still, he could tell that there was no one left. Treble was nowhere to be seen/felt, but Enel knew that there was no way the elite officer of the former Don Quixote pirates was going to return to Dressrosa, no matter his loyalty. Enel knew about Virgo, but he was of no concern for the safety of the Rika family. If anything, what remained of Doflamingo's loyal followers would all come after him, and Enel didn't really care for them. Viola herself was in a strange state of bliss. It was difficult to even begin to put her happiness into words. She simply hugged Enel as if her life depended on it. Snuggling up to him, this was the first time in a very long time that she was this comfortable around a man. The fact that his thoughts were completely devoid of any perversion certainly helped. She could still hear it, his honest heartbeat, his conflicting thoughts. It was clear that he was doing his best not to take advantage of the situation, likely because Viola seemed to be in a rather vulnerable state currently, and the princess could obviously tell what Enel's thoughts were. She could tell the type of person he was, she could tell that he was older than he looked, that he was stronger than he let on. But she didn't care. None of that interested her. What she cared about right now was the feeling of safety she received while she embraced him. Even if Enel didn't seem to be particularly infatuated with her, at the very least she could tell that Enel had a positive opinion of her, and she could work with that. There was something else bugging her, though. Enel was strange. Unlike most people, his mind was constantly wandering off, his thoughts often getting jumbled up in countless droves of possibilities that Enel could think of. Enel was obviously a withdrawn person, someone that wasn't necessarily hard to interact with or that had trouble interacting with others, but that didn't quite revel in being around a lot of people constantly. Still, she stopped reading him after a while, feeling a bit strange about intruding into his mind for so long. The fact that Enel somehow knew what she was doing was also rather strange to her. But she didn't want to start questioning her benefactor, especially since he didn't have any bad intentions. Both Enel and Viola were broken out of their respective stupors by a fake cough, coming from none other than Viola's father, the old King Doldo. Enel looked up with a bit of an apologetic smile, and Viola also broke off from him with a slight blush. She turned around and studied the scene a bit more. Apparently, more people had gathered around them asking Old Man Doldo to become king once more. The old man gratefully accepted it. He was glad to see that the people would still accept him despite his failings. Then he turned around to see his daughter not really paying attention to anything at all. "I apologize, father. I got carried away," Viola said, departing from Enel's side regretfully. She was aware that this was a big day for her family and for their kingdom, as they were finally free. But she simply couldn't begin to deal with a flurry of emotions so quickly. "I must also apologize, King Doldo. I will be more careful in the future," Enel said while nodding sagely, making Viola blush a bit and making Doldo raise an eyebrow. "In the future? Oh, how quickly they grow," Doldo thought to himself with a smile. Enel didn't mean it in that way, though, but it barely mattered anymore. "I can't possibly be mad at the one that saved our kingdom. I believe such a joyous occasion deserves a feast," Doldo said, gaining cheers from all around him. Many lives were lost, but just as many as were saved. And now, after so many years, they were finally free. Free from shackles so devious that many didn't even know about them. Free from being manipulated, used, and thrown away on a sadistic warlord's whim. Enel sweated a bit when hearing the proclamation. A day or two of celebration won't be too bad, right? Chapter 46. Relaxation and Shady Business. 3 days. Who knew I'd be spending 3 days drinking with the people of Dressrosa? I obviously called Oven here too. So, here's the current matchup. We currently have a high-ranking Marine, me, a child of a Yonko, Oven, and the entire royal family of Dressrosa. I don't know how this happened, but it did, and I don't mind. Oven also seems to be enjoying himself. He seems to have formed some form of bond with Kairos. Most likely because he helped Kairos deal with Diamante, and that they both share some similarities with their bodies. It went to the point where Oven actually asked if I could build Kairos a similar peg leg to his. I refused though, because gold is a rather weak metal, and that type of peg leg works well with Oven because he still has his knee somewhat intact. Kairos seemed to understand, but Oven was still pouting about it even after a whole day passed. Viola was also looking a bit sad about it. So at some point, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll make him a mechanic leg. I didn't have much knowledge about this in my past life, but the old Enel was a genius in this aspect. Taking inspiration from both our memories, I was somewhat able to scrounge up a mechanic leg that moves as normally as a natural leg. This isn't even that advanced in this world, as people like Vegapunk and even Frankie were capable of even greater feats. A doctor was needed to attach it though, as it needed to be connected to nerve endings as well. The leg itself was made from a few different metals, but I obviously didn't use my staff or my gold. King Doldo was rather pleased with providing all of the necessary materials. Kairos is still getting used to his new leg. He can move it, a bit more strain than I first expected, but I was able to make a few adjustments, and it should work like a charm now, hopefully. Well, Kairos still has to get used to it, but it should at least be smoother than before. Right now, I am just sitting on the balcony of the palace, watching the streets as houses are being repaired. Oven is off sleeping somewhere in the castle. The Rika family should also be sleeping right now. I can't really bring myself to do so. The citizens are also not sleeping. The able-bodied ones are working currently, saying that they will only rest when they could finally see a clean street. Bodies were being collected and buried or burned. There was a lot of work to do after all. And me? I'm a Marine, so I'm not exactly helping them. But I can't sleep, even if it's in the middle of the night. I feel it. In the distance, many ships are currently approaching the island. I know they are Marine ships, but some of the people abroad are certainly not Marines. I already know most of the powerful figures within the Marine headquarters. I know the important figures in the Marines in general. This fleet shouldn't even be coming from the headquarters, as they arrived here too fast. But I should still be able to identify most high-ranking officials. The people on board seem a bit odd, 2 of them to be exact. I can tell that they are strong enough to be called vice admirals. Yet they seem to be masquerading as recruits. Even if they try to hide their strength, I can tell from the way they take their strides, even though they are undercover, they still don't seem to be doing any work a Marine recruit would do on the ship. I guess they don't expect anyone to watch them so closely. Besides, I can clearly hear what they are talking about. They are having a conversation about Doflamingo's body and what to do with it. They also name-dropped me in their conversation. The only conclusion I can reach is that the people arriving are likely Cypher Pole agents. They obviously aren't stupid enough to talk about their mission while undercover. But the way they carry themselves is off-putting, to say the least. They are shady, and they are basically gossiping about me. If the old Enel was the one manning the stations, then the entire ship they're on would already be at the bottom of the ocean. But I was expecting them to arrive, as this is a matter concerning the death of a former celestial dragon. Even if it's a former one, it's apparently still an important matter for the world government. I know that I can trust Akainu to have my back in this matter, but I can't trust the world government to not try something stupid behind the backs of the Marines. So, what are they planning here? Eventually, Enel smiled widely. Why don't I pay these recruits a visit? They shouldn't be slacking on the job after all. With that, Enel vanished from the balcony, appearing once again above the clouds near the ship. Enel then simply took one step and appeared on the ship. There were 2 recruits that interested him, and he landed right behind them, making them jump in different directions as they turned around to stare warily at him. Oh, such great reflexes for recruits. Say, why aren't you 2 mopping the decks? Enel said as he tilted his head a bit. At this point, the chipper pole agents realized who they were looking at. It was none other than Rear Admiral Enel, one of their main targets in this mission. The agents only had so much information regarding Enel, but that was because the world government also had almost no information on him. Sengoku had been keeping a close eye on Enel for a while, so they could at least discern what type of person he was. Now, he had done something major. Killing a born celestial dragon was an extremely major transgression. The circumstances didn't matter. So, the Cypher Pole agents had a rather complicated mission this time. 1. Retrieve the warlord's body covertly. 2. Scout Enel out to see how strong he truly is. 3. Do their best to cover up the incident at the scene and try to erase any evidence, either photo or video. Spread rumors, fake evidence, and destroy the real evidence. The world government would handle the rest with the press. It was deemed that 2 CP0 agents were enough for this, so the 2 of them weren't exactly worried about fighting Enel and completing their mission, at least not until now. Just from this small exchange, the agents knew that fighting Enel wouldn't be so simple, and they also couldn't act now, as they had yet to secure Doflamingo's body. We are sorry, Rear Admiral. We were just admiring the view. The 2 of them quickly took a bow. Enel simply gave them a wide smile. Admiring the view? Huh? Figures. Try not to slack too much. Your job is also important. The decks on these ships don't have a self-cleaning feature, Enel said while nodding a bit. Then he headed elsewhere, ignoring the 2 CP0 agents while whistling to himself. The agents looked at each other. Sweat was present on their brows. They realized that Enel could tell something was off about them, so they were left with only 2 choices now. Either flee, ignore their mission and suffer the consequences, or continue their mission regardless of Enel's presence. They were rather confident in their own skills, and Enel's speed wasn't going to take them by surprise a second time, right? In truth, that was what every enemy Enel fought usually thought. But Enel wasn't usually using his full speed in the first place. If Garp was to describe it, it was as if he was weirdly fluctuating his speeds, sometimes appearing slower, sometimes faster. It was an odd strategy, but it served its purpose, as Enel had made a fighting style for himself that allowed him to end battles as quickly as they began. All he needed was a moment of carelessness, a small slip, and the fight would be over completely. Things became complicated against non-devil fruit users, but Enel was decent at improvising, so he wasn't exactly worried about the CP0 agents either. He knew that they were decently strong, but he also knew that they weren't strong enough to pose a threat to him, devil fruit or not. Enel then proceeded to meet up with the ship's captain and started discussing the logistics of the Dressrosa incident, not bothering to cover up even the slightest of details. After all, Enel knew that the world government would make a large effort to cover the crimes of a former celestial dragon, so he was going to make sure that as many people as possible knew the truth. Mid-conversation with the ship's captain, Enel remembered something that made him amused for a bit. I wonder how the CP agents will react to the way I transport my prisoner. I can't wait to see their faces. Chapter 47. Departure and Connect. When seeing how the cipher pole was involved, Enel decided to spend a few more days on Dressrosa. King Doldo obviously gave him a room in the castle, and Oven was also allowed to basically do whatever he wanted, as he was considered Enel's comrade at this point. Oven and Kairos were basically sparring partners now. Oven was obviously stronger, but it seemed that Kairos was improving really quickly thanks to his new leg. Enel had technically created a work of art that would fascinate most researchers. Still, he knew that it had plenty of areas where it could be improved upon. And Enel really didn't think it was that special either, as he had seen others in the series turn themselves fully into cyborgs. Regardless of that, some other things had been happening in regards to the Dressrosa cleanup. Enel had closely observed the CP0 agents without holding back at all. He had basically kept his eyes on them at all times. Enel only slept around 4 hours per night, so it wasn't hard for him to keep a close watch on the agents. Still, Enel decided not to stop them from taking Doflamingo's body, nor did he stop them from planting some random pieces of evidence. He realized what they were doing eventually, and he honestly didn't care if the world government tried to hide the matter right now, as he already had plans on how to use this cover-up in the future. He obviously took pictures of the two agents in the act of planting evidence. The agents weren't able to spot him, as he was basically standing on the clouds while doing that. Still, Enel knew that his stay on Dressrosa needed to come to an end soon. This fact was amplified by the moment he heard that the Straw Hat Pirates had successfully raided Eni's lobby and escaped from a buster call all in the same day. This was a reminder to Enel that Ace's capture was getting closer and closer, and the war was most likely going to begin by the time he finally returned to Marineford. So, he decided that it would be for the better to continue on with his journey to the Cake Islands. Oven seemed to be a little reluctant to leave, but he was also rather eager to get back to his family. He and Kairos shook hands with a deep nod, a promise to likely meet again and spar in the future. Enel also shook hands with King Doldo, took a small bow, and took a few steps, only to run into Viola, the person he was not exactly most excited to meet during his departure. "Enel, so I guess this is it, huh?" she asked, twiddling her thumbs a bit. She was dressed in a more royal dress, a deep blue that seemed to match rather well with Enel's own costume. "I do have a mission to carry out," Enel said with a small nod. He and Viola hadn't spent much time together since that fateful day. Enel was rather busy spying on the agents and commanding the cleanup process of Dressrosa. The princess herself was also rather busy with her own family matters. The only free time she had spent it sleeping. She remembered sometimes passing by Enel's room during the night, only to see the lights still on, but she was a bit too anxious to walk in. Maybe it was due to tiredness? Maybe she just didn't want to bother him, as he was likely working deep into the night. But still, their interactions were few and far between, which made Viola feel like their relationship wasn't quite what she wanted it to be. "I see," Viola said as she looked at the ground for a bit. A weird frown found its way to Enel's face as he noticed her mood. In the end, he sighed and hugged the princess without much build-up. It was sudden. He only embraced her tightly for 1 second, then started walking off. Viola was flabbergasted for that 1 second, before smiling and looking at Enel's back with a smile. "Don't forget to come and visit me when you're done," she shouted as Enel's back disappeared in the distance. She couldn't hear if Enel responded, and she couldn't see if he had nodded. She was caught in her own world for a bit, before continuing with her work. Enel and Oven made their way to the docks. Their presence was rather well received by all of the civilians. The two of them then passed by the two CP0 agents, as Enel had taken this route specifically to run into them. They seemed flabbergasted when seeing a supposed prisoner, walking around freely looking as healthy as ever, sporting an expensive-looking golden peg leg, and not shackled by anything at all. They were startled at first, but then they decided to use that as a reason to finally test Enel's strength. The two of them were quick to hide in an alleyway and change into clothes more appropriate for their ranks, finally ditching their recruit disguises and wearing white tuxedos with white coats. They also put their masks on. Each wore a different colored wooden mask to hide their identity. Enel smiled when feeling that, knowing that they were about to do something that could be classified as stupid. "Rear Admiral Enel." Enel and Oven turned around when hearing that shout from behind them. Oven was a bit confused, but he didn't think much of it as he figured Enel already knew about them beforehand. "What is the meaning of this? You are prancing around with a well-known pirate in the middle of the streets. Are you betraying the Marines?" The two agents made it a point to sound as disgusted as possible as they took their fighting stances. One of them took out a sword, a long katana that seemed to be just as tall as him, so around 2 meters, and the other took out a chain and a sickle. It was clearly long. The agent spun the sickle above his head with rather impressive skill. Oven just raised an eyebrow at the weirdos in front of him. He didn't for 1 second think that they were an issue to Enel. If anything, the fact that they were using metal weapons meant that they were genuinely unintelligent. Well, strange interlopers that don't know how to introduce themselves. "This man here is my prisoner. I have a mission given by Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself, and I didn't receive specifications on the way I should transport him," Enel said as he glanced at the two agents with an amused smile. "I've seen better acting in porn opera," was the thought going through his head. "That doesn't matter. You are transporting a devil fruit using prisoner. Where are the sea stone shackles you received?" the agents asked while they prepared to pounce. Enel, at this point, was about to burst out laughing. Oven just scratched the back of his head for a bit, looking at his peg leg for a bit, before an idea rose to his mind. "Well, Rear Admiral Enel has control over metals, as you two must know already," Oven started saying, gaining the attention of the agents instantly. "He made this peg leg using his gold. The moment I misbehave it will wrap me up like a candy bar," Oven said while staring at the ground. Meanwhile, Enel was contemplating those words. "You really think I'd use that much gold for your peg leg? Reasoning with them is a waste of time," Enel said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Oven ended up shrugging his shoulder and looking to the side, pouting a bit. The two agents both dashed toward Enel, weapons slicing towards Enel at breakneck speeds. Enel simply grabbed both of their blades with his blackened gauntlet hands. The two CP0 agents smiled underneath their masks as they felt their blades start to cut into Enel's gauntlets. But that smile didn't last long, as both of their blades were instantly splattered into blobs of metal, leaving the two agents looking flabbergasted at what remained of their weapons. And, from a single moment of carelessness, Enel grabbed both of their heads and slammed them into the ground with enough force to send Oven flying a bit. He dusted his hands after slamming them into the ground, then looked at Oven, who was wincing a bit. "Let's get going," Enel said as he started walking towards the docks again. Oven ended up just shrugging, stepping over the unconscious agents without even looking at them twice, and continuing with his way. "Yeah, that went about as I expected it to," Oven thought to himself while whistling a bit. Chapter 48. Long Journey, Waves, and Preparedness. And so, Enel and Oven continued on their way, now stocked with supplies to last them until the next stop without much worry. It took a while for the CP0 agents to wake up. They were still in the middle of the streets, but Enel and Oven were both gone completely. The two agents genuinely thought they were going to be killed the instant Enel placed his gauntlet hands on their faces. Thankfully, Enel didn't see them as big enough of a threat to kill them. The agents also started fleeing from Dressrosa. The results of their test were rather obvious. Enel was most likely closer to an admiral than a vice admiral, to the point where they, as vice admiral-level fighters, couldn't even react properly to his moves, and were taken out instantly. If Enel had fought to kill instead of playing around with them, they would have definitely died just as quickly, most likely by their own weapons. They were right. Well, as right as they could be with the information Enel was kind enough to give them. In truth, without the speed that his devil fruit provided him, Enel was now in the lower rankings of vice admirals, which was thanks to his Haki and mastery over 3 of the 6 powers. There was a lot to improve still when it came to body, which was why Enel decided to not stop training at all during the entire rest of that trip. Oven was a bit reluctant at first, but he got used to the constant training, as he could also feel himself grow stronger alongside Enel. Another week passed by, with Oven and Enel constantly training. At this point, Enel could harden his body perfectly. He was now able to consistently use Tech-Eye, and Oven's hits didn't do much damage anymore. Their next stop was on a random jungle island. The two of them camped there for one night, so that Enel could also get some sleep. He couldn't exactly sleep while flying the ship, so they needed to take some regular breaks like that. Regardless, Enel had already planned out these breaks beforehand, and Oven was also rather tired, as he didn't really sleep often either. At this point, it wasn't exactly a secret to Oven that Enel had a masochistic/sadistic way of training, and it had to be that way. Enel was in a rush to get stronger, and the less time he wasted the better. It went to the point where Oven got so used to the pain in his muscles that he no longer felt it. Enel was in a similar position, where he got so used to the pain of Oven's punches that he no longer felt them at all. Tech-Eye or no Tech-Eye, Enel could now tank Oven's punches without any issue. Enel could now also use Kami-E with some degree of mastery, which made him rather happy. Garp's suggested training method certainly had its merits. Hell, Garp wasn't a marine legend for nothing. The two of them continued on their journey without any issue. The closer they got to Big Mom's territory, the more anxious Oven grew. At this point, he didn't want his family to harm Enel in any way. The Rear Admiral had been nothing but friendly the entire journey, and Oven might have been haughty and villainous at some point, but he couldn't quite act like that after what he had gone through. And after around a month of constantly training, eating, and laughing with Enel, even his prideful mind couldn't help but see him as a friend. There was also the fact that Oven couldn't quite bring himself to see Enel as a mere Rear Admiral. As a pirate, Oven respected strength, and he saw that Enel was stronger than most people around. Pirates had attacked them on occasion, or, well, they tried to anyway. Enel usually handled them in less than a second. Oven had seen pirates with bounties even higher than his go down instantly at Enel's staff. All of that anxiety culminated when Enel and Oven finally could see Cake Island in the distance. Seeing an island made out of sweets is so strange, Enel muttered as he steered his ship closer and closer to the Yonko-ruled island. It may be weird, but it's home, Oven said, some sweat rising on his forehead. Listen, I think it's better if you leave me on the shore of the island. If my brothers and sisters were to see my state, I'm unsure how some of them would react. Although some of them might even shake your hand. Oven didn't say that last part out loud, but he knew just how his family worked, and to say that they were a close-knit bunch would be wrong. Although some still cared for each and every sibling, there was plenty of internal conflicts. Don't worry, besides, there are a few things that I want to look at while on the island. I'm not exactly helpless, Enel said with a smirk. Oven simply sighed and decided to just trust Enel's judgment this time. Still, he knew that if a fight was to break out, he'd be forced to help his family, as they were the ones he was most loyal. Enel also knew that he had formed some type of friendship with Oven in his journey, but he still didn't fully trust Oven, so he was somewhat flattered by Oven's concern. Still, Enel had some time left till the war, and he knew that returning to Marineford would mean he'd also have to answer a lot of questions. His rather quick disposal of Doflamingo and his subsequent altercation with the CP0 agents had already become known to the Marine headquarters, so he knew that Sengoku would likely confront him if he returned early. Worst of all, and the main reason why Enel wanted to avoid a quick return, his fight with Doflamingo had been apparently filmed. Enel didn't even realize that. His Haki was spread everywhere on the island, but He had a lot of things to keep track of all at once, so he didn't bother with people that just looked at him fighting. So he failed to sense someone actually filming him. So, for a short while, some people in the world saw how easily a feared warlord was manhandled. It was like looking at an adult bullying a child, actually. There was also the Conqueror's Haki, something that managed to shock everyone that managed to catch a glimpse of that video. Thankfully, the world government quickly covered it up, for various reasons, so not a lot of people actually got to see the recording, only a few important people did. Therefore, Enel didn't feel like having to answer any more questions than necessary, so he simply planned to stay on Cake Island for another few weeks. At least until Ace's execution was officially announced. At that point, questions would have to wait, and Enel would also be able to just leave the Navy and not bother with answering any of them. The plan still stood, using the Summit War, the War of the Great, as an opportunity to befriend the Whitebeard pirates, a way to gain much-needed allies for his future ventures. Enel had also paid attention to the news during his journey, so he knew that Blackbeard had officially become Crocodile's replacement within the warlords. This obviously made Enel realize that Ace was already captured and turned over to the Marines, and this also meant that Luffy had already dealt with Gecko Moria and was on his way to the Shabati archipelago. The Summit War was relatively close to starting, and Enel felt like he was ready for it. Still, he'd take a few more weeks to train a bit. But first, he'd have to pay the ruler of the region, Big Mom, a visit, as well as officially deliver Oven to her. Chapter 49, Totoland and Family. And so, Oven and Enel stepped on Big Mom's main island, Totoland, which was also said to house a road poneglyph, one of the 4 scripts necessary to access Raftel and catch a glimpse of the fabled One Piece. Enel knew that his arrival was bound to be a bumpy one, but the people within the territory were seemingly going on with their lives normally, civilians willingly living under a temperamental emperor's rule. After all, no one would dare to attack the main territory of Big Mom herself, so this was one of the safest places on Earth for them. Enel knew that this was the case for a lot of Yonko-ruled islands, mainly the ones under Whitebeard's control. Kaido was more of a tyrant than anything, and Shanks was a bit of an unknown quantity when it came to territory. Enel wasn't actually ever able to find anything about the islands that Shanks's territory consisted of, but he didn't really care, as he didn't plan to engage much with the red-haired man. Now, some would argue that Big Mom was likely a lot more annoying to deal with than Shanks, but Enel had the advantage of already knowing Charlotte Linlin to some extent. He knew that she, like most other Yonkos, was prideful as could be. He knew that she was thriving off of the souls of others, and he knew of her obsession with sweets, as if that much wasn't obvious from looking at her territory. The best part, Enel knew that Linlin was somewhat simple-minded. He knew that he wouldn't be able to convince her of anything, as she was impossible to argue with or against. She was too willful to listen to anyone. She was basically just an overgrown child, with far too much power. There weren't all that many things she could do that could take Enel by surprise. Enel actually considered her children to be a lot more devious, though. He needed to pay attention to that. Enel didn't see any high-ranking figures of the Big Mom pirates on his way to the center of the island, but he was sure that the family was already notified of Oven's return. Enel also saw plenty of wary gazes directed toward him, especially from the populace. It was rather rare to see a rear admiral strutting around on Yonko territory. Gotta say, I was expecting a warmer welcome, Enel said as he and Oven walked through the forests. Honestly, I wasn't. I think it's better that we get no welcome than if we were to get a violent one, Oven said as he looked around the forests with a sneer. He could hear the trees whispering, mocking the marine that had stepped foot on the territory of an emperor of the seas. Enel didn't seem to care for them. They were just trees, after all, not deserving of an opinion on his mind. Enel did feel someone approaching them, someone that he could somewhat recognize. A man that was around 5 meters, 16 feet 8 inches, tall. His hair was short and crimson, same as his eyes. 2 distinct scars were present on each side of his face, looking as if someone had tried to stitch his mouth shut. He wore a massive light ragged scarf that covered his mouth, a torn leather vest with Charlotte written on the back that exposed most of his heavily muscled torso, a pair of dark gloves and pants, a belt with a skull-shaped buckle, and spiked boots with spurs. Enel instantly recognized that figure as Charlotte Katakuri, the elder triplet brother of Oven, and someone that Oven idolized. Oven seemed excited when seeing his brother. Katakuri's reaction was a bit different though. Who did this to you? Oven? Katakuri appeared well and truly angered. Enel raised an eyebrow, and so did Oven. Were they not supposed to be informed of Oven's state already? Enel thought to himself. Oven seemed to be just as confused, but he answered without hesitation. It was Admiral Akainu, big brother. He was the one to bring me to Marine Ford, Oven said as he looked down at his missing limbs. His golden peg leg at least looked decent, but that didn't really make up for the fact that he was missing a leg. Katakuri seemed to get angrier by the second. Enel simply tilted his head to the side, thinking of how to go about avoiding a fight with Katakuri of all people. That bastard. I guess this truly means war then. Trust me, brother. We won't stand for this, Katakuri said as he clenched his fist. Thank you for the concern, but I don't know if we should start a war right now, Oven said, looking toward Enel a few times as he sweated a bit. Katakuri noticed that. He looked at the rear admiral in front of him with a wary gaze. At this point, there were very few people that didn't know who Enel was. Katakuri knew that Enel was likely as strong as an admiral, so he figured his brother was just scared for his life. You have no reason to be concerned, Oven. You are home already. You are no longer a prisoner, Katakuri said as he walked closer to his brother. Oven smiled a bit at that. Thank you, brother. But I don't really feel much like a prisoner, honestly, Oven said while scratching the back of his head. Katakuri raised an eyebrow at that, a bit confused. I wasn't restrained during the journey back. We even had a stop to party with a kingdom's royal line, Oven said as he turned his head towards Enel slightly, who was just twirling his earlobes and yawning. Since Oven was willing to vouch for him, then the confrontation with Katakuri was mostly avoided. Katakuri was staring at him as if he were a weirdo. I understand. I'm guessing you don't want this particular Marine to be killed then? Katakuri said as he tilted his head a bit. Oven just nodded and sighed a bit, knowing that it was going to be difficult to explain to his mother. Katakuri considered whether or not Enel treated his brother well just for this reason. But he also knew that Enel was strong enough for Katakuri to not be entirely sure of beating him. Doflamingo may not have been anywhere near as strong as Katakuri, but he was a powerful pirate with an awakened devil fruit. And Enel had taken someone like that down in a matter of seconds without even getting scratched. Someone with that much strength wouldn't cower in front of a Yonko even. So Katakuri was at least a bit thankful to Enel for not mistreating his brother. But that didn't mean he was any less angry at the Marines for what they had done. Very well, I personally won't bring any harm to him. But his fate isn't going to be decided by me, Katakuri said as he shook his head a bit. Oven seemed to get the message too. Well, I can bargain a bit. I should be able to make Oven a new arm and leg. Well, as long as I have the required materials. In the end, Enel decided to speak up, which made Oven smile a bit. Oven knew that Enel was capable of designing him mechanical limbs, but he hadn't mentioned it as he had just been a prisoner until now, so he was still a bit reserved. Still, he had personally seen just how smoothly Kairos was able to use his prosthetic leg. He knew that he needed the metals to be highly resistant to heat though. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use his devil fruit at full power without constantly melting them. Katakuri didn't seem impressed though. He just stared at Enel with a blank gaze. It was the fault of you Marines that this happened in the first place. Regardless, it's up for Mother to decide what she is going to do with you, the tall crimson-haired man said as he sighed a bit. Let us continue to the chateau. Mother is expecting us. Enel didn't seem to care for Katakuri's cold look. He figured he'd be able to clear things up when he got to speak with Big Mom. Oven also didn't want his family to murder Enel, so he hoped the rear admiral would play his cards right this time. He knew that Enel was strong, but he didn't have any delusions of him being able to escape from Big Mom. Chapter 50. Meeting a Yonko. Heading for the whole cake chateau in silence isn't exactly what I expected. Katakuri seems extremely wary around me, but he's not outright hostile thanks to Oven vouching for me. At the very least, I will be able to speak to Big Mom for a bit. But knowing her, she won't listen to me all that much. I need to be careful with my words, but I also don't feel like bowing my head to an overgrown child prone to throwing temper tantrums and even harming her own family. Overall, I'm not exactly worried about Big Mom, but I also don't want to make an enemy out of her so early on. If we end up fighting in the future, then it can't be helped, but now there's no reason for us to come to blows. In the first place, I joined the Marines to learn the 6 powers and Haki. Even if I made friends there, I won't be making enemies out of a Yonko for the sake of the world government. I guess I'll see how things go. There are also Lean's other children, many of which at least somewhat care about Oven. Well, not all of them care about him. If I remember correctly, some siblings aren't quite as cruel as the others. There are certain clashes between them. Still, most of them do care about their siblings. I don't know about someone like Paraspero, for example. I don't think he would give much of a shit for Oven's injuries. He is more likely to care about the Navy disrespecting Big Mom herself by capturing Oven. I remember him being an extremely sadistic individual, but hey, he did have good relationships with his siblings, so his reaction could still surprise me. The Big Mom pirates are an extremely cruel and sadistic bunch. I need to tread lightly if I want to not cause a war. Worst case scenario, I stop the war from happening by crippling one side. If I destroy the island we are on too much, they will be stuck here rebuilding and won't have time for the Marines. At least until the Summit War is over, we would be fine. Still, there are a lot of people that I don't know how will react to this. The fact that Sengoku didn't tell anyone of Oven's state is also a bit concerning. That would have at least prepared them a bit for seeing their sibling in such a state, even if it wouldn't change the final outcome all that much. I remember him saying that the world government doesn't want a war. Did he expect me to placate the Big Mom pirates and not just escape immediately? That's highly unlikely. Sengoku doesn't know that I am as strong as a Yonko, so if he sent me to placate Big Mom, he'd think he's sending me to my death. Wait a second. The timing might just be really shitty for him. The Summit War is already in motion, so he's most likely planning it out already, contacting pirates to sway them to betray Whitebeard and all that. He should have his hands completely full with both planning out the war and cleaning up after the Dressrosa incident. So it's possible that he simply forgot about Big Mom. Both Akainu and Garp are likely preparing for the war. They won't have the time to remind Sengoku of this. Was I really forgotten like that? Maybe they just figured that I'm strong enough since I took down Doflamingo with ease. The recording should have reached Marineford before the world government got to erase all evidence of Dressrosa being the fault of a former glacial dragon. Whatever, I'll just deal with this and be done with it. The 3 of them reached the chateau rather quickly. No one approached it. They had run into a few of Oven's siblings, but they didn't approach, as Katakuri was also there, escorting what they assumed was a prisoner. Still, Enel had seen quite a few siblings look at Oven with worry in their eyes, signifying that the Big Mom pirates might have been a bit closer to one another than Enel had initially expected. Enel could feel that all of the higher-ranking members of the Big Mom pirates were waiting inside what he assumed to be the throne room. So, the 3 of them walked silently towards it. Upon entering, Enel was finally able to see her in person. Big Mom, a round, obese old woman. She had an enormous physique, standing at 8.8 meters or just shy of 29 feet tall. Round, orange eyes, with prominent eyelashes, and wore thick purple eyeshadow. She had a very wide mouth with full lips sporting red lipstick. She also had long, curly, and wild pink hair that fell halfway down her back, as well as a long beak-like nose. Big Mom wore a large pink bicorn hat bearing a Jolly Roger on the front. She also wore a pink dress with red polka dots and white ruffles, with a wide white cape attached to its back that fell to the ground. Enel studied her for a bit. She didn't really look that intimidating, and she surprisingly seemed to be in a good mood. The Rear Admiral tilted his head a bit as he saw both Katakuri and Oven bow and greet their mother. He didn't bother with that, only looking around the room a bit. As Enel had expected, most of the siblings didn't seem to be excited to see him there. And those that were, Enel could surmise that they were for the wrong reasons. "I'm glad to see you again, Oven," Big Mom said as she swayed from side to side on her throne. She didn't seem outright interested in his appearance. Enel wasn't exactly shocked by her uninterested tone and gaze. She was known to not be quite caring to her children. To her, they were just tools, after all. Still, having one of her tools damaged should have made her a bit irritated. Enel assumed he was going to see how irritated she was soon. Now, I wasn't expecting a Marine to come all the way here, let alone a Rear Admiral, Big Mom said as she licked her lips with a hungry look. Enel didn't react much to her words visibly. He wondered how Big Mom would have reacted if someone like Garp dropped by. A mere Vice Admiral like him maybe would have gotten the same treatment. Don't judge me by my ranking. It was my mission to assure Oven's safe return and to prevent a conflict with your Big Mom pirates. I am merely carrying it out, Enel said as he leaned on his staff a bit. The entire room was looking at him with open hatred, Katakuri and Oven being exceptions. Surprisingly, Big Mom was also one of these exceptions. Good, good. At least the Marines know their place. Mama, Lin had started laughing in her own annoying way. Enel didn't bother defending the Marines, as he didn't really care. The rest of her children also joined her in laughing a bit. Enel thought it wouldn't last long, but as she continued laughing for a minute or two, Enel was getting a bit irritated. Can all of you just shut the fuck up already? Enel shouted, exasperation present in his tone as he now understood just how annoying the Big Mom pirates could be. He had remembered them being a frustrating bunch from the show, but he hoped he'd be able to hold it in. Turns out he may have overestimated his resistance to bullshit. The room turned deadly silent, as every gaze turned back to Enel in an instant. This time, even Big Mom looked pissed off. Oven trembled a bit, and Katakuri just raised an eyebrow. I understand your grievances, but did you really have to do that? Katakuri thought to himself as he scratched the back of his head. A rather bold Marine dog, coming here and barking in my castle, Big Mom said as she rose from her seat, anger obvious in her features. I was going to just take 2 of your limbs, but now I'll also take your lifespan. Maybe you'll be a bit less arrogant if you only had a few years left in you, Big Mom said as a sadistic smile rose to her face. Most of her children also seemed to mirror her smile, while Enel just shrugged. Oven gulped a bit as he clenched his fist. The worst possible scenario was happening right before his eyes. Katakuri's gaze turned serious as he thought of ways that he could bail Enel out of the situation. But he knew that arguing with his mother was useless. If anything, he and his brother would also come to harm. I will respect my brother's wishes. I won't fight Enel, but I can't protect him either. Katakuri simply started walking to the side and leaned on a pillar. He was going to stay neutral, but if any of his dear siblings were to be in mortal danger, he would interfere. As to him, their lives mattered above all else. I guess a fight was going to break out anyway, Enel thought to himself as he started twirling his staff behind him. Chapter 51. Soul and Fear. Big Mom licked her lips greedily as she stared at Enel. She knew that he was decently strong, so she was rather excited to taste his soul. But first, she decided to take a look at it. She had seen many souls, and she had had the pleasure of tasting most of them, either Marines, bounty hunters, or even her own children. To her, all souls looked the same. But what she saw made her stop in her tracks completely. Her gaze became stony, almost looking petrified. It wasn't something natural. Lin simply couldn't understand what she was looking at. It was strange, but the second she tried to stare at Enel's soul, she felt odd. She realized it rather quickly. Enel simply had no soul. No life energy to speak of. It was as if she was looking at a corpse, but that corpse was moving around perfectly and seemed to be able to talk too. The more she looked at the enigma in front of her, the weirder she felt. She was about to open her mouth and ask Enel where his soul was, but then she felt as if something else was looking at her, something that slightly unnerved her. She felt that she could see another pair of eyes right on Enel's shadow, red eyes that stared at her with disinterest as if she were an insect. She raised an eyebrow, at first prideful as she was an emperor of the seas. Her Conqueror's Haki flared up at that gaze as she imposed herself. Her children around her seemed to react to that, all of them stepping backwards, hoping to not get caught up in her rage. Enel also raised an eyebrow at the outburst. He was getting a rather strange feeling as well. Big Mom was confident in herself, but the more defiantly she stared at Enel's shadow, the larger it became, and the pair of eyes seemed to become more bloodshot, as if finally acknowledging her. More and more eyes started appearing inside the enlarged Ned's shadow. Tentacles seemed to be extending towards her, trying to grasp at her. She could feel them. not on her body, but on her soul. She had never felt that insignificant before. This was the first time since her childhood that she had felt so panicked, that she had felt she was no longer in control of anything. What the hell is this thing? Was all that she could think of. She quickly took her gaze away from him, no longer trying to find Enel's soul as cold sweat filled her back. She could feel it, if she was any weaker. That gaze that had stared back at her would have broken her will completely. She couldn't understand it, but one thing was pretty clear to her. His soul was almost certainly off limits, if he even had one. What? Big Mom herself was shocked by how weakened her tone was. And her children now also noticed that something was wrong. They all rushed to her side as she fell backwards on her ass. She rubbed her forehead in pain. Enel stopped twirling his staff as he looked a bit confused. What? Enel could also feel something strange. It was as if there was someone else standing behind him. He turned around, only to see the hallway he had come from. Completely empty, with no sign of anything even moving. Even the wind refrained from making any sounds. Oven and Katakuri had also rushed to their mother. Even if she was callous and uncaring toward them, they were still fiercely loyal to her. Enel didn't bother stopping them. He was still frozen there as some sweat appeared on his brow as well. What the hell is he doing here? He could recognize that presence, but that didn't serve as any peace of mind. Enel was your name, right? Big Mom said as she was slowly starting to get up. She was still clearly weakened, which was shocking to all of her children. Katakuri looked toward Enel with anger in his gaze. What did he do? He knew that Enel didn't move at all. He had been keeping a close eye on him. That question was automatically answered, though, when Katakuri saw the panicked and confused expression on Enel's face. Why, yes, that's my name, Enel said as he started regaining his bearings. Whatever that thing's motivations were, Enel knew that he now had to deal with them. I don't know what you've gotten yourself into, but I don't want you anywhere near me or my children, Big Mom said as a serious look reached her eyes. Although she was uncaring to most of her children, she still had her motherly instincts. Seeing all of her children rush towards her and try to support her even when she was weakened, it gave her a warm feeling. They were her family, even if she had seen them as tools, that didn't matter. They were hers anyway. What did you see, Lin? Enel had realized, to some extent, what had happened. It wasn't that hard for him to piece it together. A few minutes of silence passed by. No one spoke a single word, and no one even bothered to address the fact that Enel wasn't using honorifics with Big Mom either. I don't know, but I don't think I want to know either. Some things are better left unknown in this world, Big Mom answered. At this point, she seemed to have recovered her strength. Her children looked shocked at the weird turn of events. They also didn't stop Enel when the latter turned around and simply started leaving in a hurry. Perispero and Smoothie were about to follow Enel to make sure that he wouldn't escape. But Big Mom reached out her arm and stopped the two of them. This made the others even more confused, as they had never seen their mother act like that. Mother, what happened? Oven asked. The concern in his voice was evident as he looked in the direction Enel had retreated on. Enel has no soul, Big Mom ended up saying after another period of silence. The Emperor was still trying to make out what had actually happened. Her thoughts were all jumbled up as her mind seemed to be unable to forget the gaze that had stared her down. She didn't bother telling them about it, though. To her, they had no need to know that. As she had said, some things were better left unknown. This made the eyes of everyone in the room widen, as they saw their still flabbergasted mother sit on her throne with a loud thud. That must be a mistake, right? Even if he was a resurrected corpse, he'd still have one. Prospero said as he grasped at his hat. All of the people within the Big Mom pirates had a lot of knowledge when it came to souls. Big Mom herself was supposed to have complete control over souls. No one, not one of them, had heard of a soulless human before. All living beings had souls. There shouldn't have been an exception to that rule. Anything other than that was simply unnatural. I know what I saw. There is no mistaking it. Don't get involved with him. If you encounter him in the future, just run. Big Mom seemed to not budge one bit on this issue, so none of her children insisted on that line of questioning. You understood, Mother. Let us get you some sweets. We wouldn't want to dampen your mood like this. Perispero, being the oldest son, was quick to recover and try to placate his mother. The last thing he needed was for their mother to throw a tantrum and destroy the chateau again. No, that won't be necessary. All of you can leave, for now. I want to be alone. At this point, everyone in the room was worried. Big Mom wouldn't simply refuse sweets. Still, they decided to just listen to their mother's words and leave. Whatever had happened, she could likely handle it, as she was a Yonko for a reason. But Oven looked at his mother weirdly. He knew that something else had happened. Most of his siblings were likely aware of that too. He had also noticed how Enel had turned around in that exchange. Nothing was behind him, but he had simply never seen that much panic in Enel's gaze. Not once during their journey was he that confused, and never did his face turn such a pale color. Whatever their mother had felt inside of Enel, it managed to scare the both of them somehow. And Enel was apparently just as unaware of it as his mother. Oven was quick to start walking towards where Enel had fled, only to not find anything at all. Even with his observation, he couldn't feel him anywhere nearby. On the floor, he could just see a few parchments. On them were drawn schematics for a mechanical arm and leg similar to that of Kairos. Oven smiled at that. Enel must have drawn them while he was sleeping during their flight. Oven exited the palace and looked in the distance with a confident smile. I hope our paths cross again. I will be stronger by then. Maybe I will be the one to help you when we meet. Oven then turned around, going back into the castle as he started contacting mechanics and doctors to put the mechanical limbs together. Not all of his siblings had such positive thoughts, though. Prospero, the eldest sibling, only had one thought in mind, soulless or not. We cannot let this slide. I can't forgive him for making a mockery of Mother. Chapter 52. Poneglyph and More Training. I don't know what the fuck that was, but I really don't think I should hang around this place anymore. I had felt watched in the past, but I hadn't expected something like this to happen. Big Mom herself said that I have no soul. I was able to listen in on her conversation as I was leaving the castle. This doesn't make any sense, honestly. Whatever God did, it turned me into this. Problem is, I have no actual answers as to what I am now. I'm sure that God was there. It likely scared Big Mom away, but I don't know why it decided to do that. I feel dirty? I think that's the right word for this. There isn't anyone that can explain this to me either. There are countless religions in this world, so I guess that thing is also present in this place. It only makes sense for it to watch me. It most likely sent me here for its own entertainment, even if it's something I ultimately wanted. Regardless, I had never seen Big Mom in that state in the show. She was always prideful, with good reason as she is a Yonko. But now she looked almost docile. I do remember that God looking creepy as fuck, but I don't know if a Yonko would react like that if they were just slightly creeped out like I was. I will try to find out more about this after the war. I will have to look into more religions and see if I can find out more about souls in general. I might also have to ask Big Mom a bit more about souls. But for now, I will follow Lean's words and stay away from her and her children. I wanted to make friends with some of them, but I guess that's not possible anymore. At least not yet. Well, Oven is still technically my friend, but I don't know how much he'll help in the future. As he is now, he will be a decent ally, but not someone I can take to the more important battles. I still left him those schematics, though. No reason to burn bridges for no reason. If anything, after today, it's improbable that Big Mom will make an enemy out of me. Although, I guess she's also unlikely to become my ally. Well, you can't win them all. Still, a win on my part was passing by the road Poneglyph and copying its writing. No one even knows I was there in the first place. The treasure room was heavily guarded, but I was able to enter it without much issue thanks to my devil fruit. I'll have the time to translate it later on. For now, I need to leave the Cake Islands and find some random island to train myself for a bit. Departure from Big Mom's territory was smooth. No one actually stopped him because he left really quickly, and he didn't really bother sightseeing either. It wasn't that hard to find an uninhabited island afterwards. Enel also didn't bother using a ship, as he simply turned into lightning and traveled through the clouds. It took him around 15 to 20 minutes to reach another island outside of Big Mom's territory. The island he chose was also apparently filled to the brim with wild beasts. This was optimal, as Enel then spent the rest of the month training on it. The beasts helped him train in both Shurgon and Kamii. By the end of his island training, Enel had some mastery over all of the 6 powers. Through his mastery of Kamii, he also gained mastery over Saimai Kikken, which allowed him to control his body almost perfectly. During that month, Enel also trained his Conqueror's Haki on the wildlife everywhere on the island. He could easily knock them out, but he wasn't all that consistent in using it at first. Only after a few weeks of trial and error did he start gaining some semblance of control over it. Not without complications, of course. Nothing too concerning for now, though. His armament Haki was also stronger than ever now, as he trained by destroying a mountain on that island. It was a long process that lasted for the entire month. Basically, half of his day was spent punching away at a mountain. He only slept for around 3 to 4 hours at night, and he didn't sleep most nights. The mountain training method was also something that Enel had taken from Garp, who had leveled 8 mountains for training at some point in the past. Enel didn't really know how much time that had taken the legendary marine hero, but he could only assume that Garp had a lot more time to train than he did. Enel was currently running on a rather tight schedule. At this point, he believed he was rather prepared for the War of the Best, both physically and mentally. At this point, Enel was well aware that Ace's execution was a few days away, extremely close to happening. He had timed his training properly, waiting for the right moment. Now, he was about to leave the island and return to Marineford, where most Marines were gathering in order to prepare for the war. Well, Enel would have gone there had he not received a call from Sengoku a few hours from his departure. He contemplated not answering the call for a few seconds. Sengoku hadn't contacted him ever since the Dressrosa incident. At this point, Enel was technically supposed to be heading back to the base already. Sengoku didn't really take into consideration how quickly Enel could travel around or the fact that he would stop to train for a month, so he most likely believed Enel was already somewhat close to Marineford with his flying ship. In the end, Enel decided to just answer, whatever happened would happen anyway. No reason to keep postponing the conversation. Hello, Enel here. Go for it, Enel said, getting straight to the point. Enel, glad to hear from you. I called to ask about your whereabouts and the state of your mission. Sengoku's voice could be heard on the other line, sounding rather calm. Mission was completed. Don't think the Big Mom pirates will start a war either. Currently heading back to Marineford, Enel said as he twirled one of his earlobes around. Exceptional. I knew you could be trusted with such a mission. I'm sure you saw the news that a war will be happening in a few days at Marineford. Enel could feel Sengoku's stress through the recording. The Rear Admiral could only guess the amount of paperwork that had to be done for that specific event. The entire thing was to be broadcasted to the world. So Enel knew that Sengoku had a lot of people to talk with and many things to arrange for it. Yep, a bit difficult to ignore the news. Seriously, we went from not wanting to start a war with a Yonko to purposefully starting a war with the strongest Yonko, Enel said while rolling his eyes a bit. He knew the truth, though. He knew that Ace was Roger's son, so the circumstances were completely different in this case. Yeah, things are a bit different here, though. You will understand during the execution. For now, I need your help with a little something. Sengoku didn't seem keen on explaining everything through the transponder snail. Enel also didn't bother to press him. Sure, I still have some free time. What do you need help with? Enel didn't really know what else he needed to do, but he assumed it was relatively important since he was contacted so suddenly. Well, we are currently gathering all of the remaining warlords to Marineford. I need you to drop by Amazon Lily on your way to Marineford and pick up Boa Hancock. I was going to send Momonga, but he seems preoccupied with training right now, and since you're already close and can travel faster, I figured it would be better this way. Enel just stared at the transponder snail for a bit. Fucking great. Enel didn't need a long time to reach the skies above Amazon Lily. He couldn't quite go at light speed, as he was afraid of being unable to control that speed and ending up somewhere in space. But turning into a lightning bolt and traveling from cloud to cloud as far as his observation Haki allowed him turned out to be an extremely fast method of travel regardless of that. He didn't even need an hour, and he was lounging on a cloud above Amazon Lily, thinking of the best way to approach the situation. Enel knew that he was now bound to meet both Luffy and Boa Hancock. He still remembered how Luffy hid inside the warlord's clothes. Enel didn't really understand how Luffy was able to hide in that way, but he assumed that maybe Momonga's observation Haki was a bit lackluster. Regardless, Enel knew that he'd also have to make a pit stop at Impel Down on Boa Hancock's request, something that he really didn't care much about. He was going to let Luffy do his thing. Even if his current relationship with Luffy was a bit strained, he still had thoughts of befriending the future sun god Nika, or at the very least not antagonizing him needlessly. Luffy was the protagonist of that world for a reason. When it came to potential, Enel knew that Luffy was one of the best in the world. Enel used his gauntlets to create his usual ship. He circled around above the clouds for a bit. Then he started descending at the docks, not wanting to park his boat on their castle. Although it seemed like the funny thing to do, it would have been a bit disrespectful on his part, and he had no reason to antagonize Hancock either. He turned his usual chair into a beach chair, lounging as his boat landed on the sand near the docks. Enel wasn't exactly deluded enough to think that his boat could float on water. Enel raised his head a bit, as dozens of bows were pointed toward him as soon as his boat landed on the island. "Who are you? State your business," one Amazoness shouted, looking at Enel with indignation. Enel looked at her, not getting up from his chair. He waved his hand to greet the people around his ship. "I'm Rear Admiral Enel. Great to meet you all. I'm here for Hancock, headquarters summoning all of the warlords to Marineford," Enel said as he stretched a bit in his chair. The Amazon warriors looked at each other for a bit. "We will go inform our Empress. Don't make any sudden moves, Marine." Some of them proceeded to leave and inform Hancock of Enel's appearance. Enel sighed a bit as he started drinking some wine randomly. He thankfully still had some that oven had used for cooking. "I wish I had brought some rice crackers with me." The Rear Admiral spent the next hour basically sunbathing on a golden boat. At some point, the Amazon warriors had stopped pointing their arrows at him and were just hanging around the ship, waiting for their Empress to arrive. If Enel had bad intentions, he would have done something in the first hour of waiting after all. Eventually, Boa Hancock finally reached the port, accompanied by her sisters. Enel blinked a few times. The pirate Empress did look every bit as impressive as was described in the original story. She was relatively tall, around 1.9 meters, 6.2 feet. She was rather curvy but otherwise slender. She had long waist-length black hair. She wore a purple dress with her tribe's designs on it and purple high heels. She had snake earrings, rather large by Enel's opinion, but he wasn't about to start dissing her looks. She also wore a large white fur coat, which covered her shoulders and her back perfectly. Enel could feel someone else strapped to her, though, something that made him smile a bit. "The Empress of the Sea in the flesh," Enel said, not even getting up from his beach chair. Hancock stared at Enel for a bit. Her eyes narrowed as she instantly recognized the person in front of her. "Enel, didn't think someone like you would show up." The Empress scowled a bit. Like most important figures, she had managed to see the recording of Enel's fight with Doflamingo. Boa Hancock had been quite excited at the prospect of being able to help Luffy. The only reason she agreed to respond to this call was for her to give Luffy a chance to reach Impel Down. Tricking someone like Enel would be a bit more difficult, though. "No, all men are the same. I'm sure I can persuade him regardless of that." She ended up smiling and laughing haughtily, raising her head up high, almost doing a back-end bridge as she also arched herself backwards in that same motion. "I guess it only makes sense for someone like you to come for I." Enel just raised an eyebrow at the strange way the woman addressed herself at the end. "You're not Hina. It doesn't work for you." Yeah. Enel's words were interrupted by a muffled voice. "Long ears?" It was. Obviously Luffy, finally catching a glimpse of Enel through Hancock's clothing. Enel just had a long face on. His lips pursed as he did his best to keep a poker face. He could see some beads of sweat on the pirate Empress's otherwise pristine face. The other Gorgon sisters in the background also seemed to have a similar reaction to Enel's. It was just my stomach," Hancock said, while Enel just sat up on his chair and looked at the other Gorgon sisters, who seemed to believe her just about as much as he did. "Sure," Enel said with a raised eyebrow. He then extended one of his earlobes and took out another bottle of wine from his backpack. He started to drink it in that instant, something that managed to weird out the Gorgon sisters. What is the meaning of this, though? Do you expect someone like me to travel in something so simplistic? I won't be coming if I don't have a room of my own on the ship, Hancock said while looking at the strange rowboat that Enel was sitting on. Fine, have it your way. Enel tapped the ship underneath him. It instantly started to expand into a small sailboat. It was similar in model to a sloop, but it didn't have any mast. Its golden engines were a bit bigger, and Enel needed to use some white gold to make that happen. The ship now had a deck, where Enel kept his throne, and a room underneath it, where he made a table and a golden bed. Now, the boat looked to be gold mixed with white gold, and his staff turned into more of a walking stick now. The Gorgon sisters were rather surprised by the way the ship changed in front of them. It wasn't a secret that Enel's devil fruit did that though, so they were able to recover quickly enough. That's awesome. Hancock's stomach did have a harder time adjusting to that though. Is this good enough? The bed won't be all that great, as it's just made out of gold. But you have your room now, Enel said as he decided to keep his poker face on and ignore Luffy for now. Why yes, this is more fitting for someone like me. She started laughing haughtily again, throwing her head back and doing a few more gymnastic poses. Enel just blinked a few times. Can you please just get on? His tone was starting to sound exasperated to the other Gorgon sisters. Only on one condition. If you're able to stop by Impel Down on our way to Marineford, I want to visit someone there, Hancock said as she tilted her head slightly to the side this time. Sure. Just get on already, Enel said as he stared at Hancock with pleading eyes. In the end, the Empress got onto the ship and went directly to her room instantly. Enel decided to completely ignore Luffy's stomach as she passed by him. The other two Gorgon sisters looked at the flying ship depart. They then looked at each other for a bit, before one of them spoke up. He definitely knows. Yup. Chapter 53. Transporting a Warlord and Luffy. Enel didn't need a long time to reach the skies above Amazon Lily. He couldn't quite go at light speed, as he was afraid of being unable to control that speed and ending up somewhere in space. But turning into a lightning bolt and traveling from cloud to cloud as far as his observation Haki allowed him turned out to be an extremely fast method of travel regardless of that. He didn't even need an hour, and he was lounging on a cloud above Amazon Lily, thinking of the best way to approach the situation. Enel knew that he was now bound to meet both Luffy and Boa Hancock. He still remembered how Luffy hid inside the Warlord's clothes. Enel didn't really understand how Luffy was able to hide in that way, but he assumed that maybe Momonga's observation Haki was a bit lackluster. Download app regardless. Enel knew that he'd also have to make a pit stop at Impel Down on Boa Hancock's request, something that he really didn't care much about. He was going to let Luffy do his thing, even if his current relationship with Luffy was a bit strained. He still had thoughts of befriending the future sun god Nika, or at the very least not antagonizing him needlessly. Luffy was the protagonist of that world for a reason. When it came to potential, Enel knew that Luffy was one of the best in the world. Enel used his gauntlets to create his usual ship. He circled around above the clouds for a bit. Then he started descending at the docks, not wanting to park his boat on their castle. Although it seemed like the funny thing to do, it would have been a bit disrespectful on his part, and he had no reason to antagonize Hancock either. He turned his usual chair into a beach chair, lounging as his boat landed on the sand near the docks. Enel wasn't exactly deluded enough to think that his boat could float on water. Enel raised his head a bit, as dozens of bows were pointed toward him as soon as his boat landed on the island. Who are you? State your business. One Amazoness shouted, looking at Enel with indignation. Enel looked at her, not getting up from his chair. He waved his hand to greet the people around his ship. I'm Rear Admiral Enel. Great to meet you all. I'm here for Hancock, headquarters summoning all of the warlords to Marineford, Enel said as he stretched a bit in his chair. The Amazon warriors looked at each other for a bit. We will go inform our Empress. Don't make any sudden moves, Marine. Some of them proceeded to leave and inform Hancock of Enel's appearance. Enel sighed a bit as he started drinking some wine randomly. He thankfully still had some that oven had used for cooking. I wish I had brought some rice crackers with me. The Rear Admiral spent the next hour basically sunbathing on a golden boat. At some point, the Amazon warriors had stopped pointing their arrows at him and were just hanging around the ship, waiting for their Empress to arrive. If Enel had bad intentions, he would have done something in the first hour of waiting after all. Eventually, Boa Hancock finally reached the port, accompanied by her sisters. Enel blinked a few times. The pirate Empress did look every bit as impressive as was described in the original story. She was relatively tall, around 1.9 meters, 6.2 feet. She was rather curvy but otherwise slender. She had long waist-length black hair. She wore a purple dress with her tribe's designs on it and purple high heels. She had snake earrings, rather large by Enel's opinion, but he wasn't about to start dissing her looks. She also wore a large white fur coat, which covered her shoulders and her back perfectly. Enel could feel someone else strapped to her, though, something that made him smile a bit. "The Empress of the Sea in the flesh," Enel said, not even getting up from his beach chair. Hancock stared at Enel for a bit. Her eyes narrowed as she instantly recognized the person in front of her. "Enel, didn't think someone like you would show up." The Empress scowled a bit. Like most important figures, she had managed to see the recording of Enel's fight with Doflamingo. Boa Hancock had been quite excited at the prospect of being able to help Luffy. The only reason she agreed to respond to this call was for her to give Luffy a chance to reach Impel Down. Tricking someone like Enel would be a bit more difficult, though. "No, all men are the same. I'm sure I can persuade him regardless of that." She ended up smiling and laughing haughtily, raising her head up high, almost doing a back-end bridge as she also arched herself backwards in that same motion. "I guess it only makes sense for someone like you to come for I." Enel just raised an eyebrow at the strange way the woman addressed herself at the end. "You're not Hina. It doesn't work for you." Yeah. Enel's words were interrupted by a muffled voice, long ears. It was obviously Luffy finally catching a glimpse of Enel through Hancock's clothing. Enel just had a long face on. His lips pursed as he did his best to keep a poker face. He could see some beads of sweat on the pirate Empress's otherwise pristine face. The other Gorgon sisters in the background also seemed to have a similar reaction to Enel's. "It was just my stomach," Hancock said, while Enel just sat up on his chair and looked at the other Gorgon sisters, who seemed to believe her just about as much as he did. "Sure," Enel said with a raised eyebrow. He then extended one of his earlobes and took out another bottle of wine from his backpack. He started to drink it in that instant, something that managed to weird out the Gorgon sisters. "What is the meaning of this, though? Do you expect someone like me to travel in something so simplistic? I won't be coming if I don't have a room of my own on the ship," Hancock said while looking at the strange rowboat that Enel was sitting on. "Fine, have it your way." Enel tapped the ship underneath him. It instantly started to expand into a small sailboat. It was similar in model to a sloop, but it didn't have any mast. Its golden engines were a bit bigger, and Enel needed to use some white gold to make that happen. The ship now had a deck, where Enel kept his throne, and a room underneath it, where he made a table and a golden bed. Now, the boat looked to be gold mixed with white gold, and his staff turned into more of a walking stick now. The Gorgon sisters were rather surprised by the way the ship changed in front of them. It wasn't a secret that Enel's devil fruit did that, though, so they were able to recover quickly enough. "That's awesome." Hancock's stomach did have a harder time adjusting to that, though. "Is this good enough? The bed won't be all that great, as it's just made out of gold. But you have your room now," Enel said as he decided to keep his poker face on and ignore Luffy for now. "Why, yes. This is more fitting for someone like me." She started laughing haughtily again, throwing her head back and doing a few more gymnastic poses. Enel just blinked a few times. "Can you please just get on?" His tone was starting to sound exasperated to the other Gorgon sisters. "Only on one condition. If you're able to stop by Impel Down on our way to Marineford, I want to visit someone there," Hancock said as she tilted her head slightly to the side this time. "Sure. Just get on already," Enel said as he stared at Hancock with pleading eyes. In the end, the Empress got onto the ship and went directly to her room instantly. Enel decided to completely ignore Luffy's stomach as she passed by him. The other two Gorgon sisters looked at the flying ship depart. They then looked at each other for a bit, before one of them spoke up. "He definitely knows." "Yup." Chapter 54, Calming Journey. In a lounge on his chair for a few hours, randomly reading a newspaper that he was holding with his earlobes. He wanted Luffy to free the prisoners in Impel Down. He needed some of them to be free, to be more exact. People like Crocodile could prove to be allies in the future, and Ivankov was also someone he thought would be a good ally to have. Ivankov was part of the Revolutionary Army, so him being released from Impel Down was rather important to Enel. He didn't think much about Boa Hancock and how disturbingly bad she was at lying. Well, Luffy was at fault for all of the hiccups, but the fact that Hancock was still trying to cover up for him made it a lot worse. Enel started whistling a bit as he navigated the ship above the clouds. Looking into the sunset, it was a beautiful scene. The sun was setting and stars were slowly appearing on the horizon. The world appeared so much larger when sitting above the clouds. Enel's calm was unfortunately disturbed, though, as he could hear a pair of high heels make their way up the stairs and towards him. Enel didn't bother to greet her, as he felt that she was one of the more annoying individuals he came across. He knew of her distrust in men, and of her hatred for the world government and Marines. He knew that she had a rough past, but many escaped slaves had difficult stories, and not all of them were this annoying to talk to. That didn't mean he hated her, he just didn't care to bother associating himself with her. If it weren't for Sengoku's mission, he likely would have never exchanged a word with her. She could have been a useful ally, but she'd end up as his ally anyway if he became friends with Luffy, so it didn't matter in the end. The stunt he was going to pull during the war was definitely going to help him befriend Luffy, but he still needed to think of a way to not make it too painful for the friends he had made as a Marine. Some people he cared about, hell, even Sakazuki, the lava-spitting admiral, proved to be trustworthy and helped him when necessary. He and Sakazuki had quite literally been at each other's throats since they had met, but still knew he could trust him to have his back if they were off to fight some pirates. The problem there was that Enel wouldn't be only fighting pirates in his future, he would also be fighting the world government. While he stood there, contemplating his plans, Hancock just rubbed one of her arms and stared at the clouds in the distance. She was stunned by the view. It wasn't every day that she got to see the world from so high up. It was her first time witnessing such a scene actually, so she stood there for a few good seconds. The way the clouds seemed to change their colors, the storm that was raging underneath the ship, the orange horizon and the dotted sky that was promptly filling up with stars. It was a mesmerizing scene, one that very few people in that world had actually seen. The sky people were used to it, as it was just the norm for them. But people that lived under the clouds didn't get to peek above them too often. She wasn't stunned for long, though. They didn't call her the Pirate Empress for nothing. She recovered rather quickly and was about to start speaking in her usual haughty tone. Enel managed to open his mouth first, though. "What do you want, Pirate Empress?" Enel asked with a bored tone, not taking his gaze away from the sunset in front of him. "Humph. Don't try to sound important, Rear Admiral. You are lucky that you get the privilege to transport me to Marinefo Dash." Hancock was going to keep gloating, but Enel just heaved a frustrated sigh and interrupted her. Yeah. An honor to transport a pirate princess and her baggage to Impel Down, so that they may not try to do something shady." He just waved his hand dismissively, not really sure what Hancock was attempting to gain from that discussion. Boa Hancock was quick to take a stance, though, as she took a step back and prepared to kick Enel out of his chair. "Don't even bother. I don't understand who you were expecting to fool. I honestly couldn't care less about what you do. Just let me do my job and don't get in my way." Enel's words seemed to calm her down, somehow. At the very least, she was weirded out enough to drop her stance. Is this man really a Marine? Good question. Hancock, if you were to ask other Marines about Enel's temperament, then Sengoku would just say no. Garp would laugh in your face and Akainu would start mumbling curses. Hancock thought for a bit about what to do. She had left Luffy in her room, and she had come upstairs for a good reason too. "What do you want?" Enel finally turned his head to her slightly, making her raise an eyebrow. "I see no other reason why you'd speak to me. What do you want?" In the end, Hancock sighed. This man, why is he so difficult to deal with? Most men she'd just be able to turn to stone easily. She could manipulate most of them to do her bidding, as they were usually too stricken with her beauty to ever go against her word. But Enel didn't even seem to care about her. Not only that, despite her beauty, it didn't seem that he could be bothered to pander to her, something that she had been used to seeing most men doing. For some reason, she actually found it profoundly annoying, but decided to just get it over with and tell Enel what she needed. "I want some food. A lot of food," Hancock said while crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes at Enel. "Sure." Enel grabbed his backpack and threw it at her. There was enough food there for 3 people to last them a few days. Enel knew that Luffy was likely going to eat it in a sitting, so he was prepared to hunt sea kings again. Hancock caught the backpack with an annoyed look while mumbling some unsavory things under her breath. "Tell your stomach that we'll get to Impel Down in a few days." Hancock just scoffed and turned around to leave, not wanting to be in Enel's presence for now. Enel chuckled a bit in his mind as he wondered about what to do next. "I wonder if Luffy is gonna approach me during this journey." Chapter 55. Heart to Heart and Impel Down Tour. In truth, Luffy had wanted to speak to Enel ever since they had found themselves at the small port on Amazon Lily. Luffy had only stopped himself when seeing Enel's marine coat, which made him a bit perplexed. Not that he could spell out that specific emotion. Didn't think he'd end up as a marine. If it was any other time, Luffy would have still approached Enel without any hesitation. But he was now heading to free his brother from the Marines, so that somewhat put a spin on the good old invite him in the pirate crew plan that Luffy had. Although misadvised, Luffy decided to still try and speak with the long-earlobed fellow that was steering the golden ship he was on. After all, Luffy wasn't prone to making logical decisions. So he simply waited for Hancock to go to sleep, after which he decided to go out and greet the Rear Admiral. Enel was not sleeping, merely reading a random newspaper and staring at the clouds around him. "Oi, Enel!" Luffy shouted as he made his way to the lounging Marine. "Oh, Luffy, I thought you were trying to hide," Enel said as he raised an eyebrow at his passenger's appearance. "Well, hiding is boring. Also, I wanted you to join my crew. Why did you have to go and become a Marine?" Luffy pointed at Enel as if accusing him of doing something wrong. Enel was rather flabbergasted by that. This kid. He's just as unreasonable as his grandfather. "I became a Marine because I wanted to. How about that?" Enel said as he slowly stood up, supporting himself on his walking stick, former staff. "Well, I'm glad for you. If that's what you wanted to do." Luffy gave Enel an honest smile when speaking this time, making the Rear Admiral fall back on his ass. "I forgot how this kid handles conversations. I wanted to apologize. Actually, you were really polite back on the Sky Islands, and we were kinda rude." Luffy scratched the back of his head, his honest smile not waning for a bit. Enel just smiled at that. "Don't sweat it. You probably heard about me from the Shandians, right?" the Rear Admiral asked as he crossed his legs and made another chair in front of him for Luffy to sit down on. "Imogen, your past is pretty cool. How did you become an archaeologist anyway?" Luffy sat down and started asking Enel questions with a smile on his face. "Well, that is a rather nice story in itself. I remember being a young boy at the time. I simply gained this fascination with a large piece of stone that I had found in my backyard. I ended up staring at it and chiseling it every day for a week, all until I uncovered a small skeleton inside it. It was at that time that I decided to study more about old stuff." Luffy and Enel ended up speaking for a few hours. The two of them shared stories as if around a campfire, all until the sun could be seen rising on the horizon. Luffy's eyes shined as he stared at the sunrise. Enel simply smiled when seeing his reaction. He was already used to the sight, but he would never stop appreciating a good sunrise from above the clouds. Luffy was entranced for a bit, and Enel just sighed as he remembered just how childish the teen in front of him could be. That wasn't an entirely bad thing, though. If anything, the world could use a few more people like Luffy. In the end, Luffy ended up going back downstairs and trying to sleep a bit more. The rest of the journey to Impel Down was rather uneventful. Enel himself made no effort to speak much to either Luffy or Hancock in the rest of the journey. He just let the two of them do whatever they wanted. The pirate Empress did sometimes walk towards the deck, but stopped halfway usually. Enel was a bit confused by that, but he chose not to bother. In truth, Boa Hancock simply wanted to annoy Enel a bit more, as she found him especially strange. She also wanted to prove to herself that he was nothing more than just another lustful ape, like all men besides her Luffy were. She usually lost the spring in her step midway, though, as she remembered that they were in midair, in the middle of the calm belt. Annoying Enel at that stage was likely not the best idea. She wasn't worried for herself. She was confident in her ability to turn Enel to stone if something happened. But she was worried for Luffy, so she decided to refrain from annoying the Rear Admiral for now. Enel ended up killing another Sea King and getting meat from it, as Boa Hancock's appetite seemed to be extremely insatiable. He continued that way until Impel Down, where he didn't even bother to enter and greet the jailer, and simply waited outside for Hancock to come back. He wanted to scout out the place at first, but didn't really want to get in the way of the Impel Down great prison escape that was about to happen. At least that was what he had planned to do. But the head warden seemed to have other ideas, as he came to the boat and greet him. "Rear Admiral Enel, a pleasant surprise to see you here." Magellan seemed to be extremely friendly towards his fellow Marine, with no trace of his usual cold and ruthless attitude that he had toward pirates. "Chief Warden Magellan, I wasn't expecting to see you on my short visit here." Enel stepped down from his ship and started speaking with the man. He looked the exact same as in the original. So Enel started wondering if some of the people in that world even had a change of clothes. "Well, it is my prison." Jajajajaha. Magellan started laughing out loud for a bit. Enel simply sighed as he wondered why people in One Piece had such odd laughter. "I guess, but I wasn't planning on entering." Boa Hancock seemed adamant about visiting this place before going to Marineford. Enel said as he yawned a bit. He wasn't going to be selling out Luffy anytime soon. He wanted the straw hat-wearing pirate to appear at Marineford. "It's a shame that we have to listen to pirates to this extent. I wish the warlord system simply disappeared at times." Magellan simply shook his head for a bit. "It is needed currently. They do help deter quite a few pirates from popping up. If it warms your heart in any way, I doubt they will be kept for long after the war." Enel twirled his earlobes a bit as he spoke with confidence. "And why is that? I didn't hear any news from headquarters regarding that." Magellan just raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Two warlords have already been outed as scum. Crocodile tried to enslave a kingdom. Doflamingo actually did it. The only reason the warlords are still on is due to this upcoming war." Magellan seemed to finally understand Enel's point, and his mood instantly seemed to turn for the better. "That's amazing. I can't wait to see them rot in my prison. Anyway, do you want a tour of the place? I can take you down to the lower levels without any issue." It was clear that Magellan took pride in his jail, and he wanted to show Enel around to the lowest levels. Enel looked at his golden boat, sitting on the wooden deck, then looked at the prison entrance. "Oh hell, who knows how long Hancock will take? I've always wanted to see this place from the inside. It's going to be so much better if I eventually need to break into it myself." "Sure, let's go." The two of them started heading for the first level almost instantly, with Magellan explaining the prison's defenses and alarm systems to Enel. Magellan hadn't really told Enel, assuming there was no need to. The Rear Admiral had become something akin to a legend among the Marines. The recording of his fight was short-lived, but rumors still spread out among the Marines. A Rear Admiral strong enough to take out a warlord effortlessly. Someone that had both Akainu, the most ruthless admiral, and Garp, the legendary Marine hero, vouch for him. It was pretty clear that Enel wasn't your usual Marine recruit from his rank. But it was now also extremely clear that Enel wasn't exactly your usual Rear Admiral either. Among them, he was now called the Unranked Admiral. No one, not even Akainu, did anything to stop these rumors from spreading or becoming as exaggerated as they had become. Magellan managed to make it a few steps into the third floor before his stomach started grumbling, and he seemed to rush in a general direction at the greatest speed he could muster. "Sorry, this is urgent." Enel just stared at Magellan's retreating back for a few seconds. In the end, Enel decided to follow Magellan all the way down to the fourth floor, where the Chief Warden's office could be found. Enel just saw Magellan rush into the bathroom and lock the door instantly. He stared at the door for a bit as he wondered whether or not to go look for Ivankov. "I'm really sorry about this, Rear Admiral Enel." A blonde, well-dressed woman was the one to address Enel this time. It was none other than Domino, the blonde sunglasses-wearing woman that had been responsible for Hancock's body search. Also, the one that had royally screwed it up. She was wearing a rather odd one-piece, uniform. The skirt looked to be barely long enough to cover her ass. Magellan appears preoccupied. No need to apologize, Enel said as he scratched the back of his head with his staff. The woman had likely seen Enel and Magellan rush towards Magellan's office, only for the chief warden to enter the toilet and leave Enel, his guest, unattended. Sorry, Enel heard from the toilet. Domino, please show Enel around in my stead. Magellan's plea was only responded with a nod. Domino huffed once, some steam leaving her nose as she raised her sunglasses with one of her gloved hands. Of course, head warden. I shall take on this task. Her determination was rather plain to see, but Enel was really not interested. I'll take what I can get. She should know just as much about the prison anyway. Sure, let's get going. Enel turned around and started walking off, Domino following him without any hesitation. Chapter 56. Conquerors and Visiting Day. Enel and Domino traveled all the way down to the lowest level rather quickly. Enel was already somewhat familiar with the levels, thankfully, but he could only vaguely remember them at first. However, he wanted to have some understanding of Impel Down, as he wanted to keep it as a plan B. If he failed to befriend enough powerful pirates and the Revolutionary Army, then he'd just free the entirety of Impel Down and create a fleet powerful enough to stand on its own. Of course, Enel planned to keep Blackbeard's associates alive for that plan, as they were all rather useful for that plan B. He would make sure they were captured again and sent back to Impel Down. Enel remembered Buggy becoming an emperor. He couldn't quite remember the circumstances of how that had happened, but he knew that it was likely also thanks to the Impel Down prisoners that he had scammed into believing in him. Enel could do what Buggy did, but he'd actually have the strength to back up his words if a fight were to break out. Enel still wasn't sure how Buggy had managed to rule his crew so efficiently, but he decided not to think about it too much. If anything, Buggy could also become a powerful ally in the future, if the stars aligned. Domino was confident in herself as she showed the unranked admiral all over the prison, explaining everything from the soldiers defending each level to the way they handled any possible breakouts. Domino seemed extremely confident in the prison's defense systems, to the point where she even seemed prideful. Enel just whistled a bit, as he wondered how the world had aligned itself for Luffy to be able to escape with so many prisoners. It was a wonder, but Enel decided not to think about it too much. He'd leave Luffy to it. The last level, however, was where things got a bit more interesting. Enel could feel quite a few prisoners locked up inside it. It was rather normal compared to all of the contrived methods of punishment that the other levels had. There was no punishment in the last level. It was just a regular jail, made out of sea stone mostly. It was a prison that housed the most powerful pirates. Unlike the last level, the freezing hell, which only housed pirates with bounties of over 100 million. In truth, the eternal hell housed the most dangerous pirates only, the type that could endanger entire kingdoms with their presence. Doflamingo would have ended up somewhere in there, had Enel not derailed the story the way he did. The jail was a lot larger than Enel had thought it would be, though, which made quite a bit of sense. There were hundreds of pirates in that last level, all of which powerful and devious in their own right. Enel could feel members of the Blackbeard pirates with his observation Haki, still shackled and sitting down on the cold floor. Although there was no physical torture in the last level of Impel Down, it was made to look extremely bland. It was created to drive the residents crazy. In truth, it didn't do much, as the vast majority of people that reached that level were already insane. Enel could see Hancock walking in front of him. She was being led by Hannibal, the current vice warden. Enel chuckled a bit as he noticed that she had been cuffed. He forgot just how little the warlords were trusted. They were supposedly allies, but they were still being treated as pirates. That treatment might have been accurate, though. Enel could remember Hancock turning many Marines to stone a long time before the warlords were disbanded. If the warlords themselves didn't see the Marines or world government as allies, then why would the other party bother? Hancock heard Enel chuckle. She turned around and narrowed her eyes at the rear admiral. She simply scoffed and turned around. "And why exactly are you following me?" she asked in her usual haughty tone, making Domino blush a bit. "I was just sightseeing. I wouldn't be looking at you if I had any other choice." Unfortunately, There isn't anything else down here, Enel said as he studied the young pirate Empress with a bored gaze. Oomph. She once again scoffed and turned around. It seemed that not even sea-stone cuffs were able to suppress her arrogance, which made Enel smile a bit in amusement. Hurry up and do what you have to do. We need to get to Marineford sometime this week, Enel said as he ignored whatever the prisoners around him were sputtering out. He could hear literal howls as Hancock walked by the cells, making him feel a bit weirded out. Being beautiful sure is tough. Good thing I never have to worry about that, Enel pondered to himself as he walked up near Hancock, walking slightly behind her, his cape attracting quite a few laughs from the prisoners. A rear admiral? Bwahahaha. What's a shrimp like him doing here? The dogs barked pretty loudly, making Hannibal whip the loudest one to make an example out of him. Sorry about that, Rear Admiral Enel. Prisoners down here probably have no idea who you are. So things like these can happen, Hannibal said as he bowed his head slightly. Enel simply shook his head. Couldn't care less. Hancock was rather satisfied to hear that Enel was being ridiculed, though. At least Enel could tell that much from her melodic laughter. Damn, what a bitch, Enel thought to himself, as he released a wave of Conqueror's Haki, sweeping over all of the cells nearby and knocking out everyone that had been mocking him. A deadly silence descended upon the prison, as the stronger pirates weren't the types to badmouth someone with Conqueror's Haki. Hancock also turned around again when the wave of Haki washed over her. It startled her slightly, as Enel didn't even seem remotely serious. Yet he was able to knock out people on the 6th level of Impel Down. Such a feat would have been difficult for most, but Enel seemed completely fine. Enel raised an eyebrow, though. For some reason, he felt a bit drained from using his Conqueror's Haki. This was something he had also experienced during his training, but he assumed it was just due to the fact that he was overusing it. In truth, after testing it a few times, the more Enel used Conqueror's Haki, the less he could use it. He thought it was going to be all right after resting a bit after his month-long training. He had been using it quite a bit when training, but it seemed that the resting time had changed nothing at all. The willpower itself was getting stronger the more he used it, but it was as if Enel's reserves were limited, and either replenishing really slowly or not at all. Enel simply clenched his fist and continued to walk forward, deciding to not use Conquerors anymore until he looked further into the issue. Enel knew that it was time for Hancock to speak to Ace, so he beckoned Hannibal to whip a random prisoner, while Domino stayed there to cheer on him. Those were the actual instructions Enel gave her. Hancock went ahead and spoke with Ace. Enel didn't greet Ace during that time, but Ace's cellmate managed to catch his attention. A rear admiral that possesses the will of a conqueror. Something isn't right here. The fishman looked up at Enel with narrowed eyes. Enel simply tilted his head, his earlobes swaying a bit as he looked at the imprisoned warlord. Same could be said about someone of your strength letting themselves get captured. I get not agreeing to orders, but actually being imprisoned, Enel said as he also narrowed his eyes. A fishman pirate like Jimbei would always be difficult to catch. In water, he was simply impossible to catch. He'd be able to escape even if an admiral showed up as long as he dived deep enough underwater, and the Marines wouldn't be able to do anything. Jimbei and Enel stared at one another for a bit, at least until they both heard steps going in another direction. Hancock had finished telling Ace that Luffy was coming to save him, which gained its own set of concerned hushed whispers from Ace. The pirate Empress then left the prison, the vice warden following after her like a little dog. Welp, see you at the war, folks, Enel told both Jimbei, who raised an eyebrow, and Ace, who didn't pay attention, and was still thinking about his brother putting himself in danger to rescue him. Domino, please make sure that Hancock waits for me at the docks. I will be out soon, Enel said as he turned around and walked in the opposite direction of the exit. Domino had wanted to protest and follow Enel further in, but was dissuaded by his cold gaze, so she turned around and ran after Hannibal. Enel sighed as he was finally left alone. He walked all the way over to Shiryu, who had been the head jailer until recently. He was imprisoned for repeatedly slaughtering prisoners, and he didn't seem to care too much. The man was simply smoking his cigar, sitting down cross-legged as he didn't even bother wearing prisoner garb, still wearing his jailer uniform. To what do I owe the honor? Unranked admiral? Shiryu asked, his eyes hidden by his cap as Enel stared at him with cold eyes. "Ho, didn't think my reputation made it down here. I guess Magellan keeps you posted on those things," Enel said as he shook his head a bit. "I'm not here for that, though. You will soon be presented with a choice, Shiryu. I want you to know that if you accept it, you are the only one I won't spare." Enel didn't bother to elaborate, only turning around and leaving behind a confused Shiryu. What the hell was that about? The former head jailer asked himself as he wiped some sweat from his brow. And with that, Enel's business at Impel Down had concluded. Started walking slowly, waiting for the woman behind him to snap out of her daydreams. After noticing that she was simply not budging, Enel simply walked over to her, grabbed her wrist and started dragging her off. This did manage to break the Empress out of her stupor. She almost instantly tried to turn Enel to stone, only for her ability to fail. What? Why isn't my marrow beam not working on him? Unfortunately for her, Enel was well past the age where he let his hormones control his thoughts. Although Hancock's appearance was beautiful, he had always been the type that would appreciate beauty, not lust after it. In the end, Hancock let herself be led by the wrist all the way to Sengoku's office, while her thoughts were all over the place and she tried to wrap her head around the man that was dragging her around. She had tried to use her marrow beam on Enel a few times. Enel just ignored the pink hearts that sometimes passed by his head, although he was getting a bit frustrated with them. If anything, one wouldn't be able to tell that Enel was dragging the most beautiful woman if one looked only at his face. He looked more like he was dragging around a sack of potatoes. Hancock simply gulped. She looked up at Enel, who easily towered over her, and she finally took her arm back. Enel didn't bother to hold her tightly. She could have broken off at any point. She had just been too flabbergasted to do that, though. "Never touch me again," Hancock shouted, making Enel just shrug as he opened Sengoku's door and proceeded to continue ignoring the Empress. Hancock simply narrowed her eyes as she thought to herself, "Why is someone like him just as pure as my Luffy?" A rather great misconception. Luffy was simply ignorant when it came to women, while Enel was simply uncaring. But the both of them did have something in common. Both of them had greater concerns. Luffy was busy with his dream of becoming the Pirate King and currently rescuing his brother. Enel was busy with his own problems, as well as his plan of uncovering the world's secrets. Both of them were driven, but only Luffy could be called somewhat pure. Enel was rather the opposite. His age brought him experience. Hancock had no way of knowing that, though. She was simply torn in her own little world. In the end, she walked into Sengoku's office with a cold gaze and chose to not think about Enel anymore. He's just a Marine anyway. Chapter 57. Annoyance and Purity. Enel didn't spend more time in the lower levels of Impel Down after giving Shiryu that warning. It was true that Enel planned to take a part of Blackbeard's crew if things didn't work out, but Shiryu and Blackbeard were the two people that Enel planned to kill. Blackbeard's death was needed for Enel's plan to work out, and Shiryu was a person with a track record of betraying authority, someone that Enel knew he wouldn't be able to lead. All of the pirates in Blackbeard's future crew were sadistic and vile, but Shiryu was especially so, as he also happened to be an actual psychopath. Enel had pondered his future options many times, and he found himself unable to relate to or associate with people like Shiryu. He didn't care if the people he hung around were villains, or if they were particularly immoral. As long as he could use them, then it was all equaled out in the end. However, Enel simply didn't know if he could reliably use someone like Shiryu. And since Shiryu was also not an enjoyable company, Enel had no reason to even attempt to keep him around. Inside, he hoped that the former head jailer would take his advice to heart and not join up with Blackbeard. Blackbeard was a tricky person, so Enel figured he'd probably find a way to escape Impel Down even without Shiryu's help. But, in the end, it wouldn't matter either way. Both of them would simply become just two more corpses littering the grounds of Marineford during the upcoming Summit War. At least Enel was able to scout out the prison a bit. He thankfully also didn't need to care about having an escape plan after leaving the prison, as the gates of justice couldn't hold him back in any way. Enel could easily fly over them, or destroy them if it was truly needed. The rear admiral walked all the way back to his ship, not trying to look for Luffy and just letting the future play out as it was bound to. He didn't bother telling Magellan of his departure either, as he didn't want to speak to a toilet door. Hancock was already waiting for him at the docks. She looked at him with annoyance, as she had an angry scowl on her face when seeing him. "You sure took your time. Mister, we need to get to Marineford this week," she said while tilting her head backwards again. Enel didn't bother gratifying her childish jab with a response. He simply clapped his hands and rebuilt his boat, including his usual beach chair/throne. Hancock simply walked inside and entered her room below the deck, and Enel just did his own thing, grabbing a newspaper with his earlobes and randomly skimming through it while whistling. The rest of the journey should have gone rather quietly, or at least that was what Enel hoped. But Hancock seemed to have other things on her mind. Typical male. Lazing around all day and reading newspapers, Hancock stood by Enel's beach chair and started nagging him. "What do you want me to do? Speak to you?" Not horribly interested in that, Enel decided to answer, mostly out of boredom. They were currently a day away from Marineford, so he had some time left to waste with her. "Humph, why would I care what you are doing?" Hancock once again raised her chin up high as she seemed to think that she was somehow winning an argument. "Then why the fuck are we having this conversation?" Enel's cold and frustrated response was a bit different from what she was expecting, though. The pirate Empress was used to men always doing whatever they could to appeal to her. Even Marines were the same. But Enel seemed to disregard her for sport. There was no appreciation to be found in his gaze as he stared at her, just annoyance. This behavior was what made Hancock want to talk more to Enel. But she wasn't exactly prone to making conversations, so they were stuck on her nagging him and him telling her to fuck off repeatedly. This went on for a bit until Enel started outright ignoring her. This only further exasperated problems, as Hancock made it her hourly mission to make fun of something about Enel. "What's with the earlobes? Are you some kind of religious freak? What a tacky suit. I hope you aren't expecting to impress anyone with that. What's with all of this gold? Showing off your wealth? Are you trying to compensate for something? Why is your stupid coat so stained? I guess there is no honor among Marines after all." Most of her jabs were answered by Enel turning a page to his newspaper. By the time they reached Marineford, Enel had read over the same newspaper well over 16 times, just so that he could efficiently ignore Hancock, though he could still hear her. Maybe I should just throw her in the sea. He had had that thought quite a few times, but at least he had managed to control himself till the end. Enel landed in the middle of Marineford and started heading directly to Sengoku's office. Hancock followed suit, doing her best to get a response out of Enel. It was an odd sight for outsiders. The woman considered the most beautiful in the world dragging behind a rear admiral and being obviously ignored at every step of the way. Many of the Marines tried to approach her, only to be turned to stone as she didn't like men getting close to her. Although, now that she also took a second to look at the situation a bit, she was technically the one pursuing Enel constantly. That thought made her stop in her tracks as if petrified by her own devil fruit. Enel also stopped. He turned around and waited for her to start walking again. He didn't know if she had any idea where Sengoku's office was, so he had to lead her there at least. "Get moving, Sengoku called for you," Enel said as he started walking slowly, waiting for the woman behind him to snap out of her daydreams. After noticing that she was simply not budging, Enel simply walked over to her, grabbed her wrist and started dragging her off. This did manage to break the Empress out of her stupor. She almost instantly tried to turn Enel to stone, only for her ability to fail. "What? Why isn't my marrow beam not working on him?" Unfortunately for her, Enel was well past the age where he let his hormones control his thoughts. Although Hancock's appearance was beautiful, he had always been the type that would appreciate beauty, not lust after it. In the end, Hancock let herself be led by the wrist all the way to Sengoku's office, while her thoughts were all over the place and she tried to wrap her head around the man that was dragging her around. She had tried to use her marrow beam on Enel a few times. Enel just ignored the pink hearts that sometimes passed by his head, although he was getting a bit frustrated with them. If anything, one wouldn't be able to tell that Enel was dragging the most beautiful woman if one looked only at his face. He looked more like he was dragging around a sack of potatoes. Hancock simply gulped. She looked up at Enel, who easily towered over her, and she finally took her arm back. Enel didn't bother to hold her tightly. She could have broken off at any point. She had just been too flabbergasted to do that, though. "Never touch me again," Hancock shouted, making Enel just shrug as he opened Sengoku's door and proceeded to continue ignoring the Empress. Hancock simply narrowed her eyes as she thought to herself, "Why is someone like him just as pure as my Luffy?" A rather great misconception. Luffy was simply ignorant when it came to women, while Enel was simply uncaring. But the both of them did have something in common. Both of them had greater concerns. Luffy was busy with his dream of becoming the Pirate King and currently rescuing his brother. Enel was busy with his own problems, as well as his plan of uncovering the world's secrets. Both of them were driven, but only Luffy could be called somewhat pure. Enel was rather the opposite. His age brought him experience. Hancock had no way of knowing that, though. She was simply torn in her own little world. In the end, she walked into Sengoku's office with a cold gaze and chose to not think about Enel anymore. He's just a Marine anyway. Chapter 58. Calm Before the Storm. Sengoku and Garp had been expecting Enel's arrival for a while now. Sengoku especially had prepared quite a few questions to ask Enel. Things like, "Why do you have Conqueror's Haki?" That was by far the most passive-aggressive one of his questions. The rest were mostly about Enel's well-being and the way his mission had gone. Sengoku was rather concerned due to the fact that Enel really seemed to have something against directly contacting him. The ironic thing was that Enel had only contacted him once, and Sengoku hadn't even been there to respond to it. Sakazuki had answered it, and the mess that Sengoku was somehow still cleaning up ensued. In truth, all of the officials that saw the recording of Enel's battle with Doflamingo were shocked. All but two people. Akainu and Garp simply nodded, saying that was somewhat within their expectations. The only thing that surprised them was the clash of conquerors. Other than that, they expected Enel to just instantly kill Doflamingo. Akainu specifically complained that Enel had somewhat dragged that fight a bit, as he had a few chances to catch Doflamingo with his sea stone staff before the clash of conquerors even happened. In truth, Akainu was rather pleased with Enel's handiwork. So pleased that he basically told both the Cipher Pole and the Five Elders to fuck off their faces when they had stated their plans to recruit Enel. It was the first time Sengoku had seen Akainu actively disrespect government officials. Thankfully, nothing came out of it, but that stunt made the world government forget about turning Enel into an agent, at least openly. The secret mission of the two CP0 agents that Enel had mushed into the ground was to extend an invitation to Enel, which they were a bit too scared to complete. Not that they could have. Enel was well away from Dressrosa by the time the agents woke up after Enel's beating. In the end, the mission has simply been titled a failure, but the CP0 agents were at least able to confiscate the recording of Enel's fight and subsequently silence the journalist that had filmed it. This even managed to somewhat sour the already shitty relationship they had with Big News Morgan, though, as the man they silenced was apparently employed by Morgan. Overall, the mission was a complete failure. The world government still secretly started pestering Sengoku about making Enel a CP0 agent, as two spots had conveniently opened up very recently. This only added to Sengoku's already heavy workload. Sengoku didn't even have the time to worry about Big Mom starting a war. He was busy planning another war. It was an extremely stressful situation, and Garp didn't make it a whole lot better. The old man seemed to get more anxious and stressed the closer the day of the execution got. Sengoku wasn't exactly sure why, so he simply planned Garp to be a less involved party in the upcoming war. Sengoku was sorting through some files when Enel walked into his office, which he had been expecting, as he was informed of Enel's arrival on Marineford. "Enel, why do you never call me?" That was the very first thing that Sengoku shouted as he slapped his desk with both of his hands. In doing that, he had managed to scare his pet pigeon and goat away. Geez. Enel simply cleaned out one of his ears with his pinky, as he wondered how to speak his way out of that one. Surprisingly, Garp wasn't there to bail him out. The old man was likely off somewhere stressing himself about Ace's execution. "Geez, is that all I get? You have a few reports to hand in, Enel," Sengoku said as he angrily slammed his fist on the table. He couldn't really intimidate Enel, though. "Fine, calm down, your hair will get white." This comment managed to completely deflate Sengoku, as he quickly took out a mirror and checked his afro for white hairs. "I'll write up the reports as soon as I get to my room," Enel said as he took his usual place on the couch. At this point, Hancock also entered the room. She glared at Enel hatefully, making the Rear Admiral just raise an eyebrow in confusion. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I came at your request. I assume this is related to recent news." In the end, Hancock decided to not look at Enel anymore. Sengoku's gaze turned cold at the sight of the pirate Empress. The fleet admiral wasn't all that excited to meet up with the warlords after the recent mess they had been causing. Crocodile and Doflamingo enslaved kingdoms, one more successfully than the other, and Jinbei refused to answer to their calls, which led to him being apprehended and thrown in Impel Down. Really, the past few months hadn't been great for public perception of the warlord program. "Yes, Boa Hancock. As expected, a war is soon to break out. I want all of the remaining warlords present and participating in it." Sengoku got straight to the point. He had no reason to act friendly towards a pirate. Much like Enel, he was also an older man, so he wasn't about to treat her differently due to her beauty. Understood. I assume I'm at least getting a room until the war starts." Hancock didn't lose her arrogance even in front of Sengoku, which made Enel slightly impressed. "Of course. I'll leave Enel to that since he was in charge of bringing you here in the first place," Sengoku said with a straight face, somewhat ignoring the pirate Empress's haughty demeanor. The fleet admiral and Hancock both heard a loud groan coming from the couch, one that they both decided to ignore for now. Sengoku mentioned a few more things about the way the war was going to go, and then sent her outside the room for a bit, as he wanted to have a conversation with Enel for now. Enel stared at his superior for a bit, before finally sighing and saying, "I think I understand what this is about." "I'm sure you do. I know you aren't stupid enough to think I wouldn't point out the elephant in the room." Sengoku slowly got up from his chair and sat down on the couch beside Enel. "Conqueror's Haki. Not exactly what you'd commonly find among the Marines. The only person to have developed Conquerors among them is me. Why did you keep your secret?" Sengoku was one of the few people to have mastery over all three types of Haki. At least that was what he had believed until recently. A Marine with Conqueror's Haki was extremely uncommon, as that type of Haki was extremely rare in itself. Usually, people that had it were always ambitious, which led to them not becoming Marines most of the time. "I'll be frank with you, Sengoku. I had no clue I had Conqueror's Haki until fighting Doflamingo." Sengoku just raised an eyebrow as he pondered that for a bit. "I honestly just felt him use it, thought it wasn't that big of a deal, so I figured I should be able to use it too. Lo and behold, I was..." Sengoku ended up sighing at that. "I guess it does have an odd way of awakening most of the time." "Fine, I believe you for now," Sengoku said as he crossed his arms a bit. "Still, that stunt you pulled could have been a lot more dangerous if Akainu and Garp didn't have your back." Well, Garp became preoccupied with other things, so only Akainu actually spoke to the five elders. Enel raised an eyebrow. He had somewhat expected Garp to be a bit out of whack, but he didn't expect the old man to forget about him like that. Makes sense. Ace is a lot more important to him than I am. Good old Akainu. Huh? I'm guessing he lost some favor with the world government over that. Enel put his hand in between the couch cushions and took out one of Garp's emergency rice cracker packets. Sengoku just stared at him, before deciding to ignore that in order to spare his own sanity, and continued to talk. Not as much as we had expected, apparently. The world government had already abandoned Doflamingo's family. Still, celestial dragons will always be a sore spot for them, former or not. Akainu helped you dodge a bullet there. Enel just ended up shrugging as he started eating rice crackers, loudly munching on them. "Anyways, I'm glad you are back. I expect your reports regarding your mission after the war. You have 2 days to prepare for it. The Whitebeard pirates are powerful, and running away isn't an option here," Sengoku said as he started walking back to his desk. "Yeah, no turning back now. See you on the field, Sengoku." Enel also got up and started walking out of the room, leaving his superior to handle his paperwork. The second he exited the room, his face fell, as he remembered something. "Finally done? Good. Lead me to my chambers." It better have a good view. Oh, and I don't wish to be bothered until the war starts. Hancock was still there, waiting for him. Enel started at the ceiling for a bit, contemplating his life as he really hoped to actually get some calm before the upcoming storm. Chapter 59. Crossroads and Worry. The days passed rather quickly for Enel, not as quickly as he had initially hoped, as the only room he could find for Hancock happened to be near his. So this led to the pirate Empress spending some time in Enel's room to try and annoy him, get a rise out of him, basically. This usually led to Enel kicking her out, rather forcefully, either through the window or the door. Most of the Marines nearby were rather weirded out by the fact that the most beautiful woman in the world was constantly getting kicked out of the room of a rear admiral, even if that rear admiral was actually the unranked admiral. This was all fun and games, up until Hina also returned to base, and the Commodore was a bit less amused by the situation. Enel ended up assuring her that Hancock was just a general annoyance. This pleased Hina quite a bit, and annoyed Hancock even further. Sengoku passed by Enel's room one day, only to hear loud arguments between two women coming from his room. To be young again. The fleet admiral didn't have the time to stop and listen to what was being said, though. If he did, he'd be less proud of Enel's accomplishments. The argument was mainly Hancock calling Enel a lazy slob, Hina being unable to defend him, and ending up just calling the pirate Empress an arrogant bitch. Eventually, Enel kicked both of them out and stopped using his room altogether, deciding he'd much rather sleep on the top of Marineford, straight on the rooftop of the main building. And that was also how he ended up running into Garp, who was also sitting on the edge of the roof, looking at Marineford with a complex gaze. Enel sighed a bit, as he remembered the old man's tears from the show. Ace's execution was approaching, and he knew that it was weighing down on the old vice admiral. Enel sat down right beside the old man, looking at the large marine base with a complex gaze of his own. Enel, Garp. Their greeting was a lot less cheerful than it had usually been. The two of them were both being eaten by their own worries. Garp was worried about betraying the Marines, as they were also his family. He was also worried of betraying his grandson, betraying the promise he had made to Joel D. Roger, his old friend. There was simply no good choice for him to make. Enel was in a similar situation. He was stuck. He had made a mistake and had gotten too attached to the Marines. He had befriended even the likes of Akainu. Garp and Sengoku had become people he couldn't help but care about too. Now, in a day, the time for him to carry out his plans and leave the Marines was going to come into effect. Enel knew that he couldn't continue staying in the Marines. Even if not all Marines were subservient to the world government, the Marines as an organization were still controlled by the Five Elders. He knew that if he did remain in the Marines, he'd be wasting his chance at befriending the remainder of the Whitebeard pirates, and they were going to be a large part of his fighting force in the future. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, he could strive to become stronger and stronger, to no longer need the support of others, but that thought was foolish. For all of his strength and speed, he knew that the world hid a lot more than was shown in the show. The world government most definitely held an ancient weapon at their disposal. The Five Elders themselves were most likely at the level of Yonko commanders themselves, otherwise, they wouldn't have been called the ruling authority of the world. There was also Shanks and his mysterious motives. The Yonko that, for some reason, planned to wait for Luffy to sound the drums of liberation before preparing to head over to Raftel. Too many complete unknowns were at play. To add yet another complication to the pile, there was also Enel's Conqueror's Haki, which was most likely somehow related to his soul. Enel simply had too much to bargain if he tried to go at it alone. The Marines were bound to help him too, but the second he started trying to achieve his goal of uncovering the truth, the Marines would turn on him. Even if he had made friends with some of them, he knew that they would all still answer to the world's government orders to hunt him down. What would you do? If you were stuck at a crossroads, Garp started speaking. The old man's voice sounded tired and weary. If on one side stood your family, people you cherished and loved, people you would give your life to, and on the other stood your duty, your responsibility to the world, and to the friends you've made across decades. Enel smiled a bit when hearing that question. Such an oddly specific conundrum you've presented me with. Garp gave Enel a hollow laugh at that jab, but it didn't last long, as he let Enel continue. Sometimes in life, there is simply no good choice. Sometimes, it feels better to not choose at all. But that isn't an option. If we stop moving, then we disappoint everyone, Enel said as he looked at his golden gauntlets with a smile. When you stop to think about it, even if you don't do anything, life will force a choice onto you. You will go down either path regardless of your wishes. Garp looked down at his own hands, the fists that had given him the fame and reputation that he held right now. He brought his arm down on the roof, breaking off a tile and crushing it in his palm. I say, it's better to make that choice, while you have the time to. Enel's words seemed to resonate with Garp, but the old man was still undecided. You're wiser than you look. I guess calling you boy might not be that accurate. Heh, I am still 37 currently, at least this body is. I may not be an old man, I am, but I didn't sleep through life until now. Enel clutched at the tiles underneath him. The roof creaked a bit, as both old men seemed to not care about injuring it. 37 is nothing. I guess you were still a brat after all. Garp's hollow smile turned genuine for a second, as he picked up another tile to crush in his hand. I will always be young for a fossil like you, Enel said as he crossed his legs. He was currently wearing his training clothes and no shoes, the ones that the old Enel used to wear, just with less lively colored pants. Watch your mouth, brat. Otherwise, I'll show you what these old bones can still do. Garp flexed one of his arms, as he looked at Enel with renewed energy. Hee, glad to see you're back, Enel said as he kept staring at Marineford streets in the distance. Can't stay brooding all day. I'm heading to my room. Gotta get some sleep before the big war. Enel had managed to somewhat cheer up Garp, but the old man was still not sure how to proceed. Still, Garp got up and prepared to leave. Garp, one last thing. The old man turned around, just as he was about to jump off. Whatever happens tomorrow, I will make sure to protect Ace and Luffy. Garp's eyes widened at that claim. What are you talking about? Enel could sense Garp clench his fists. Don't stress yourself too much. Luffy, your grandson, really has a knack for making friends. He will definitely appear tomorrow, and I won't let him die. Enel's cold gaze peered into the clouds. Garp gritted his teeth, not knowing how to respond to that. I don't dash. Don't bother trying to dissuade me. I'll only interfere if it's truly needed. But I won't stand by as my friend dies. Enel's resolute words seemed to make Garp a bit conflicted. Fine, but be careful. If you do try something, you will become a target for everyone. I won't be able to help you. Heh, who needs your help? Go to sleep, you fossil. Garp grinned a bit at that. After that, the old man didn't hang around any longer, jumping off to his room, leaving only Enel to stare at the working Marines in the distance. Many preparations were being made for the war. A lot of people are about to lose their lives. I hope all of this is worth it, Sengoku. Enel knew what he had to do. There was no need to keep brooding around either. He decided that it was time for him to get some shut-eye too. He didn't bother going back to his room though. Too many visitors and too much sound for his liking. He simply used his staff as a cushion and dozed off. When I wake up, Ace will already be on that platform. Although it was only a night away, the war had already begun. Enel could feel it, the rumbling in the sky. The world itself was concerned for what was to come. But, despite that, Enel was calm, as he knew that he could take on whatever storm was approaching. Chapter 60. Execution and Whitebeard Pirates. By the time Enel woke up, it was about how he had expected. The platform was up, Ace was sitting on it, and the admirals were all present, all three of them sitting in their chairs and waiting for the upcoming show. Sengoku and Garp were both on the platform. Sengoku seemed confident in himself, while Garp still seemed uncertain, speaking to Ace. Enel could feel the fear in the Marines below, but the fear was overshadowed by the pride they were feeling as Marines. They were about to go against the strongest pirate crew that currently existed. Not just a pirate crew, but Whitebeard's pirate fleet. Everyone present knew that the war they were going to be part of was going to go down in history as a large event. The execution itself was being televised all over the world, wherever possible. Everyone was bound to witness it, the execution of Gold Roger's last living blood relative. Enel simply stood up, went to his room and got changed into his usual attire, also putting on his coat for one last time. I really shouldn't have used this as a napkin whenever convenient. Enel stared at his coat for a bit. At least most of the stains were gone after a deep cleaning. Enel first visited the two old men standing on the platform. Sengoku was currently giving his speech, so Enel didn't interrupt him. Plenty of people noticed him just jump there, but no one said anything, as he was obviously a Marine. Some considered his actions rude, but no one questioned his presence when they realized who he was. The unranked admiral had all the right to be up there. Enel stood beside Garp for a bit, looking at the gathered army of Marines below. So, have you managed to get any sleep? Enel asked as he turned his head to Garp. The old man just shrugged a bit. Barely, but I'll be fine. Garp clenched his fists. He kept his gaze forwards, seemingly afraid to glance at Ace, who was right beside the two of them. Enel didn't seem to have that same fear. The rear admiral crouched down near Ace, still looking at the crowd as he sighed a bit. Such a mess. Ace was rather surprised to hear Enel speak to him, but they had met during his short stay at Impel Down, and Enel seemed to already know about Luffy trying to break him out. I didn't choose this. Ace still didn't really consider Enel an ally. If anything, he didn't like the fact that Enel assisted Luffy, who was putting himself in danger for him. As the older brother, he felt that the situation should have been reversed. Hey, we don't often get to choose, do we? Still, in your case, this war is going to get a lot of people killed. Enel twirled one of his earlobes as he wondered about his next actions. Ace just looked down, gritting his teeth as he cursed himself inwardly. No one would blame you for this, though. The Marines are starting a war this time. As for who's going to finish it, that still remains up for debate. Enel slowly got up, deciding to look for some other people to talk to. The Whitebeard pirates were going to make an appearance soon, so Enel knew that he didn't have much time left. He landed right underneath the execution platform, right behind the chairs that the admirals were sitting on. Akainu, fancy seeing you here. From the side, he tapped Akainu on the shoulder, as he leaned on the chair with a grin on his face. The admiral simply gazed at Enel for a bit. You sure took your time, Akainu said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose a bit. Can't help it. I hadn't slept in a few days. Probably won't sleep for a few more after this. Akainu merely scowled at that statement. Oh, and who is this? A lazy voice could be heard from the side. It belonged to none other than Borsalino, or Kizaru, the tall/lanky, yellow costume-wearing admiral. Enel smirked a bit as he remembered a bit more about each admiral. I think it's pretty obvious. Rear Admiral Enel, right? I heard a lot about you. Akiji, the white costume-wearing, Ice Admiral, seemed to already know who Enel was. I guess we haven't been formally introduced, though. A pleasure to meet you too, Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akiji. Akiji just nodded, while Kizaru let off another bored yawn. The hell? Why are you never this polite with me? Akainu was quick to turn his head to Enel, though, taking the matter rather seriously. Hey, nothing bad with trying to make a good first impression. Enel simply cleaned out his ear as he tapped Akainu on the shoulder with his earlobe anyway. I'm off. See you three on the flip side. With that, Enel simply used Saru and appeared in between the other Marines below. He spotted Hina in the crowd rather easily with his observation Haki, so he walked all the way to her and wrapped one of his earlobes around her arm. Hina was startled at first, but she smiled when seeing that it was just Enel. Enel, you scared Hina, she said as she pouted a bit. Still, her smile was hard to hide. That was the whole point. Anyway, didn't come here for that, Enel said as he gave her a lazy smile of his own. Hina raised an eyebrow. She hoped Enel would help lessen the tense atmosphere she found herself in, but the usually cheerful Rear Admiral was currently being rather serious with her. Whatever happens next, I want you to take care of yourself, okay? No stupid hero stuff. The world has enough of those types to go around. Enel tilted his head a bit, not breaking his gaze from Hina's for 1 second, just to make sure she got the message. In the end, Hina just nodded. Don't worry, Hina can take care of herself. Hina should be telling you that. You always jump from problem to problem. Hina crossed her arms as she didn't bother to hide the concern in her tone. Hee, don't worry about it. Enel simply walked away after that, leaving Hina to her own thoughts. He landed back near the platform, right beside Garp and Tsuru, just as Sengoku had finished half of his speech. Portgastes, the death of this pirate holds great significance. Enel also looked at the stadium when hearing those words. He tried to remember where the speech was going, but the details of that scene were rather muddled. After all, he hadn't paid perfect attention to all aspects of the show. Ace, tell me the name of your father, Sengoku said as he held his small transponder snail. Enel raised an eyebrow as he finally remembered where Sengoku was going with this. Enel could hear Ace, as he claimed that his only father was Whitebeard. That was when Sengoku called him a liar and proceeded to tell everyone the story of his birth, of how Portgastes Rouge had kept her pregnancy going for 20 months through sheer will, all in order to deceive the world. Enel simply scowled as he liked what he was hearing less and less. A child was born, carrying the blood of the vilest man in the world. That child was you. Your father is the Pirate King, Gold Roger. The entire Navy was silent at that proclamation. No, the entire world was silent. The information was known to only a few important figures in the world. Sengoku had just pulled it out and revealed it to the entire world. Enel simply stared at the platform. He wasn't silent due to shock. He simply held the entire situation in disdain. Executing a child for the sins of the father? So strange, Enel said as he spoke to nobody in particular. But Garp besides him could hear him clearly. A newborn child bears no sin? Garp, take care of my child. Fragments of that memory rang in the old vice admiral's mind. He could only clench his fist as he looked at the figure of Ace on the platform. Maybe if he hadn't become a pirate, maybe I could have convinced Sengoku. But now, the old man thought to himself after remembering the words of his old friend, Joel D. Roger. Enel sighed as he turned off the rest of the speech in his mind. He paid attention only to what was in front of him. He didn't need to act right away, after all. And, after a while, the pirates started appearing. Enel counted hundreds of ships in the distance, all wearing different Jolly Rogers. All of them were part of Whitebeard's grand fleet. Enel smiled as he saw a shadow in the bay, right in the middle of the docks, in the heart of Marineford. The seas started roaring, and 3 large, whale-shaped ships burst out of the water, followed by an entire fleet of pirate ships in the distance. The Moby Dick, they coated their ships and approached underwater. I can't believe this, Sengoku said as he narrowed his eyes a bit, some sweat rising on his brow. The Moby Dick was the main ship, the only one that had the figurehead of a white whale, and a tall man walked out brazenly on it, no trace of fear at all, as he stared down the entire combined might of the Navy. His scalp was hidden by a black bandana, his scarred body was clothed in a white captain's coat, and a pair of loose pants tucked inside his large black boots. Enel could also see his signature mustache, forming a half-circle going upwards from right underneath his nose. The man held onto his signature weapon, the Murakumajiri, a massive naginata, one that fit the size of the gargantuan man that wielded it. Enel smiled a bit as he finally caught sight of a pirate that held one of the highest bounties in the world, a man worth 5 billion berry. Father, Enel could hear Ace mutter as he stared at the giant pirate. You better tell me that my son is all right. It's been a while, Sengoku. Whitebeard's words resonated across the battlefield. Enel could see many of the Marines get discouraged just by seeing him. But Whitebeard wasn't alone. All 14 of his commanders were present, including Marco, the only one that Enel had seen in the past. Father, Ace shouted in that instant, making the old pirate smile in the distance. Whitebeard then did the move that had jump-started the war. He brought his fist to his stomach, crossing his arms in the process, and then he stretched his fists on both sides of his body, punching the air with force. The Marines seemed to fear this motion. As the air around Whitebeard started cracking, space itself became distorted, and tremors were sent across the seas. Water levels rose in that instant, creating larger and larger waves in the distance. Enel could see them. The approaching tsunamis threatened to swallow Marineford. So this is it, Huh? The strongest man in the world. Enel's smile turned wider as his excitement grew. I can befriend the Whitebeard pirates, but I want to clash with him at least once. Enel gave Garp and Tsuru a look. I'll leave you too. From this point on, it's good luck. The rear admiral shouted as he jumped in and joined the crowd of Marines below. Garp just sighed, his gaze turning grave. The tears in his eyes hadn't even dried up properly yet. Now he had to fight. To fight in order for his grandson to die. Still, a part of him still held hope. A part of him tried to tell him that everything would work out in the end. Maybe Enel will really manage to save him. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.